Prologue. I never thought that I'd be here. The obvious reason being that I'm an angel, or at least I thought I was. The lower veil is nothing like I expected it to be, though. Now that I've made it here, I'm starting to think that maybe I could fit in. Since it's so obvious that the angels don't want me, maybe the demons do, specifically the king of demons, since he's the one who kidnapped me, dragged me down a huge, black hole, and then locked me in this dungeon-like room. Annie, please hurry. Dinner is waiting and you know my wives wait on no one. Speaking of the demon king. 1 minute. I yell back as I survey myself in my chambers. I'm hiding in the bathroom, which is monstrous in size. It has more space than anything I've ever been in, including my house on Earth. There's some wear and tear on the appliances, but it is the lower veil after all, so I don't know what else I'd expect to see. The mirror I stare into is cracked along the edge, a spider-like vein shooting across the center of the glass. Everything in this place is broken, but nobody cares. The castle isn't made to accommodate or to feel safe. It's here to house demons. I hear his footsteps retreat down the long, black hall I know to be just outside my door and let out a sigh of relief. Just looking at the man has my palms sweating and my body trembling. He scares me, for many different reasons. The obvious reason being that I was brought here against my free will and under very false pretenses. He took me away from my safety. At a point in my life, I thought he was safe. I trusted him, and he betrayed me in the sickest way possible. But, I'm better now. Yet, it doesn't make it any easier to be stranded here. I glance one last time at myself and idly wonder how this all came to be. My plain, brown hair hangs lifelessly down to my waist in subtle curls. My normally green eyes are dull and tired. They ache from being in the dark for over a week now. I look old, worn down, heavy bags where pale skin used to be. I hardly recognize myself. I've changed. I touch my reflection with my pointer finger, and then leave the bathroom adjoined to my chambers. It's really just a jail cell in the highest tower in the demon kingdom. I'm never allowed to leave without permission. I'm not allowed to do anything, unless the king allows me. My only saving grace was that the king healed me from a rough demon fight on Earth. I almost died at the hands of a monster for no reason at all, other than I thought demon hunting was fun and my calling in life. It sounds so childish, thinking back to my time on Earth. I was stupid, hateful. I was vengeful and carried a grudge against all the angels from the veil. They turned their back on me, but I turned my back on them, too. I can't blame them for their actions against me. They were warranted. But I couldn't move past it and just accept my fate. Now look where I am. I'm stuck in the lower veil, a place I can honestly say I never wanted to experience. I remember my mother once read me a book as a child. It was about the lower veil and how scary and dangerous it was believed to be. The book claimed that there were red demons that resided in the Black Castle with snake-like tongues, licking and biting with their fangs at anyone who dared to enter. It said that you could barely breathe, because the air was so thick with people's souls rotting away and contaminating the air. Of course, I believed every word that tumbled out of her mouth. I believed them all. But here I am, in the lower veil, breathing the air. Nobody is licking at me or attacking me. In fact, most of the demons accept me as the king's plaything, his conquest from his time on Earth. I'm an abomination that the king found and stole. I quickly exit my chambers, not wanting to upset the king and his court. I've memorized the way to the dining hall, so I make quick work around the labyrinth-like hallways. The dining hall is the first opening after the hall, and it's quite expansive. I take my seat in the main dining room next to the king, across from one of his wives. I believe this one is named Percy, although they all look alike. They have long, nearly black hair that falls down to their butts. They have light eyes, with sharp noses and cheeks. They're all equally beautiful in similar ways. They're all also equally scary. Their eyes are light, but they're anything but soft. They cut through the air and burn you with their intensity. They're cold, hard, and aggressive. They only ever speak when they're angry and their voices are like a man's, deep and throaty. A large piece of red cake with thick, brown frosting is placed in front of me from a waiter, daring me to take a greedy bite. It's crazy how things always change. My whole life, I lived in the Vale where food wasn't ever around. We could only eat on birthdays, and even then it was a sliver of your favorite cake, and we had to share with everyone. When I was banished to Earth, I allowed myself to indulge in any food I wanted since it was always available. It's one of my many things I miss. Currently, I'm feeling very emotional, and I begin to miss it all. I miss the people, my Nephilim family from Earth, my angel family from the Vale, my best friend, Perry, the smells, the coldness in the air. But wanting and missing are such useless needs to me. I need to remember my past, all that's happened to me that led me to this point. The Vale didn't want me, I couldn't last on Earth, so the lower Vale it is. I'm stuck in a state of perpetual abandonment. I guess there was a moment when I had a glimmer of hope. But that hope dripped between my fingers like water, teasing me with each droplet slowly falling between my grounded feet. I still see his aquamarine eyes at night in my dark cell, filled with worry. They will meet to find happiness in this dark time. But they're always just out of my grasp. Part 1. Annie. Chapter 1. Last day. It's my last day in children's school. In 3 days, my 16th birthday will be here, and I will be a real angel. I quickly dress in my uniformed outfit and meet my guardians at the bottom of the stairs. My mother guardian has tears in her eyes, like usual. Soon these stairs will be gone, my mother says, looking at the stupid set of stairs. How she finds these stairs nostalgic is beyond me. She looks up and down at me, but she's not happy. I thought you'd wear a dress on your last day. I hate dresses. I narrow my eyes on her, because for every single second of my life, I've hated dresses. She knows this, yet she refuses to just understand me. I'm training today, anyway, so I can't wear a dress. Let me at least fix your hair. She comes over to me and starts twisting my hair into some big pile on the top of my head before I can even reject her. I have long hair, and it's as thick as it gets. I don't know what to do with it most of the time, so I just let it hang, but of course, my mother guardian won't accept that. It's lazy. I have to run, angels. My dad comes into the front room and wraps his arms around the group of us in a big hug. I groan at how annoying they are, but try to stifle my aggravation. In a few days, I'll be gone and, most likely, missing them. Have a good day at work, Val, my mother says, kissing him on the cheek. Their baby blue wings clash and wrap around them like a cage, so I'm blocked from witnessing their affection. Are you kidding me? I groan as they continue to make out like young angels. I'm out of here. I yell as I step out of the house, shutting the white door behind me. We're still stuck living in the young angel community. Couples with children who don't have wings yet are forced to stay here instead of the main city, which is just a quick fly through the air. Since I'm wingless, I have to attend school and do mundane human things until my big birth hour. The worst part is that without wings, I can't get around the best parts of the Vale. The only way I can even visit my best friend, who just got her wings recently, is if she flies over and literally picks me up. It's traumatizing, degrading, and I just hate it. Luckily, I'm not completely alone. My boyfriend, Tab, still doesn't have wings, so we're suffering in school together. He has another month before he turns 16 and gets his wings on his birth hour. While it's unfortunate that he'll be stuck here alone for that month, I'm happy that it's not me left behind. I walk down the white path that leads from my house to Tab's. It's a normal day in the Vale. I thought that maybe I'd feel different as I walked around, but I don't. The air is still perfectly clean, and the temperature is still moderately calm. Nothing has suddenly switched from white to any other color. Boring. I find an identical house to mine just a few steps away from my home. They're all identical, but this one is Tab's guardian's place, and I knock on the front door. Both of Tab's guardians are princers, just like mine, which means that they make sure that things are going smoothly in the Vale. It's a boring job, and one I don't wish to have. Hello, Annie, Tab's guardian, Lena, says as she swings open the door. Tab looks just like her, with their light brown hair and light brown eyes. It's hard to tell them apart. Their dark coloring only makes them that much prettier. Bye, Mother. Tab says as he barrels down the stairs and meets me right at the door. He's always running, always moving fast, 2 steps ahead of the other guys. It's something I admire about him. Bye. I yell over my shoulder as Tab spins me around. Tab reaches for me, clasping his hand around mine, and we begin our fast walk to the school. It's about a 5-minute walk, which isn't bad, especially since Tab and I both like to walk faster than normal. I ask Tab about his day since he had a job test last night and listen intently the entire walk there. Tab is an angel of determination, but he still needs a job. He can pretty much be whatever he wants to be, which is something I envy. I finished all of my testing, but I'm still wondering what I will end up doing with my life. Classes at children's school are split up based on what we want our jobs to be, and we take different tests to decide where we belong. I've always wanted to be a fighter, but because both of my parents are princers, I have to take some classes that have to do with angel jobs, the Vale, and its many facets and boring life lessons like that. But since I'm getting my wings soon, I've started training with an archer. Specifically, Mika, the cutest archer to ever live. The archers are famous because they protect Earth and humans from the demons that reside in the lower Vale. I'm not sure exactly what they do, but they're daring, adventurous, and heroic. I would want to be an archer, but there's only ever 7 at one time. This group of 7 was chosen only 2 years ago. I don't have a chance at all to be an archer, which is why I want to be a fighter, the next best thing. Fighters protect angels and the Veil. They do different things, like patrolling and stabilizing threats. The job isn't as intense as the archers, who get to fly to Earth, or as selective, which is why I'm going to be a fighter. Also, I'm really good at it, and I have the mindset to be even better. I'll see you during social hour? Tab asks as we enter the hallway full of wingless angels. This particular school ranges from young children up until the age of 15 going on 16, or the last levels. I was thinking of heading to the training center early, actually. You have a session with the archer later, though, right? It really annoys me that Tab refuses to say Mitch's name. I know he feels threatened, but my crush is just that, a crush. Mika barely looks at me and even more rarely speaks to me, so Tab has nothing to panic about. Yes, I do, I tell him. I pause at the point in the hall where we usually break off. Tab goes to his specialty class, which is supposed to shape his focus of determination. I have to go to my guardian etiquette, which is a huge waste of my time. I won't be chosen anytime soon. So, you're training twice today? Yeah. In 3 days, I'll have to start my real job, and I don't want to be behind, I explain, even though I don't owe Tab anything. I'd prefer you spend time with me, he whines. I really can't. But, after school you can come over and spend social time with my guardians and I. Sure, he answers, but I know that he's upset. Truthfully, I don't like hurting Tab, but it seems like lately, and especially the closer my birth date comes, Tab just won't let me go. It grates on my every nerve, but I don't want to upset him. See you later, I say and turn to go. But Tab catches my elbow and spins me around so we're face to face. He kisses my cheek and then pulls back, staring into my eyes. I can't tell what I see inside of his. I love you, Annie, he says, and before I can say a thing, he kisses me on the lips. He's kissed me before, so it's not completely out of the blue. Although, the last time he kissed me, I shoved him down on the ground and explained that I don't want a relationship. I don't know why it's so hard to believe that I don't. I want to be a fighter. I have personal goals. Tab has agreed to my plans and said that as long as he's a part of them, he'll support me. For some reason, he just can't keep his lips off of me. To make it worse, my guardians love Tab. They know that I need to settle down sometime soon. I am 16 in a few days after all. But, I just can't even fathom a serious relationship. Tab breaks the kiss and then turns and walks to class. He waves over his shoulder while I stand here, dumbfounded. I don't even know what to do. I can't waste another minute thinking about my conflicted feelings, so I turn on my heels and walk to class. Chapter 2. Final Training Day. Outside of the main school building is a long, paved trail that wraps around the campus. I like to warm up after school by going for runs up and down the trail. It's one of the negatives about angels, our legs aren't so strong. But I've been working hard to make sure I have no weaknesses. After I finish running, I move into the training center, where I meet Mika. There are 4 people in my training group left, and we all work together and spar and have fun while getting stronger. When we began our specialized training, there were 10 of us in the group that wished to become a fighter. In the first day, Mika had us sparring and 2 of the girls dropped out almost instantly, leaving me to be the last female standing. A week later, a guy got injured when we were running through an obstacle course and was ejected. They apparently said that he was banned from being an archer or fighter because of the injury. Nobody ever saw him again, so that's what we're all left to believe. I try to only believe half of what a rumor is. The others in the group just randomly left, so now there's just the 4 of us. I'm the only girl, but that's not hard to believe. Most girls want to be virtues, the miracle makers. Perry, my best friend, got white wings and became a virtue a few weeks ago. She said it was the happiest day of her life. As I enter the training center, everyone in the room claps. I feel my cheeks heat with embarrassment. Normally, I like to come in, learn, get my work done, and get out. The guys tend to just ignore me, so I follow along and we have a comfortable, mutual understanding. When everyone, including Mika, is staring at me, clapping, I inwardly freak out. What? I ask, holding my hands up in surrender. I stop in front of the 5 of them, my hands on my hips, awkwardly swaying from side to side while they continue to clap and embarrass me. It's your last day with us, so we're going to make it the best it can possibly be, Mika says. His baby blue eyes always bore right into me. It's like he's looking further into me than even I can see. But it's weird, because he's never really said too much to me. Of course, up until this point, we've been very serious. Okay. I wait for him to elaborate further. I have a really hard obstacle course. If you make it out first out of the 4 of you, we'll give you the gift we bought you, Mika says. Well, mister. Michael bought it, but I'll take credit, one of the guys says. I look over and it's the kind of lanky guy. We usually get paired up together because of our similar sizes. The other two guys are stockier and a bit heavier than me, so in any fight, I'd be at a huge disadvantage. Gear up and we'll get started so we can celebrate. Mika yells, clapping his hands to get us moving. I stare at him 1 second too long, and he catches me, a slow smirk evolving on his face. My cheeks instantly heat, again, and I turn away as fast as I can and run into the small female locker room. What is wrong with me? I've gotten to spend weeks with Mika and now he starts to notice me. I quickly dress in black shorts and a black t-shirt. The only time we're ever allowed to wear colors is when we're on the job. Since we're training for our jobs, we're allowed to change out of white. I take full advantage of this perk, as I hate wearing white and matching everyone. I rejoin the group just outside of the training center doors and see the large obstacle course that Mika has created. It reminds me of the course that the guy got hurt on early in the year during our training. My stomach flips with adrenaline and nerves. Remember, Mika says as he stops in front of the course, use your strength and speed to your advantage. Don't rely as much on your legs, because you'll have wings soon. Be smart, but fast. Want me to go easy on you? Liam, the lanky boy asks. No. I want to win by myself, I say, narrowing my eyes on the prize. It is one of my biggest pet peeves when angels try to go easy on you. I hate being let to win. If I win, I better earn it, and that's exactly what I plan on doing. Ready, set, go. Mika says, and I sprint to the first obstacle. We're all on par with each other when we get to a large, white wall that's at least 3 times my height. I stop in front of it and look up, defeated. I watch from my peripheral vision as the guys try to jump upwards using their legs' strength. I debate on doing it, but Mika said not to rely on legs, so there has to be another way. I walk back a few steps and decide to use my speed. I run as fast as my little legs will take me straight towards the tall wall. When I'm just a few feet in front of it, I push off my back leg and leap up. Luckily, I make it halfway up the wall to where a little foothold is. I didn't notice the tiny divots until now. It's perfect, because I can use them to my advantage. I make sure to grab onto the indent and hang from the foothold with my fingers just barely hanging on. I don't know what to do from this position, but I can't give up now. I'm almost there. I breathe, short, small breaths as I survey my surroundings. Another foothold is about 5 feet above my head. I can't make it from the position I'm in. There's no way I can just use my strength and jump 5 feet alone. That's basically my entire height. But I can use my hands on the foothold to spin upside down and then grab the foothold with my foot. It's risky, but I think that I'd be able to do it. What do I have to lose? Nothing. I spin around, using both of my hands on the wall. My stomach bottoms out when I look down and all there is below me is hard, white ground. I refuse to quit. I make it to the second foothold by just barely getting my foot on it and use my legs and arms to move myself up. Before I know it, I've made it to the top of the wall. I let out a sigh of relief, but I can't just relax now. There are at least 3 more stations that I have to get through. I jump down from the top of the wall and use the white rope that hangs down the side to propel me safely without hurting myself. The next obstacle is much easier and I get through it quickly. It's a set of blocks that vary in size from small, to medium, to large. The largest is only about 8 feet tall and the smallest is a little under 5. I have to jump and climb from block to block without falling into the water. By the time I finish the obstacle, 2 of the 3 guys are right on my trail. The thing about being first is that you get impersonators. I do all the hard work of figuring out what works when these guys can just copy me and then speed it up. It's insanely frustrating, but there's nothing I can do. I walk to the next station, pacing myself so I don't get too tired too fast. There's a tall building with 1 red door to enter. The red stands out against the white walls and white ground. It pops out like a warning. I look around the building, thinking that maybe I have to climb to the top, but that's definitely not the case. So, I enter through the door and immediately, 2 guys jump out from the shadows and grab me. They pull me in different directions and the room is so dark that I can barely see them. It takes a few moments for my eyes to adjust. Just as I can see the 2 angels that have attacked me, I get hit square in the eye with a swift punch. The shooting pain fuels me and kicks me into high gear. I bend forward and roll to the side to put distance between my 2 attackers and me. They're smart, skilled attackers. They look at each other and then rush me at the same time. Only this time, I'm ready for them. I dodge the first guy and stiff-arm the second, my arm hitting him right in the throat. He falls backwards, clutching his neck as the second guy lunges towards me from behind. I duck under his swinging arm and swipe out my leg to trip him. He falls backward, and his head hits the white ground, hard. I jump on top of him, straddling his body, and place my hands on his neck, showing that he's in the kill position. One flick of my wrists and the man would be decapitated, dead. A whistle is blown, and I know that I have won that fight. I jump up from the guy on the floor, swinging my fists in the air in victory. I quickly find a white door on the opposite side of the room I entered and run out as fast as I can. One of the guys from my ground is already ahead of me. I'm not going fast enough. My heart sinks, but I push myself through the thick ground, refusing to admit defeat. I see the next obstacle as I run down the path. This last station was made for me. I don't even look at the other 3 lanes for fear that I've fallen too far behind. I don't want to know what they're doing. I have to only focus on myself now. I jump off the short plank and catch the rope in both of my hands. There's a pool of something black on the ground below me. It's something that I definitely don't want to fall into. This obstacle is all about upper body strength. I hang onto the rope and start to swing it side to side so I can reach the second rope. I realize that the ropes have been put just far enough away from each other so that I can't just grab onto the next one. They want us to jump for it. So, I swing and swing until I feel like I can make the jump and then use the hardness of the rope to propel me towards the next. I continue this pattern until I get to the last rope. It's definitely placed the farthest away. I don't know if I have the ability to make it far enough to clear the gap. But I have nothing left to lose. I jump towards the final rope, which hangs above dry land, and just hang on for my life. I hit the ground hard, clinging to the rope as my last safety. I fall backwards, my head lolling down and nearly touching the blackness under the ropes. My arms tremble with my full weight resting on them. But I muster all of the strength I have and pull myself up and out of harm's way. A bell is rung, signaling the end of the obstacle course, but I have no steam left inside me. I'm beat. You did it! Liam yells as he runs around the ropes and comes right to me. He wraps his frail arms around me and holds me, laughing. I can't wait for your present, the other guy says, standing above us. Spectacular job, Annie. I look forward to seeing you gain your gray wings in a few days, Mika says, reaching a hand down towards me. I push my way out of Liam's arms and take Mitch's large hand. The instant our skin touches, I'm filled with his power. He regenerates me, and I'm left energized. I look at him, tilting my head to the side, but he ignores me. He walks us all back into the training center in a blissful silence. Give me 1 second, Mika says, then he flies over to the back of the training center and comes back out with a large, white box. I have no idea what these guys have done for me, but I think it's the nicest thing ever, no matter what the box holds. It's really a present for us all, Liam whispers, smiling like a little child. It's a special day in an angel's life when they graduate from children's school and move on to learn their trade. It has been an honor to help you discover your inner power and fight. I have no doubt in my mind that you will make a spectacular fighter. It's just who you are. So, this is from all of us. Mitch's words almost bring me to tears. I don't cry, so it speaks wonders. Mika flips open the box and waiting inside is a small cake that could fit in the palm of my hand. It's beautiful. We don't eat in the Vale, unless it's during a birthday or special occasion. Then the archers travel to Earth and bring cake back. I've never loved anything more than I do cake, except fighting. I love that, too. Liam reaches for the cake with his dirty hands, but Mika shuts the box quickly on his fingers and pulls it away. Let the birthday girl eat first, Mika scolds him. Liam's face goes bright red, but the other guys just laugh at him. I do, too. I dip a finger into the white frosting and scoop a little of the cake into my mouth. I can't help but shut my eyes as I savor the sweet flavor. I moan as I let my tongue lap against the sugary frosting. It melts right on in my mouth. Okay, eat, boys, Mika says and gives the boys the box of cake. You don't want any? I ask him, noticing that he didn't even get a finger full. No. I'm not a big cake person. Who isn't a cake person? I joke. Apparently me, he laughs back. Are you excited for your big birth hour? I guess. I'm just nervous, more than excited. If I got any color other than gray, my heart would be broken, I admit. You'll be a fighter. I can tell. Rem has our best interests in mind. You'll get exactly what you want. Yeah, you're right. Can I ask you a question? Mika asks, averting his eyes down. Sure, I answer, nodding. Why didn't you request to be an archer? I look at him, a bit confused at his question, and he continues. I mean, you have the skill. Is the idea of Earth what scares you? I'm not scared, I state vehemently, scoffing that he would imply that. The 7 of you were just chosen 2 years ago. I figured it would be a long shot. I know I can be a good fighter, and at the end of the day, the job is similar enough that I know I'll like it. That's very smart of you, Nika muses, pursing his lips. Neither of us says anything for a few moments and an awkwardness in the air settles. So, we both say at the exact same time. I laugh with embarrassment, so does Nika, his blue eyes sparkling with his happiness. You go, he says, gesturing towards me. I was just going to say thank you. You know, for helping me and being a good trainer. It was nice to meet you, and I hope you have a good life, I say, holding out my hand for him. Is this goodbye, he asks, his eyes full of mischief as he takes my hand. I love the way our skin feels when it touches. I know it's just because he's so powerful, but it radiates off him. It's wonderful to experience. No. I answer back, our contact making me frazzled. I just meant, like, thank you. If we see each other, we do. But if not, we don't. I mean, we can see each other. Annie, Nika says, cutting me off. You're welcome. Chapter 3. Final Training Day. Tab comes over the same evening during mandatory guardian time. The Vale is very strict with its rules and rituals. We have to spend at least 1 hour of quality time with our guardians before we meditate each day or so. So, Tab, how are your specialized classes going? My mother asks him. We're all seated at our main table in a plain room. I'm not sure why it's set up this way, but there's not much to look at it, and I easily get bored. Especially since usually during quality time, my guardians just drone on and on about what it means to be an angel, and how I act against the rules. I can't help who I am. They're fine. Today I was able to channel my determination and use it to convince someone my way is better than his. It's a bit intimidating being with such a high angel as Jeriel. He's harmless. He has a really good heart. He went to child school with Val and I. I should bring that up so that maybe he'll like me more. Of course. Please, do. We want you to succeed almost as much as we want Annie to. What? I ask out, not realizing that the conversation had switched to me. I frown at my mother, because she knows that I don't like to talk about this during guardian time. I don't like talking about it at all, but especially in front of Tab. Excuse me, my father says as he enters our home. His hair is disheveled, and he looks as if he flew here as fast as he could. I've never seen him like this before, so when he storms into the room, I sit up straight in my seat. What is it, Val? My mother asks, her voice shaky. We're going to have a ceremony, my father yells. It's the choosing day, and they've requested that Tab and Annie, along with their families, attend at the square. What? My mother shrieks, jumping up from her seat and clapping her hands. It might be nothing, I say, praying to Rem that it is nothing. Go upstairs right now and put on one of your fancy dresses. Tab, dear, run home and tell your parents. We will meet you in the square at once. How much time do we have? She asks my father. Not long. Just be swift, he answers, dropping his bag and running to the back room where they mediate. I stand, rooted in my spot, not sure what to do. How can this be happening to me? I cannot be chosen. There is no way. I'm not ready to become a guardian and supply the community with a child. The choosing ceremony is so archaic. I don't even fully understand it. Of course, I was born from my guardians being chosen, so I shouldn't be complaining. I was one of the 5 children born in my year, along with Perry. I simply wouldn't exist without the choosing ceremony. The teachers in the children's school say that the choosing of mates is supposed to help with the population in the Vale. Rem, our ruler, doesn't like to clue us into much, so that's just what angels say. I don't understand why Rem would choose me for mating. I didn't plan on ever being chosen. Only 5 couples in each community get chosen a year, and with the amount of people, I just assumed it would never happen to me. It's not something I even had on my radar. Annie, my mother yells as she re-enters the room. I haven't moved an inch, and I can tell by the look on her face that I'm pushing the limits with her. She glares at me, and I finally move up to my room to change. My brain must be in shock, because I don't register my surroundings. I just grab an article of clothing and throw it on, then grab another and throw it on. By the time I'm dressed and ready to go, my guardians are already waiting outside my door eagerly. I can't believe this is happening, my mother mumbles under her breath as she takes my hand and walks with me down the front steps. My father trails behind us. Me either, I mutter, shaking my head side to side in utter disappointment. The walk to the square is swift. I pass by the square every single day as I walk to school with Tab. It's just a meeting place that angels can hold conferences or talk about the community. Usually the adults meet once a month and just speak about problems or happenings. There are 2 long tables on top of a raised platform that our leaders sit on. The desks are empty right now, but that's only because the princes like to make a statement and have the attention all on them. They oversee everything that angels do, and make sure we follow protocol. Tab and his guardians are already standing together, in a small little huddle, at the square. I recognize one other group of angels from my class, a girl named Mariel with her guardians, along with some guy and his. I'm about to raise my voice and question why this is happening when the 4 princes from this community fly to the tables before us. Their dark blue wings glow in the white air and tuck neatly behind the angels' backs as they take their seat at the tables. Welcome, a princer booms out. We've asked you all here for our annual choosing ceremony. As you know, Rem chooses 5 angels from each community for mating for the year. You've all been chosen, a different princer explains. His words make the entire congregation ring out with applause and cheering. I just stand here, dumbfounded at what is happening to me. First, I will announce the pairings. Then to each of the children, we'll explain the process. Let us begin. I tune out as names get called. Until of course, I hear my own name, Aniel, of the parents Valuel and Abdriel. I stand in shock just hearing myself as a chosen one. The princer announces Tab by his full name, Tabris, which I know must upset him. But if it does, he doesn't show it. Tab reaches backwards and grabs my hand and leads us both towards the 2 tables in the middle of the square. My feet stumble beneath me, but Tab doesn't wait or help me. He just drags me along like deadweight. And here are your 5 chosen ones, the princer yells. We all turn and face the crowd in front of us. I look to my left and see Mariel smiling wide, like this is the happiest day of her life. All of the guardians clap and hoot and holler with glee. I stare out at them, wondering why they condone this. Now, we ask that the guardians please retreat to your homes and your children will soon follow. We'll make sure they get home safely, another princer says. He's blonde and reminds me a bit of Mika. The guardians all go away, talking quietly to one another, and it's just the 10 of us children and the 4 princes left awkwardly standing around the large, narrow tables. Tab's fingers are still entwined with mine, and I like the security he brings. Do we all know what this means? A princer condescendingly asks. It's the first princer that spoke. He has mean eyes, the kind that are always judging and squinting. His dark hair is cut short, above his ears. That we have to bear children, a girl beside me says. Exactly. Specifically, you all must have children within 1 year of your 16th birthdays. Do you all understand that? He asks again, looking from person to person. And if we don't? I speak up. That depends. On what? I prod deeper. I know that it's unladylike to ask questions like this, but I don't care. They're putting me in this awkward situation, and I have absolutely no say. The least they can grant me is answers to my questions. Whether you choose not to or are unable. Let's say that I choose not to. Tab squeezes my hand hard, trying to shut me up, but I ignore him. I unclasp our hands and cross my arms over my chest, not even looking to my side where I can feel Tab's eyes on me. Then you'll be extracted from your community. What does that mean? I ask again. The princer rolls his eyes at me, smirking at the other princers like they're sharing an inside joke. We do things here in the Vale because it is what has to be done. Being a guardian is one of the most sacred gifts from our ruler, Remington. To deny Rem, or question his choosing, would be a slap in the face. We digress, the lone female princer states, placing her hand on the other princer's bicep. This is a happy day. You should be celebrating with one another. I understand how you feel. It's scary, but I promise it will be equally rewarding. Are you a guardian? I ask the female. No. Then you don't know what we're feeling, I state, with venom on my tongue. I don't want to listen to any more of this meeting. I turn on my heels and walk away. I don't care how disappointed Rem is with me, he made a mistake. I don't want to be a guardian. I don't ever want to be a guardian. I'll never be able to rise up in the fighter world. I can't go on difficult missions, because I'll have a child to look over. Because I'll be a guardian, they'll give me some joke of a job like patrolling a school. I slam my fist against a large tree in front of my house. Pain ricochets through my body with the blow. But I continue unrelentlessly, welcoming the pain of the tree over the loss of my possible future. Everything is changing. Annie! Tab calls out from somewhere behind me. I'm really not in the mood, I tell him, trying to fix my constricting dress. I can't sit down on the floor like I want because of the stupid thing. You can't just walk out on princers like that, he says. He grabs onto my shoulder and spins me around so I'm facing him. He's got fire in his eyes. I just did. Annie, I'm being serious. So am I. You and I both know that I can't be a guardian. I don't want to have an angel. Rem made a huge mistake here, and I'm not just lying down and taking it. Annie, relax, Tab says as he pulls me in for a hug. His warm body helps a little to settle me down, but not nearly enough for me to just take this sentencing. I will do everything that I can to change this. But, first, I'll need my wings. Chapter 4. Sweet 16. It's my birthday. The past 2 days have flown by, most likely because I've been holed up in my room, refusing to speak to anyone. I've heard my guardians downstairs preparing for my big party. Your 16th birthday only comes around once, they say. My guardian's house is packed with friends, family, and some people that I don't even know. They are just friends of my guardians. Everyone waits on my big, public entrance into adulthood. My stomach rolls with anxiousness at the thought of what's about to happen to me, but I have to make today count. It is the start of my new life, my adult life, and I can't wait. The fact that I was chosen spoils my mood a bit, but I refuse to let it get me down. Nerves explode in my stomach as I stare at myself in the circular mirror. I practice my smiling, so I can perfect it before I face the eager crowd. I can either go with a toothy smile or something sly and cool. I try out the toothy one, but I look like I'm trying too hard. So, I shut my mouth and practice my closed mouth. I have a secret smile. It's flawless and perfectly appropriate for the occasion. I stand up and dust off my pink, princess-style dress imported straight from Earth. Normally, I would gouge out my eyes just for being draped in the color, but today, I won't let it get me down, even the fact that I can barely breathe, because my ribs are so tightly wrapped. The back of my dress is a corset style. At least that's what my mother told me. She said that it's the new style on Earth, and I should appreciate getting it for my coming-of-age day. I refuse to even retort that. It would fall on deaf ears. My small breasts are confined so tight that I feel like they're in my throat. The dress is cut just above my knees, which is nice and all, but I much prefer wearing shorts or pants or anything that I can run around in. I think I was 7 when I really knew what I wanted to become. I mean, I knew all along that I wanted to fight and kick demon, but it finally clicked in my head that day. I was with my best friend, Perry. She's downstairs waiting on me, surely wearing a similar outfit. Except we're polar opposites, so her expression is probably genuine when she smiles. She loves this kind of stuff. She's the kind of daughter a guardian wishes she had, a girly girl to the core. She loves attention, and she's someone who properly speaks, acts, and dresses. Perry loved playing with other kids at school and at home. She'd invite the girls to have sleepovers and gossip and watch Earth movies. I dreaded it. I sat there with the girls wishing I was outside in the veal air, running, leaping, and pretending to fly like our guardians do. I hated being confined to these identical houses that have barely anything in them. I still do. It completely freaks me out having to live in a box and not have wings. I can't fly down the street or go to the library without my guardian's help. It's just hard to be stuck when I know there's so much more out there untouched, undiscovered by me. I almost hate it as much as being chosen. I take a final glance in the mirror before I make the descent down the stairs into a room that I'm sure is full of waiting angels. For some reason, I'm nervous. I'm typically a calm person and not a lot phases me, but my pulse has intensified to a level I've never felt before. I focus on my breathing to calm myself down. All I want is to be a fighter. I need gray wings. I need to train so I can fight and be with the other fighters. Please, Rem, grant me this one wish. And then I take the plunge. One step in front of the other, I finish my walk down the stairs. I realize that this is probably the last time that I'm going to be walking and using these useless steps that are hard against my small feet. Once the transition takes place, I'll have wings like my 2 guardians and will be able to fly. We can finally get rid of these clunky stairs that take up most of the front room of our home. The first eyes I catch once I'm down are my mother guardians. They're already red-rimmed and filled with tears, like she's been anxiously awaiting this moment her whole life, which in all actuality may be true. I smile reassuringly to her and continue to let my eyes roam around the group, taking in the best day of my life. My father is standing next to my mother, his hand on her shoulder reassuringly. My guardians met when they were chosen, although they claim to have noticed each other from afar long before turning 16. Their baby blue wings are almost identical in every way. Other than the fact that my father's are taller and a little thicker, you couldn't tell the difference between the two from behind. Perry waves at me from behind my guardians, so my attention is drawn to her. She wasn't chosen, thank our ruler Rem, that would be a nightmare in and of itself. She's out of control, but she's a virtue. She claimed her white wings the day she turned 16, and I've hardly seen her since. She's probably learning how to make miracles by now. I'm really happy that she got what she wanted. The last face I see before I take the final step into my party is Tab. He gives me a smile that says I love you, and I try really hard to convey the message back, but the truth is, I don't love him. Love really isn't on my radar right now, to be brutally honest. Until I obtain my own personal goals, I don't care about love or much else. Being chosen kind of ruined that, though. Thank you all for coming. I call out to the crowd like I know I'm supposed to. Some faces I recognize, others I don't. But it's no matter to me on my special day. I just want to get to my hour of joy. I have 5 minutes before my birth time is here, when the transition will inevitably take place. I saw Perry's change, which is awesome, because now I know what to expect. She said getting her wings hurt a little bit, but I'm not afraid of some pain. Especially since when I become a fighter, I'll be taking on demons left and right, saving the universe from disaster. I expect pain. I crave the pain. Oh, Annie. You were just stunning, my mother coos, touching my dress and flattening it out so it lies against me, even though I just did that upstairs. I smile at her, showing off the disgusting human dress. My father takes my hand in his and squeezes it. He leads me to our largest room, my mother trailing us, where I see my cake and candles sitting on the counter. My stomach flutters, little prickles exploding over my spine. The cake is white, with glistening frosting covering it. There are exactly 16 candles, shoved into the top of it, just like the humans do. Quick! Let's sing before she gets her wings. My father rushes around the room, making sure everyone is quiet and jumping around like a crazy angel. I look up across the counter at Perry and Tab, both grinning ear to ear. I wink over at the two, knowing that this is my time to shine. It's probably the only time that I welcome the attention. Everyone starts to sing as my father flicks his fingers, lighting the 16 candles in front of me. My stomach does that weird flipping thing again, and I use the counter to hold some of my weight. I'm so nervous I can barely breathe, let alone stand. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Angel Annie. Happy birthday to you. I can't control my enthusiasm as I lean forward and blow out my candles. In one heavy breath, I'm able to get them all out and I jump up, clapping my hands in a girlish way I don't normally take on. The room erupts in laughter as people watch me with their own glee. I dip my pointer finger into the cake and savor the super sweet frosting. We don't need to eat, but who could pass up birthday cake? It's one of the only times when food is allowed in the Vale, so there's no way I'm not enjoying every last drop of this cake. This occasion may never happen again. Come on, Annie. Share with your friends. Perry yells from across the counter, cupping her hands around her mouth to make her louder. I stick out my tongue at her, but move aside so my father can start passing out little slivers of my cake. He only gets to hand out 2 across the table when my mother screams with joy from behind us. It's time, she announces to the room, rushing over to me. Immediately, it gets eerily quiet, the room almost freezing in place. The pit of my stomach burns with fire, and I feel like I might faint. The small bite of cake I had expands in my belly and moves around, almost like it might come right back up. I shut my mouth and stand still, waiting to feel something. 5, 4, 3, 2. Time seems to still as I wait for my chance. I will finally get what I've always dreamed of. 1. My mother yells. I stand tall, frozen, feeling nothing. I shut my eyes and will my wings to come in. I kind of push my shoulder blades together as if pushing the wings through my skin. I don't even care what color anymore so long as I get them. 1 minute passes. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. I know because I count every single second. And each second that passes, I get more and more upset. I get more and more doubtful. And then I can't wait any longer. What happened? I ask, opening my eyes for the first time since my hour passed. Maybe Perry was wrong. Maybe my wings came, but I didn't feel a single thing. I know I am stronger than her by a long shot since I spend so much time in the training center. I reach my hand back to feel my supposed wings, but it's barren, human-like. Val, what's going on? My mother asks my father in a heated whisper behind me. Inside, I'm panicking. Something is wrong with me. Surely, this is just a mistake. Maybe the timing is off? But I know that's not the case. I've memorized my birth time since I could count to 5, so I know it can't be a fluke. I look into Tab's eyes across the table, trying to seek comfort, but he's emotionless, an empty vessel of questions. His eyes are wide, his mouth dropped open in horror. He's just as stunned as me. I look to Perry, same face. I look to the random guy that my guardians must have invited, same face. Nobody can believe what is happening to me. What is happening to me? Then, hysteria erupts in my home. We need to call the archers, or at least the shares, a man in the back of the room announces loudly, wildly swinging his arms. Others shoot down his idea, saying we need to just wait a little longer for them to come in. I look from angel to angel, but nobody's even looking at me anymore. They're all trying to theorize what went wrong with me. Wrong. Something is wrong. I turn and sprint up to my room, needing to get away from the nightmare that's turning into my life almost instantly. I hate that I can't fly up to my room. I hate that I'm still glued to the ground. I slam the door shut behind me and lean against it, sinking onto the floor. I bury my head into my hands as an unwelcome sob erupts from deep within my chest. When I got my wings, I should have gotten my powers. I should be able to control elements. I should be stronger and faster than what I started as. I try to conjure up air, like I've been shown in my preparatory classes, but nothing is happening to me. Another sob explodes from me as I accept defeat at life. I've failed as an angel. Annie, let me in, a familiar voice says. Go away. I yell back, wanting to be alone. I bury further into myself. I'm alone, she answers, and I crawl away from the door. She flies in, hovering just an inch above the floor and sits down next to me, holding me in her skinny arms. She's not upset or crying, like me, but I don't expect her to feel my pain. I'm unbelievably jealous of her right now. She got everything she ever wanted and she didn't even have to work hard. I do everything to become a fighter, I train, I run, I practice countless hours each day, and I don't even get a pair of wings. Can you make me a miracle? It's my last-ditch effort to be normal. Reluctantly, she shakes her head, and I don't ask for an explanation. I knew asking would be out of line, but I did anyway, being the selfish little angel that I am. What's going to happen to me? I ask her, but before she can answer, Tab storms into the room, banging the door against the wall. Oh, Remington. I'm so sorry, Annie. He, too, comes next to me and sits down, wrapping me in his arms. I cling to him, knowing that everything is going to change now. Who ever heard of an angel without wings? Is there such a thing? Surely, they can just give me some magic angel powers to sprout my wings and move on after I'm back to normal. The angels can fix this. The shares are all knowing, they have to know what's going on with me. It gives me a little comfort knowing that. But my relief is short-lived. Two domineers that I've never seen before storm into my room, knocking the door off of its hinges with their expansive wings. I look up, wide-eyed, terrified of their towering frames. Their silver wings shine in the white veil air, but I'm not fooled by the glitz. They're here to take me away from my family. I can feel it deep in my gut. The man closest to me nods, as if listening in on my inner thoughts. It's time to go, he tells me, his voice deep and taunting, almost daring me to defy him so he can fight me. Domineers are known for their aggressive attitudes. They're usually the guys in prep school who start fights just for the thrill of it. I'm not going, I tell him, feigning power even though I know that I have none of in this situation. But I'm not just going to take this. I can be a normal angel. I just have to figure out a plan and go with it. I can fix the situation. I just need a second to come up with a plan of action. Yes, you are, the other Dom says. He steps closer to me so the two of them are in line with each other, just a foot away from me. Just as I'm about to stand and fight these men, which is such a stupid idea, but I have nothing left to give, my guardians appear in the doorway. Both are sobbing, red cheeks, red eyes, wet eyes. I know that if I fight, it will only upset them and my two best friends, who still sit on the ground, now holding each other. Fine, I relent, giving myself up. I let the men take me. These two annoying angels who have wings and jobs, while I have neither. I try to be mad at them for taking me away from my family. I try to be mad that they're taking me somewhere unknown. But I can't be. They're just doing their job. Something I probably won't be able to say about myself. Chapter 5. Domineers. Immediately, I smell it. I hate these centers where the yearly tests are done. They say it's to make sure that our blood is pure, but I don't believe that for a second anymore. I got my tests done and nobody guessed my fate ahead of time. Who even knows what they really do with the blood? I don't think I was always this skeptical of things that went on in the veal. Maybe it's just my forever horrible mood and how literally everything in my life has been turned upside down. But now that I'm in here, I have a bad feeling that something tragic is going to happen to me, even more tragic than what's already happened. My fingertips prickle, and the hair on my head stands on end. The two domineers carry me to the 5th floor. One has my arms in his and the other is holding onto my legs. I feel like an invalid. When we get to the correct level, they drop me on the ground and start to drag me behind me, each taking one arm, as they hover just above the ground. They're flying, but since I don't have wings, I just cling to them, my legs dangling below me on the white ground. They push open a door, revealing a vacant room that I'm guessing is now mine. They push me inside without a single explanation and shut the door after me. I hear the lock click, and I run to the door. I check the handle, jiggling it, it's clear it's sealed shut and I'm stuck here. I bang my fists against the narrow window in the white door and try to get the thing to smash. My knuckles scream when I switch to punching. I'm not sure why I bother since it won't do me any good. But I bang and bang all the same. By the time the seventh angel flies by without so much as a glance in my direction, I decide to give up. Nobody cares about me. Nobody is going to rescue me. Even if they did, I can't fly out, so I'm stranded in this center until they release me. I retreat into the room, searching for an escape plan or something to help me break free from this torture. The room is stark white, but I should have known that to be the case. Everything in the Vale is white: chambers, rooms, houses, lawns, sky, clothes. Maybe that's part of the reason I wanted to be a fighter, so I could have my dark gray wings and stand out against the white world I live in. The room I'm in has a lounger, which is useless since I won't choose to meditate anytime soon. There's a window and, of course, I have a view of a white courtyard that's full of white bushes and white flowers. They probably knew that sticking me so high up would prevent my escape. There's a few other things in the corner of the room that are probably used for medical use, so I just ignore them, unsure what to do with them anyway. I bang on the walls, trying to see if there's a hidden door or something of use, but once again, I come up empty-handed. So I sit on my bed and wait. And wait. And wait. Finally, what seems like hours later, two new domineers enter the room. They have thick gloves over their hands and their wings are perked up, like they're afraid of me or on edge. One is a female, the other male, but with their white caps and face masks, I can hardly tell the difference facially. I glare at them, hating them without even knowing them for what they're doing to me. The woman speaks first. "Hello, Annie. We're going to see what's wrong with you." She's kind to me, but I know that it's a front. "How do you know something's wrong with me?" I sit back, putting some space between the doms and me. I don't want them to touch me. I don't want them to find out what's wrong with me. I just want them to fix me. "Well, it seems you missed getting your wings. That is most certainly abnormal. We'll be doing some testing. It may be uncomfortable, so we'll have to have you lie down." All I hear is testing. Not a good sign. Not a good sign at all. My heart sinks into deep in my gut, and I struggle to breathe. Okay. I answer back hesitantly, backing up so my back is flush against the wall. I don't want them to touch me. I don't want them any closer. "Lie back, sweetie." The dom comes over and basically throws me down on the bed, stomach up. It's highly uncomfortable, and I have to push myself up with my legs to lie straight. I try to convince myself that this is going to be okay. Just as I think I have my nerves under control, the two doms pin my arms to the table at the same time, like they've planned my capture. They stand on their side of the bed, glaring down at me. Their eyes are the only things that I can see through their covered faces, and they're intimidating. I'm lying down. "You don't have to hurt me." I yell at them, wanting them to ease up on my throbbing biceps. Another dom enters the room with metal-looking clamps in his hands. First, he captures my left leg and clamps it down hard against the bed. When I realize he's strapping me to the bed, I flail my other leg around, not wanting to be stuck here. I hate not having control with my own body. "This is for your safety," the girl dom says, before she stabs me with a long needle. Suddenly, I feel dizzy. I shake my head, trying to concentrate on what's going on, but it only makes the sensation worse. My stomach rolls again like it did last night when I ate the cake. I shake my legs, but when I look down, they're not moving at all, despite the fact that I can feel my muscles tensing. I thrash and kick and punch, but all it really does is make me really tired. Before I know it, blackness surrounds me. Whatever they gave me to put me under hardly works. Even though I can't see a single thing, I feel and hear it all. It's like something straight out of a tale that my mother read to me once. It spoke of the lower veil and all the cruel things that Lucifer, the king, does to bad souls and misbehaving demons. He tortures and burns people just because they made a single mistake. Nobody gets second chances there. But my mother says that that's the way the universe works. There has to be a balance between bad and good. If one side gets too powerful, horrible things can happen to us all. I can feel the cords hooked into my body. I can feel the needles and probes sticking into me and fishing around inside of me like slithering tongues lashing me from below. I don't know what they're looking for, but since they refuse to let up, I'm guessing they're not finding it inside me. I'm just an angel who didn't get her wings, not an abomination. It takes them 6,937 seconds to finish examining me. My body is still stuck to the bed, pinned down in case I start acting crazy, their words, not mine. I'm pretty sure anyone in my situation would be acting crazy, too. When they finally leave the room, I'm filled with joy. I'm elated to be left in peace and quiet. Yet, it's unsettling and anticipation-filled since I can't see anything yet. I keep waiting to hear someone else enter. My eyes are still shut and refuse to open. I feel relief for the first time in hours. They got their results, now they can tell me what to do to be normal, and I can go home and this can all be resolved. I miss my guardians for the first time in my life. I miss Tab and Perry. I miss my future, which I thought was so promising. It's funny how things change with just a flick of the fingers, a failed minute in time. Just as I'm about to force myself to meditate so I can heal, I feel the hands. Angels touch me again and I don't like it one bit. They're at my sides, almost tickling me as they flip me over so I'm on my stomach again. I don't even remember being flipped face up in the first place. They're pulling things out of me, adjusting me to their liking. I feel like a doll, bent and bruised for their own play. The worst part is that I can't even move. I'm frozen, paralyzed. After a few moments, there's nothing again. The final tube rips out from my arm like ripping a piece of paper in half as fast as you can. It stings, and I feel something trickle out of me down to my fingers in a thick, warm river. I push back my inkling to cry and try to just remain calm. I really don't want to panic right now, so I convince myself not to through some serious mental yelling. She should be waking up. She was acting like a lunatic before. Just be careful, the original female Dom says to someone. I recognize her voice. Sadly, it will be ingrained in me forever from this traumatic experience. She wouldn't shut up when they were experimenting on me. She kept talking bad about me, saying I was a screw-up, worthless, a failed follower of Remington. I can handle myself, a deep voice rings out with authority. I'd recognize that voice anywhere, too. Mika. My stomach flutters at knowing that he's here. But, I'm also filled with embarrassment. Mika knew of my dreams to be a fighter. He supported me and taught me everything I know. And now I don't have wings. I'm a failure. I don't want Mika to see me like this. I don't know what does it, but I will my eyes to open so I can confirm that it really is Mika beside me. I have to see him. He's standing next to my bed, his blue eyes glassy, his eyebrows furrowed in a tight V, his dark hair is styled like it usually is, cropped on the sides with a little extra swirl on top. He's beautiful Rem's perfect creation. As I stare at him, I realize that I must look like a mental case. I force myself to tear my gaze away from his unreadable face. I train my eyes to the floor like I've been scolded and wait for him to break the awkward silence that expands between us. How are you feeling, Annie? He asks me, making my stomach flutter with lust. Hearing my name come out of his lips is like a sucker punch to my rational thoughts. I'm instantly reminded of the last time that I saw Mika. Okay, I mutter like a moron. It's like I never met the guy before. So, I guess we do meet again, I try to joke, but it's flat. Did they hurt you? He steps forward towards me. Not really. They just took tests, I guess. I shrug my shoulders, not wanting to admit the actual pain I felt. The stabbing, prodding and weakness I experienced for hours on end. I have to ask you some formal questions. Do you think that's okay? He asks. I just nod, not wanting to open my starstruck mouth again. What year were you born? 1994. Great. You were one of 5 in that year, correct? He asks me, taking down notes on a brown clipboard hurriedly. Yes, I answer, and he nods again, writing it all down. What were you hoping to become? A fighter, I respond back, glaring a bit, because he knows that. What are your plans now? He asks quickly. He looks up from the clipboard and our eyes clash. My plans now? What does that even mean? I ask him back, not understanding. Shouldn't he be the one that tells me what to do? I should be asking him what my plans are. Now that you've been deemed human, he answers, as if I should know this by now. I just stare at the man, wondering what he means by deemed human. I'm deemed human? I'm not a human. My guardians are angels. I yell at Mika, unable to hold my anger back. I try to get up from the bed, but I'm still locked in place by the stupid metal clasps. The Doms must have known I tried to attack when I found out I'm apparently human. Mika steps forward instead of backwards, shaking his head from side to side. I'm so sorry. I thought the doctor spoke with you, he mutters under his breath. You apparently got a recessive gene from both of your guardians. It's rather rare. He pauses, collecting his thoughts. You're human, Annie. No, I whimper, trying to understand how this could be. I try to cover my face with my hands, but I fail miserably. As if understanding what I want, Mika drops his brown clipboard on the table beside the bed and steps towards me. I cower away, not wanting him to see me so weak, but he doesn't care. He touches my hand, and the locks break around it. I'm freed at last. I roll over into the fetal position and try to control my breathing in panicking. I try to sink into the lounger and hide, but it refuses to swallow me whole. I can't cry here. But it happens anyway. I'm sobbing, my body violently shaking with each ragged intake of breath. How is this possible? I was born of two angels, and I'm a human? This is ridiculous. Surely this is a prank, some sick joke Rem is playing on me to make me stronger. Mitch's voice is just a whisper to my ears. I'm so sorry. His hand reaches for me and touches my back ever so slightly. A surge of electricity shocks me from the inside out, but it's relaxing. Stop, I tell him, pulling away from his touch. I don't want to be coddled. I don't want his super awesome powers to deliver relaxation that makes me feel better. I want to hurt and grieve over everything I'm losing. My life as I know it is completely over. I can make it hurt less, he says, reaching under my chin with his soft fingers. He lifts my chin up so we're even, and I stare at him through my tears. What happens to me now? I ask him, my voice so small it's barely audible to even my own ears. I'm not sure yet, he tells me, making my tears spill over. He looks down at me with pity, and I don't even have the energy to get upset. I lean forward as Mika cradles my head against his shoulder and lets me cry. Chapter 6. The Seven Archers. Doctors and nurses flutter in and out of my room for the next day or so. To be honest, I've lost track of time, which is a first for me since I'm constantly counting. I don't really care about much anymore. Time doesn't matter, as I have nothing to look forward to, no goal in my life to pursue, no real direction. Since Mika freed me from the bed, they must assume I'm stable, because they don't force me into cuffs again, which I'm thankful for. My ankles and wrists are still chafed from the first time I was locked in place, and sometimes, when I itch the scabs, I bleed. As far as thankful goes, that's all I can muster. I've never been in so much pain in my life. It drives me mad as needle after needle stabs into my arm, back, and stomach. These aren't just the regular needles we're forced to endure once a year. They're twice the size and length and feel as if they go right through me and out the other side each time they're close. Over and over again, they draw blood and then force me to meditate so I can revive my blood since I'm losing more than normal. At first, I tried to object to meditating on command. I refused to meditate and make myself stronger, because it was pointless since they would just take away my strength again. I refused to comply with their obnoxious demands. But after a while, I gave up resisting. They're stronger than me since they're real angels, and I'm, allegedly, a mere human with human strength and a human body. Plus, they just shoot me up with some serum that forces me to sleep anyway. I've been alone for a few hours now, the longest time alone since I checked in. Nobody has been in or out or even peeked in the tall, rectangular window. It's oddly quiet around here, and for the first time since I've been admitted, I can hear myself think. In the silence of my stark white room, I crave familiarity. I feel like I'm on the verge of a breakdown when the doors to my room suddenly swing open. One slams against the wall, making pieces of white flecks fall to the ground as it creates a crater-like dent. I sit up in my bed, finally having some movement, and stare at the spectacle in front of me. All 7 archers fly into the room, their feet just 2 inches above the ground. First is Gabriel, then Uriel. Both are blonde with electric blue eyes. Their heavy presence looms in the air as they come in beside each other, barely fitting through the wide doorframe. Gabriel nods at me in greeting, while Uriel just follows behind him, his face drawn tightly together in what seems like a scowl. Power radiates off of them. I can feel their charged energy, and the closer they get, the more it suffocates me. I want to be like them. I want to have that same thing. But, I never will. I guess I should accept it, but it's just too hard. Behind the pair is Raphael and his brothers Raguel and Remiel. The trio is almost identical in every way, both personality-wise and appearance. Their black wings are exactly the same length and size, shooting up past the top of their heads. They all have brown hair and their eyes are so green, it's like the most magical grass you'd imagine from Earth. The green that the televisions show us pales in comparison. Last is Sarakiel and Michael, the ultimate couple. Sarakiel is the only female archer, and she flaunts it well. Everyone says it's because Rem couldn't create a more perfect woman than her, and seeing her in the flesh, I believe it. 2 blonde braids cascade down to her kneecaps in intricate hand-woven designs. She has dark eyes, but when the light from the window hits them just right, they're like liquid gold. And of course, Michael, dark hair, blue eyes, and the darkest wings of all the archers. To say he is perfect would be an understatement. I can't help the jealousy I feel looking between all of these angels and then down at myself. I feel pathetic in comparison. I guess it makes sense that I'm human after all. I sit up a little straighter in the bed and fix my matted down, painfully boring, brown hair. I don't bother to say hi to them. If they've all assembled here, it's for a pretty good reason. The curiosity eats me alive. All of them surround my small lounger in the order they came in, making a U shape around me. Hello, Annie. My name is Gabriel, and we've all come to figure out what to do about your situation. Okay, I answer back quickly, nodding my head. Through our tests, it's clear that you are mostly human. While you did not get your wings, you will still carry all of the angel traits you've had since birth, Gabriel explains. So what traits do I have? I ask, my eyes darting between Nika and Gabriel. They're the only two I trust for some odd reason. Call it natural instinct, but it is what it is. I don't fight it. Well, from the testing, we've concluded that you'll still have to meditate to regain energy. Solid foods have no effect on you. You'll be a little stronger and faster than humans in general. Other than that, you're just human, Sarah speaks up from the edge of the group's semicircle. Her voice entrances me, making me hang on to her every word despite how much I hate what she's saying. It's amazing the effect her softness has on me. I don't like it one bit. But I'll never have wings. How will I get around? I ask. I know I can't be a fighter anymore, but what am I going to do in the Vale? I can't even get home from here without having to fly. Rem, I'm crippled. I'm going to have to be carted around by angels and watched constantly to make sure I don't hurt myself. What job can I have? What purpose do I have to the Vale? So, this is probably going to be hard to hear, Gabriel starts to say, but Mika cuts him off with a stern sideways look. Mika clears his throat loudly, and I watch him, skeptical of what he's about to say. We've discussed the circumstances and have decided that you are going to be sent to Earth to live your life. Mitch is the one to break the news to me, but it doesn't make it any less heartbreaking. What? I yell out, jumping up from the lounger. How could this, why? I start pacing around when I can't contain my fury. My hands ball up in fists at my sides as I try to contain my frustrations. It would be nearly impossible for you to get around the Vale. Plus, without having a full range of powers, we can't give you a job here. You'd have a better life on Earth, a more fulfilled life, Mika says, hoping to calm me down by reassuring me, but it's worthless. It doesn't work at all since I know Earth is a punishment. The same parts of my brain shut down, and I'm confused, in complete shock. I don't know anything about Earth. I explode. What about my family? And friends? Will I even be able to breathe down there? I pace around the room between Gabriel and Uriel. Everyone's eyes are on me, but I don't even care how I look at this point. How is this happening to me? What did I do to make Rem punish me so badly? Sarah snickers, which makes me stop in my tracks and face her head on. I glare, but then realize it's probably disrespectful, so I wipe my face clean before she speaks. You can breathe there. We're down there fairly frequently, and we're perfectly fine. She even throws up her hands and spins around as if trying to rub her full, black, feminine wings in my face. I'm not an archer. How would I know? I sneer, unable to hold back my anger. As for your family, Gabriel says, getting my attention. They must remain here. We will allow you back into the Vale once a year for a supervised visit. Supervised visit? I ask them. Are you kidding me? Listen, we understand your anger and frustration, but this is the only option. We will help you adjust to your new lifestyle. But it's non-negotiable, Uriel speaks for the first time since entering my room. His voice is higher than the others, but it's worse in a way. It scares me with the authority it holds. Great, I mutter. I walk back to the lounger and sit on the edge. I try to think through this awful situation and how I can get myself out of it. But it's pretty clear that there's nothing I can do. What happens now? I look up and ask, scared of their answers. Your family and friends will come and say their goodbyes to you, and then tomorrow you and Mika will travel to Earth, where he'll set you up and get you settled, Gabriel explains, stepping towards me. He places his hand on my shoulder and looks down at me, a reassuring smile on his face. I glance up, and my eyes travel between him and the other archers. The pity in their eyes haunts me. I just want to be alone. I drop my head in my hands and try to cover my disappointment. I don't want the archers to see me grieve. I don't want them to know of my weakness. They already feel sorry for me, and I don't want them to see me deteriorate any further. I just want to be alone, so I can grasp what's going to happen to me. When the last angel leaves the room, I cower into my bed and cry over everything I've lost and will continue to lose. Chapter 7. Goodbyes. I try to prepare myself for my final goodbyes. I convince myself that it'll be like moving to another community. I'd only be able to come to visit my guardians once a year, maybe twice then. It's nearly the same thing. But once my mother and father step into the room, all of the hard walls I've worked to build up in my moments alone prove pointless. My mother is already crying before I even utter a word, and my father walks in silence, his face hardened. He's not an emotional person, so to see him visibly hurting hurts me in turn. I hate seeing people cry. My heart squeezes in my chest at seeing my guardians in this new light. "Oh, sweetie," my mother cries, rushing towards me where I'm sitting on the hospital lounge. She envelopes me in her comforting arms, and I bury my head into her bony shoulder, needing her now more than ever. She's shaking, she's crying so hard. I try to hold in my emotions, but the floodgates open involuntarily, and I give up trying. I can still come back once a year. I look over my mother's shoulder to my father, who's awkwardly standing near the door. I try to make it seem like it's not a big deal for their benefit, when in fact my entire life is changing course. I don't want them to feel bad. I don't want them to think that this is their fault. "We're going to miss you so much," my mother says to me. She pulls me back so we're face to face and rubs the wetness off my cheeks, like it's an embarrassment. She nods, trying to compose herself. Her hands rest on both of my shoulders, and she looks me up and down, as if she was memorizing the way that I look. It scares me. "You're going to be okay." My father comes closer to us and nods his head 100 times, just like her. He's always been uncomfortable with tragedy or any emotional situation. His specialty is peace, so any conflict knocks him off kilter. He likes things to be perfect, and I guess looking at me just proves that I'm broken, far from perfect. I know. I try to convince myself, too. You need to make friends when you get to Earth. You need to blend in. Humans are extremely fragile, you know. What your mother is trying to say is that you'll be fine. Just try to be human, act human, and people will love you. You're strong, and you'll be okay. Use what you've seen in movies and television. What do you mean blend in? I ask them, trying to grasp the concept. They're throwing all this information at me, and I'm trying my hardest to store it. There's a lot on Earth that we don't know about. Rem hides it from us, but I know it will be different than here. Adopt. It's something you've always been good at, my mother tells me, suddenly becoming serious. Her face hardens. Long gone are the tears and out comes a serious woman on a mission. She's giving me everything she has to make sure I succeed wherever I end up. Okay, I will, I reassure her, even though I really have no idea what I'm going to do. I haven't gotten that far in my thought processing to think about Earth yet and how I'll have to change who I am. We love you, and we'll see you in 1 year from tomorrow, my mother says. 1 year, I answer back, nodding. They both retreat through the doors they came in. I watch them fly out to the left and leave me for good. My heart sinks at the thought of how alone I am. That meeting didn't go as I thought. I thought maybe they'd be sadder, or confused. It kind of makes me feel like they knew something was coming long before my birth time. My mother is anything but emotionless, so seeing her switch from crying to giving orders is unnerving. I straighten out my outfit as I sit on the lounger, trying to get comfortable, but it's useless. I have no idea who else is going to come visit me and say goodbye. I don't know what the Doms and Archers have been telling people about me. Did they just play it off like no big deal? Before I can think further, Perry waltzes into the room. The color of her outfit takes me aback, and my eyes burn. She's wearing a typical white dress, but a neon pink scarf hangs down the front of her. Immediately, I wonder where she got it. "Girl," she drawls, rushing to my side and wrapping her little arms around me. I swear, there's not an ounce of muscle on this girl. "I'm so sorry," she whispers into my dark curtain of hair. "It's okay," I reassure her as we separate. "So, I did some digging in the records," she reveals as she sits next to me on the uncomfortable bed. I widen my eyes at her, since she's always getting into trouble. Angels aren't supposed to question Rem and dig around, it's just wrong. At least she's loyal to the core, to me. On what? I ask back, intrigued. She rolls her dark eyes at me. Earth, Anne. Here's the information I found. There are colors everywhere, just like on the television. I got this for you to wear, she says and pulls the scarf from her neck. She drapes it around my shoulders, and the pop of color frightens me. Everything isn't white. Their ground is green, and the sky changes colors, sometimes blue or purple or red. What? I ask back in amazement, despite the fact that I've seen this all on the television. I just thought it was fake, like cartoons. Yeah, and there's tons of boys and no restrictions to what you do. They don't choose mates or care about age, they just do what they want. They're very selfish. Plus, there are tons of sweets and food and drinks, but they're available all of the time, not just on birthdays. What about the people, though? I ask her, my mother's suggestion ringing in the back of my mind. My mother said I had to blend in, but I have no idea what they do or act like. Obviously, they don't have wings or powers. They have to eat and sleep every 24 hours. But wait until you hear this, she tells me. I pause, waiting for her revelation on bated breath. There's halflings there. What's that? I ask back, wrinkling my nose up at the foreign word. Half angels who are refused entry here in the Vale. Why would they be refused? I don't know, N. I'm not a share, I don't know everything. But they might be able to help you fit in. What do? I think you should meet up with them and make friends. They'll understand you more than regular humans and probably have some powers like you, she tells me. I think that's your best bet to blending in. Plus, you can still be a fighter. The job is a bit different there than here, but they still fight demons on Earth, or at least, that's what I've discovered. They fight them? I ask back, still confused, but more interested than before. Demons are everywhere. You can still help the angels, just in a different way. Perry grabs my shoulder and squeezes it. I lean into her familiar touch. I try to remember it, since it'll be a long time until I see her again. Do you know how to find the halflings? I ask her. I could barely find much information on them at all. I'm sorry, she shrugs, defeated. Just explore at night, and you might be able to find someone who helps. The shares are hiding the information, it seems. I think something is going on. Something bigger than just us angels. Thank you so much, Perry. I tell her, wrapping her in a tight hug. Anything to make this easier for you. She holds me close as if she's afraid to lose me. I'm so sorry this is happening to you, she whispers into my ear. Me too, I say back, trying to contain my fears and the flood of emotions that engulf me. I hate being emotional. I hate feeling scared and uneasy. That's all I've been able to feel lately, though, so I guess I better get used to it. See you in a year, she asks me, raising her eyebrows. 1 year, I tell her back, nodding. When she leaves the room, I can't control myself. I let myself cry over losing her. I know a lot can happen in a year and Perry is undoubtedly going to move on. She's a firecracker, easygoing, and loves to have fun. She'll have a new best friend in a few days, tops. Annie? Tab's voice breaks through my crying. I quickly wipe my face and try to hide any evidence that I'd been upset, but it's pretty useless. Tab strides right over to me and picks me up in his arms, holding me like a small angel. He's a large guy, and that was one of the reasons I didn't mind being chosen with him. I knew our children would be strong. But that's about as far as my glee over being chosen went. I wonder if they'll just keep the pairings at 4 this year or if he'll be matched with someone new. You would think I'd be jealous, but not an ounce of it runs through me. I'm going to stop this, Tab declares, pulling me back so he's staring right into me. It's okay, I tell him, stroking his face so he knows not to meddle. Tab is an angel of determination, so if he really wants to, he could get himself involved. Though, I don't think he'd get far. The Archers are handling the situation, and they trump everyone else in this community. I think he'd only get himself hurt, and despite the fact that I don't love him, I would hate to see him in trouble. No, Anne. It's not. This is ridiculous. They can't banish you like this, he rants. He drops me to the ground and runs a hand through his unruly hair. His light brown eyes are filled with worry, and it kills me to see him like this. I guess I'm human. I shrug my shoulders because that's really the only explanation I can offer. I don't know how to fix it. I've never been good at consoling people either. You're not, he cries. You're not. Don't let them tell you those crazy things. He grabs my shoulders, his fingers digging into my blades, and shakes me a little bit. I don't like the way he's acting. His rage turns him into someone I don't like, and for the first time in my life, I'm scared. I'm strong and all, but Tab is large and muscular. His angry eyes scare me, and I have to stop this before it gets further. Stop, I tell him, trying to wriggle out of his unrelenting grasp. I'm leaving and there's nothing either of us can do. Stop saying you'll fix it. You can't, so just accept it. It's worse with you like this. My voice is hard so he knows to quit it. It's bad enough without him acting so enraged. I can fix it. I know I can, Tab promises, but his words fall on deaf ears. Do you hear me, Anne? I'll get you back here, he yells and grabs me again, pulling me towards him. You're hurting me, Tab. I again try to get away from him, but my strength pales in comparison. I'm sure it's just the shock at what he's losing, but I'm losing a lot more and still managing to deal with it, too. We had plans and goals we promised we'd accomplish together. And it's all kind of getting squashed in a matter of 2 short days. It's okay. I'll be back in a year to see you, Dot. A year, he questions back, his face scrunching up in disgust. I can't wait a year, he yells, spit hitting my nose. I wipe it with the back of my hand and step back. He's not in control and upset, that's a bad combo for anyone, let alone a huge angel. He reaches for me again and clutches my upper shoulder, his fingers on the exact same spot as before. I'm not saying you have to wait, I tell him, leaning back in hopes that his hand will release me soon. But that's what it is. Let her go, a booming voice demands from the entryway. Tab and I both whip our heads towards the doorway in unison. Mika stands, taking up the entire doorway, hovering just a few inches above the white ground. Do it, he demands again, his eyes trained on Tab only. Sorry, Tab whispers. He inches backwards away from me like I'm on fire and drops his hands to his sides. I glance down at my forearms, noticing the small red marks he's left behind. I didn't realize he was holding me hard enough to do that. I'm sorry, Annie, he looks right into my eyes and then runs from the room, ducking under Mika and never looking back. He never even said goodbye to me. I look up at Mika, his searing gaze is focused only on me. Are you okay? He asks me, concern in his eyes and laced in his voice. He comes towards me, and for a second I think he's going to hug me, but he doesn't. He just awkwardly stops a foot or so in front of me and rakes his eyes over my arms. When he spots the redness, his eyes harden and sharpen on me. I'm fine, I tell him sternly. You didn't have to interfere. He's just scared and confused. He didn't mean to hurt me. I try to stand up for Tab, but I don't really convince myself. It's true that he's never touched me like that before, he's a bit passionate and sometimes it comes off in the wrong ways. Mika shakes his head side to side in disgust, no man should ever touch a woman that way. I can feel the power ripple off of him in gentle waves. Come, he says, waving me towards him. We have work to do before we go. I follow behind him blindly. Chapter 8. Training. Work? I ask as I chase Mika down corridor after corridor. My body has barely moved in the last 2 days, so with each step my knees ache, and my hip groans in protest. I feel weaker than before, like I'm slowly transforming into a human. I feel old, broken down, and vulnerable. My body shudders at the thought. We'd like you to feel as comfortable as possible when you get down there. They have certain, tendencies that you don't. So, you'll have to study briefly before we leave tonight, he says, not taking a breath between words. We leave tonight? I ask again, feeling like all I do lately is ask more and more questions that seem to only lead to more when answered. It's annoying to not know anything. I feel dumbed down despite being in the top of my class for every year. Yes, he answers. I decide to shut my mouth, since it doesn't seem like he wants to talk much. He was like that in class, too. He'd only speak when he had something important to say. I felt like I was blabbering the entire time, similar to right now. But he never really looked at me like a child. He always held me to high standards and treated me like an adult. It was something I always respected about him. He stopped suddenly just outside of a set of large, white doors. I almost slam into him, but because I've been so far behind, I'm able to stop before I make a fool of myself. He pauses as if he's deep in thought, and then the doors open in front of him. I wish I could use air to move things. Unfortunately, I missed out on that power, and doubt I'll ever get it now. He walks right through the open doors, and I follow closely behind him into a room full of televisions. There are hundreds plastered on the wall and on tables. There are small hand-sized ones, too. It's like the room is made of these skinny, blank screens. I've never seen anything quite like it before. I've set up some programs that will give you more insight on humans. Some are about pop culture, some on food. You'll be able to see their houses, as well as the things that humans use or do. Likewise, you'll be able to see the variety of color available on Earth. You'll probably learn most of what you'll need through being on Earth, but this should give you a quick idea of what to expect, on top of what you already know. Mika swings his arm out and all the televisions spring to life at once. I bend at my knees and cover my ears at the competing noises coming from the black-boxed screens. Mika snaps his fingers and the noise ceases to exist. I peek up, and Mitch is smiling down at me, humor playing around in his light eyes. "Take your time," he says, trying to hide his laughter. "Here is a remote control. You can change channels, turn the volume up or down, and pretty much do whatever you want. Humans love these little things. Where are you going?" I ask him as I reach for the remote in his hand. "I have to prepare to go down to Earth," he says. "I'll be back in a little while." He retreats through the door without another word, and I'm left alone. "Thanks," I yell after him. I hear a slight laugh that I'm not sure is his, but I pretend it is just for my own satisfaction. I turn my attention back to the room I'm in. I point the remote at the screen, and it blasts to life. But, unlike before, the volume is at a normal level that doesn't kill my ears. A television show is on inside of the black box. People that look to be around my age are on the screen. They talk with each other in what looks like the center where testing is done here. The walls are white, contrasting with the dark ground and garish red and orange tiled squares. It's unpleasing to my eyes, but it seems nobody in the television shares my disgust. In the Vale, we're only allowed to wear white, unless we're in the training center. Then, we can wear different colors depending on what we're doing. I don't know if it's the colors or the adrenaline, but the training center has always been my favorite place to be. I feel free there. I feel like I don't have to try to be something I'm not. The kids in this show are wearing 100 different colors each from head to toe. This one kid has long, brown hair, almost down to his shoulders, but it's spiked in different ways and at weird angles. His hair is even streaked with white and yellow coloring. His blue pants have white stripes down the side and around the waist. His first shirt, which tucked into his pants, is a vibrant red that I've only seen once or twice before in my life. The second shirt, which is over the first, is checkered in red, white, and black. It reminds me of a jacket, but this child is wearing it wide open and loose. The sleeves are way too long on him, hanging past his wrists and almost covering his fingers. It makes me think he must have borrowed it from his much larger guardian. After I've looked at different clothing and listened to the way the teenagers speak to one another, I flip the channel to something completely different. It's hard to figure out how to use the remote. I look down at the skinny, black thing and try to understand what each button does. Even the buttons on this device are colored. I click one with a plus sign, and the volume on the screen skyrockets. I quickly hit the minus to make it get back to a normal level. My ears ring a little, but after some fast rubbing, the ringing stops. I press a button that looks like an arrow and the screen changes, showing me a new show. This show isn't real at all, and I've seen it before. During classes, we studied humans pretty frequently. Nothing in-depth enough to make me feel like I know humans, but enough to get a general idea of who they are, what they do, and, sometimes, why they acted certain ways. For example, we read a novel that explained humans and their wars. Since angels are mostly peaceful, I know students wondered why humans would attack other humans. I had trouble understanding it myself. But, humans aren't all treated equally. Their society isn't as advanced as ours. Humans look like angels, minus the wings, but their bodies are generally larger and thicker. We fly, so we tend to be long and lean, with small frames. I guess I just missed out on the long part, since I'm shorter than most angels I know. I saw this show in my class on human emotions. It's called a cartoon, and young children watch them to feel happy and laugh. They're funny programs apparently, but I don't understand most of their references. My teacher would tell us which parts to laugh at and the appropriate responses. We had a quiz where the teacher would turn the cartoon on and pause at random moments. We'd have to answer what emotion we're supposed to feel in that moment. I'm pretty sure I just barely passed, which, for me, is failing. I try to understand the humor in this particular one, but it all flies over my head. I'm left more confused. There's a bunch of children, talking to each other, but they don't even look like humans. They have different colored hair and they swim and jump around. They have human faces, but that's about the only resemblance I see. They get on these little boards that look like the shape of an eye and use their arms and feet to swim through light blue water, something we have none of in the Vale. I want to experience the water. From what I know, it's wet, like tears, and soothing. It sparkles under the sun on the television. "Hey, dude," I say as I stand up from the table. I watch the guy walk on brown ground with two humans beside him. They step at the same time, almost as if they're trying to be in unison. The character speaks, and I try to replicate his words and tone again. "Let's go board by the pier." "You're totally going to crush them," I say, my voice awkward even to my own ears. I try to lower my voice to sound like a man's, but it cracks when I dip below my register. I have no idea what I just said, but it sounded good. "Reggie, get Dad." Otto crashed and shredded his knee. I mimic the little light-haired, fat person. I realize that Dad is her guardian. They call it dad there, but I've heard of that before. The title of dad or mom is the same as guardian, or mother, or father. It's less formal, my teacher once told me. I sit back down in my chair and give up trying with this cartoon. I change the channel with the remote, since I don't understand a single thing, and find another show with real humans in it. I study their movements and try to mimic them in my seat. They seem to do this thing with their fingers and hands a lot. I bring my hand to my mouth and then wave it out towards an imaginary person in front of me. They call it blowing kisses. It looks ridiculous as I practice doing it. Then I do what they call a peace sign. I'm sure I'll use that a lot when I try to make friends. It shows that I'm friendly and that I can fit in with them. I think the main thing that I'm able to grasp is that anything goes. There are no rules or regulations. In the Vale, you act a certain way, you speak a certain way, and follow every single rule or else you're going against Remington. And nobody goes against Rem, that's the most important rule. But on Earth, there are different languages and different leaders, people seem crazy because of it. I turn to a movie, which is different than television shows. Television shows are shorter and are shown over time, where a movie is longer in just one. It's a cartoon and there's a ton of singing and dancing and playing. For some reason, the movie makes my eyes droopy. I rest my elbow on the white table and lean my head on my palm, so I'm sitting upright, my eyes fluttering along with the show. The pictures move fast, the colors flying about in a dizzying manner. I'm used to white, and more white. My eyes can hardly keep up with the blues and pinks and oranges and greens. Chapter 9. Earthbound. I must have fallen into meditation, because I'm jostled awake by a large warm hand on my back shaking my shoulder so hard that it disorients me. I jump up, startled, and my head bangs right onto something hard. I groan and rub my head, sure a bump will most likely appear soon. Sorry, Mika apologizes, stepping back away from me. I finally see him beside me, smiling. Television does that to humans, too. What? Make them hit your head? I ask, while rubbing the pain out of my forehead. It feels like something is trying to pop out of my brain. Sleep, he answers, laughing under his breath. His light blue eyes fill with humor, squinting as he laughs. He's so beautiful when he smiles. He should do it more often. Oh, yeah, I groan out, trying to figure out what the heck happened to me. I look around, only to find that I'm in the same room as before. All the televisions are turned off, the room is almost completely blackened except for the constant white light in the air. It's time to go, he says, bowing his head seriously. Sure, I answer, getting up from my seat. I try to compose myself, but really, I've been in the same clothes for days and haven't really done much. I'm feeling quite stir-crazy. For the first time in my life, I actually fell asleep without having to meditate at all. To say I'm losing it would be an understatement. Again, I follow behind Mika as he leads me around the place. I study him from behind as he flutters about. I'm jealous of how easily he maneuvers his body. I'm jealous of the black wings that protrude from his back, so mighty and strong. I should have wings, too. I should be able to fly around and be all angelic. But I don't and I'm not. I'm afraid this is as far as you can go alone, he says as we come upon large doors, which I'm assuming lead outside. It makes sense, since I can't fly at all. I can't really do much of anything. I don't answer Mika, just nod, knowing that he's going to have to help me around. He comes to me and grabs behind my knees and under my back, lifting me in one swift motion. He cradles me like a baby, and my ego takes a nosedive into the clouds. I hate being helped. But I know I'm useless here, so I let him. The fact that he's touching me makes it a bit easier, to be honest. When the doors open, a whoosh of air hits me square in the face so hard that the wind is knocked out of my lungs. It pains me, but I don't show it. I just tuck myself closer to Mitch's body to hide from the whipping wind. Hold on, he says, and then steps into the air. Since my head is near his shoulder, I glance back at his wings, which expand out into large, dominant beings of themselves. Each is enormous, with thousands of dark feathers on it, helping him move with grace and unparalleled speed. Wow, I whisper to myself as I watch his wings move up and down, just barely, but enough to make him move. It's mesmerizing to watch their patterns and the way they so easily move him. I go to touch the tip of the wing, which is closest to me, but Mitch's hand on my back moves up and stops me. Don't, he says with a stern voice that I don't dare go against. Sorry, I say back, not knowing what I did wrong. I've never felt wings before. Even when Perry got them, I never felt the need to check them out and run my fingers under the feathers. They were just there, a part of her. I'm sure I felt my guardian's wings before, but I don't really remember. I just have this innate urge to stroke Mitch's black wings. He doesn't say anything else as he concentrates on the whiteness around us, so I tear my attention away from his wings and face front. My stomach somersaults when I look down at the endless white below me. For miles, all I can see is emptiness, and I have no idea where we are anymore. It's disorienting, since I can't tell which way we're flying. My head starts to spin as I try to figure out which way is up and down. I cling to Mika for fear that he may drop me, and I'll be gone forever. Though, I'm not sure which I'd prefer at this point, earth or death. I don't know if he picks up on my tension or can just tell I'm scared, but his hand rubs circles on my back, soothing me. I look up at him, but he refuses to look down at me. I stare, willing him to peek down, but his eyes stay trained on the white in front of us. Yet, his hand continues to rub my back comfortingly. I'm both confused and perplexed. I lean my head against his chest and watch the air trickle by, as dull as that sounds. I soak in his scent and his warmth. I try to memorize it. Mika is the last angel that I'll get to see for at least a year. Despite the fact that I've had a crush on Mika for most of my teen life, I hate what is happening to me and that he's involved. I know that it's not just Mitch's call to banish me to Earth and that a lot of factors went into it, but it still hurts. The rational part of my brain tells me that this is the only answer and that I would have had a bad life in the Vale. But the other parts of my brain feel hatred for the first time in my life. I hate the fact that not one angel wanted to give me a chance to live up there. I hate that everyone, excluding Tab, just accepted my banishment to Earth and let me go easily. I hate that while Mika has been great and somewhat supportive, he's still bringing me to Earth and will most likely leave me there to fend for myself. I resent the angels, as horrible as that sounds. I resent Rem, too, for not interfering. I've always been a good angel. I've never thought bad thoughts until recently. I've never made someone upset or put someone down. I was good to the core, and now I'm being thrown out of the Vale like a bad soul. We're almost there, Mitch's deep voice wraps me up. I glance around, coming out of my stupor, and notice the very faint colors start to emerge below us. The whiteness slowly starts to fade away and green ground emerges faster and faster towards us, like it's going to attack with its beauty. I cling to Mika for dear life. What is that? I ask him, trying to figure out why parts are brown and green and dark blue. There are so many colors going on that it's hard to differentiate what's what. I don't know if I'll ever get used to the constant stimulation. Those are different grounds, Mika answers, his voice light again. But he still won't look down at me, and I wonder if I upset him. That's water and fields. Didn't you watch the shows? He questions me as he points around the ground. Yes, I whine. But they were confusing. I'll help you, don't worry, Mika promises. He starts to slow our descent down as he hovers away from the green grasses and gets closer to what looks like houses, which are silver and brown. But they're like no houses I've seen before. They're larger, and by larger, I mean enormous. They are hundreds of floors up and wider than the schools in the Vale. And in between houses there are little lanes for the humans' cars to zip around. As we get closer and closer to the ground, little people come into view. There are hundreds of them moving around in packs. Little cars that look like the toys I played with as a child, speed from place to place. It's identical to movies I've seen, but from this point of view, it's almost like I'm watching through a television still. Mika lands on the top of one of the houses in a graceful motion. It's one of the biggest ones down here that I can see. I let go of Mika the second I can touch the ground and run to the edge of the house to see what's going on below. But before I can get a good look, Mika grabs me by the arm and tugs me backwards to his body, my face landing right against his hot chest. You can fall down and die, he huffs out, gritting his teeth as he holds on to me. What? I ask back, not understanding. I can barely concentrate on his words when his body is right against me, touching me, holding me. I look up, and his eyes are narrowed on me, like he's truly worried. My stomach rolls and my heart races against my chest. He's way too close for comfort. Life here is fragile. There are no second chances or domineers to save you. If you were to fall, you would cease to exist, he explains as he lets me go. I stumble back a little, hating yet needing the space. Well, why'd you bring me up here, then? Come on, he says, smiling again. He grabs my hand, and a surge of electricity courses through my veins. I try to ignore it, but it's nearly impossible when it vibrates through my bones. I let him lead me to a little hut in silence. His fingers intertwine with mine, and his thumb rubs the back of my hand. He waves his hand in front of him, opening up the light gray door. My eyes take a few seconds to adjust to the darkness within the door. But, after I'm able to see past the doorway, a set of long-looking stairs and a lot of gray metal are revealed. For some reason, I don't think this is a house anymore, at least it's nothing like I've been in or seen before. I follow behind, still clinging to his hand as we walk down the stairs for a whole 2 sets. "This is your house," he says, opening a smaller door after the long, metal hallway ends. "You'll stay here for your entire time on Earth, or at least until you want to move. This entire floor is yours, but other people live downstairs. It's different than the Vale. This is called an apartment and it's shared." But I barely understand his words. When the door is opened, I run in and look around my new place. I've never lived alone before, and to be honest, I never thought I would. When I was chosen with Tab, I knew I'd have to move in with him immediately so we could have a child and become guardians together. I knew my independence was gone the day that it was revealed. It's almost like I'm getting a second chance at life. I run from room to room, exploring this new, foreign place. Despite just having one floor to myself, it's huge. I find a chair with chairs and couches. In the room is a large television that hangs on the wall, with strings coming out the back of it. I find another room with a bed. I assume this will be my chamber. The bed is double the size of my bed back in the Vale, and it's covered in these blankets and pillows. I sit on it and the bed sinks beneath my weight. I test it out a little bit, bouncing up and down. I stumble into the kitchen after wandering down the hallway. It's filled with actual utensils in it, unlike my guardian's house in the Vale. There are cabinets and drawers lining one of the walls, and the drawers are filled with spoons and forks and knives. Lastly, I enter a bathroom through a tall, white door. I've never seen a bathroom before in my life, except for on the television. The room is very similar to those in the Vale. It's white and clean and everything is perfectly organized in its place. I run back to the front area when I can't absorb seeing one more thing, and Mitch is leaning against the door, a small smile playing on his face. He's got amazing teeth. I stand in front of him and shrug my shoulders, not knowing what to say. Do I say thank you? Do I start asking one of the million questions I have? "Do you like it?" he asks me before I have a chance to speak. "I guess," I answer back. I don't know what a lot of it is, but it's nice. I've never been alone before. "Are you okay with being alone here?" he asks me. "Definitely." Mika goes through various objects with me, explaining its purpose and how to use it. I'm shown how to work a shower, which is a genius thing. I think I could definitely come to love it. I'm not sure if I'll sweat down on Earth, if maybe the Vale air was what kept us clean. I'm shown where people keep food and receive a quick tutorial on how to cook it. My head's a little hazy by the end of his long list of explanations. I barely remember what a toaster is and what the different remotes go to and how they work. By the time we're done going through things in the apartment, the sun has begun to set and the light outside is turning a weird dark blue color. "Want to explore?" Mika asks, his face lit up like the Earth's sun. "Yes." I squeal, clapping my hands together. "It's spring here, so it's chilly. I recommend going into your closet and finding a light jacket." "Okay," I say as I retrace my steps to the bedroom. We called it a chamber in the Vale, but your bedroom makes more sense, since it's where you sleep and where the bed is. I shut the door behind me and open the sliding door that leads to the closet. It's filled with clothing in all different colors. I gasp at the array of dresses and coats and pants that aren't just white, although there is some in that color. I'm downright amazed by this new wardrobe. Instead of just grabbing a coat, I go through every piece of clothing and put together my dream outfit. I don't know who put this together, but they definitely know me and got the perfect sizes. I guess this was Perry's doing. She's just a gift that keeps on giving. I wish I could thank her. When I glance in the mirror, I'm amazed that I'm even the same person in this new outfit. My mother never let me wear things like this. She said boys don't like girls who wear pants. So, I was forced to wear dresses and skirts that ended right above my knee for most of my childhood. It wasn't until I discovered the training center that I was allowed to wear pants and shorts. And even then, I'd say I only own 2 or 3 pairs. But now, I'm alone and free so I can wear whatever I want. And I look edgy. The leather pants hug my normally straight body and give my hips the illusion of curves. A thin, gray t-shirt is loose against my chest, and with the leather jacket over it, makes it look even better. In the Vale, I had to wear my hair up most of the time, but right now it's down to my waist in dark, thick waves. Makeup didn't exist up there, so I never had to apply it or even worry about it. But in the bathroom, there's a bunch of different things with labels on them. So I figure, why not? I don't know if I did it right, but from the television shows, I'm able to get a ballpark idea. I just line my eyes in black and put the thing labeled mascara along my eyelashes. There's a short bottle with lip written on it, so I rub it on my lips, but not too much. I step back into the living area, and Mitch's back is to me. I'm a little anxious to see his reaction to the new me, but the real me. He turns just a smidge, and his eyes widen in shock. His mouth opens up a little and then shuts his lips in a straight line. "You changed," he muses. Mr. Obvious over here. This is more my style than what I wore in the veil, I tell him, widening my arms so he can see the full outfit. I feel outgoing, confident, and it's thrilling. I spin around for him and almost giggle with joy. It definitely suits you more, he says. I like it. My heart flutters in my chest at his words. I'm pretty sure I just received the best compliment ever. Where are we going? I ask him as he starts to move for the front door. I think he's trying to get away from me. Just outside. Come on, follow me. He gestures for me to follow, waving me towards him. As I stumble behind him, I notice for the first time that he's not flying anymore. In fact, while I was in the bathroom, he must have put on a coat, because his flawless wings are hidden beneath a black jacket, and his feet are firmly planted on the ground. Why aren't you flying? I ask him as we trudge down metal stairs. Humans don't know about us. They never should either. Remember that, he answers as we continue down stair after stair after stair. I lean over the railing and it seems like these steps are never ending. But I trudge behind Mika, not wanting to complain too much. After 12 sets of identical stairs, we make it into a little lobby on the bottom floor. It's very quaint, more like a house than the apartment upstairs. There are a few chairs set up in circles, but mostly it's empty space. We're only in there for a second, because Mika opens a set of double doors with his hands, and we walk into the city together. Oh, dear Rem, I say as the scents and air hit my face. My arms spread out wide as I let myself feel everything I never thought that I'd know about. Earth was always just a mythical place that archers went to and tried to keep safe. Now that I'm breathing Earth air, stepping on their ground, and becoming one of them, it's like a twisted dream I never knew I wanted come true. Mika laughs from behind me, and I whip my head his way. As I twirl around the dark, gray street, Mika watches me with such intensity it almost burns through me. But it's short-lived because he looks around and then comes to my side, his face shielded. It's completely different than the veil, you have to know that. Humans are weak and fragile, but the world is unrelenting. He speaks sternly, like he's making a vital point. I just nod as I look around, the overstimulation making my eyes dart from object to object in a hurry. There's just so much to see, I say aloud as I try to take it all in. My eyes dart from place to place, trying to discover what it is that makes this place work. There are horns honking in the distance. Close your eyes, Mika tells me, stepping in front of me so that I can't see much. I shut one, but keep the other open because I'm nervous what he's going to do to me. Before I know it, his hand comes to my face and covers my eyes so I'm left in the dark. What do you smell? He asks me. Blinded, I let myself breath and try to figure out what exactly I can smell. It's hard for me to find words to describe it. The veil was always just air and cleanness. Here there are other things competing with each other, some strong while others are underlying. Garbage, maybe, I tell him. Water. Fire like smoke, but not really, more dirty. Flowers. Sweat. Soap. I rattle off exactly what I smell. I think those last two are my hand. Mika laughs as his palm uncovers my face. He rubs his hand on his black pants, and when he looks up, our eyes lock onto each other. It's like time suspends as I try to figure out what's going on behind those big, blue eyes. Let's keep moving, he says as he averts his eyes to the ground, breaking my hold. Now what? I ask as I trail behind him. He starts walking fast towards where the edge of the building meets the walkway. I run to catch up with him. I'm going to show you some places you'll want to visit, he says, looking left and right constantly as if he's paranoid someone will notice us. I try to keep up, but he's moving so fast I can barely match his movements. Can you slow down? I ask him, panting for breath. The air here feels heavier, like it's having a hard time getting into my lungs. Between the walk down the stairs and trying to run after Mika, my lungs ache in protest. Something like water trickles from the base of my neck down into my shirt. I think I'm sweating. Sorry, he offers, halting. I just want to make sure you know everything before I have to go. You're leaving soon? I ask, suddenly terrified. It kills me, but I can't hide the hurt in my voice. I should have known that once the mission was accomplished, he'd ditch me as fast as the others. I have to get back to the veil. He shrugs his broad shoulders like it's no big deal. But, it's a big deal to me. Whatever, I grumble. I cross my arms over my chest and start to walk ahead of Mika. He's going to leave me soon, so I might as well start blending in and being alone in this enormous place, with thousands of humans who all are nothing like me and will probably hate me. I only make it about 5 steps before he catches up to me. Leave me alone. Just go now, I turn and tell him, narrowing my gaze. You don't want me here? His voice actually trembles, like I've hurt him. He steps backwards, like he's scared I may hit him. Well, you're leaving anyway, so why not throw me to the demons a little faster, I huff out, immediately regretting my words. You're being immature, he states, mimicking me by leaning back and frowning. His eyes narrow on me like he's scolding me, like he's better than me. He may be 2 angel years older, but that doesn't mean much, especially on Earth. That's like a half a year here, and I don't think it even matters. Well, you're being. I struggle to find the right word so my voice trails off. Point 1 to the evil archer. I turn my back to him to hide my now hot face. I feel childish. Shall we continue then, he asks, his voice right above my ear? My skin tingles right where his breath hits me. Why not? I answer, looking over my shoulder at his way too close face. He smiles, showing his teeth, and then walks ahead of me. We walk in silence. He turns left once we get to the end of this street and continues along, hugging the building's walls. In the middle of the separate buildings is a thick lane where the cars zoom by us. There's constant movement, my eyes flutter from car to car, and I watch as they drive by faster than I've ever seen something move. It feels like my neck is going to break off as it snaps from left to right, trying to follow each car. The cars are so diverse. There are large and small cars, white and black cars, and every color in between. Some cars are slow, while others are fast. And some are full while others just have a driver in them. Some even have animals in them. Here is where you can buy clothing and food and anything you'll need for the apartment, Mika says as he stops in front of a monstrous building. I look up, and the place is in a little parking lot off the main road. There's a huge sign on the front that says, Walmart. I've never seen a place so wide. Are we going in? I ask him, wondering why we've stopped walking and are just staring. No, you can explore that alone. Let's keep moving, he says, all businesslike. You've got places to be, right? I can't help the snip in my voice. But his words just remind me that he's leaving me again. My mother would scold me something fierce if she knew the way I was talking back to Mika and Almighty Archer. But she's not here anymore. It's just me left to myself. I don't have to impress anyone. He faces me, lining up his shoulders with mine. What's your problem? I walk away, not wanting to address him, but he reaches out and grabs my forearm, tugging me backwards. I'm forced around so we're face to face, chest to chest almost, and my breath hitches in my throat. Well, he asks when I still don't offer an explanation. I hate Rem, and I hate the angels for leaving me like this. Unfortunately, you're the only angel I can take my anger out on, so I'm sorry for that. But you guys banished me like I was nothing. I'm mad at this whole thing, I say, throwing my hands to the side. I don't fit in here. Why am I even trying? I ask, more to myself, trying to contain my hurt and anger. You can fit in if you just try, he says, his voice raised. I'm me. I don't want to change. While it's great that I can live alone and dress how I want, I'd much rather be wearing a set of gray wings with a white dress and acting proper. You can't blame me for hating what's happened to me. I don't blame you, he says, his eyes softening. But I don't know how to make it better. I'm sorry this has happened to you. I thought you knew that. I took you down here to help you. They wanted to just fly you down and forget about it. I put my neck out. He pauses, running his hand through his cropped cut hair. For you, he finishes softly, as if his admission is earth-shattering. I do appreciate it. I'm just a little bitter. I get it. Can you just be nice to me? Pretend to like me? He shakes his head side to side as if he's asking me for something enormous, which he isn't at all. I do like you, I tell him, and then clamp my mouth shut. I'm so stupid for saying that, and almost instantly I can feel my cheeks heat up and burn. Other than a smile, he doesn't ask or talk anymore. He takes my hand in his, and we walk to the next location. Chapter 10. Training Center. Mika walks me up to a large, brick building that has a sign on it stating it's a gym. I basically lived in the training center in the Vale, so I'm excited to check this place out. It was the best place to visit when I was stressed or frustrated, and it's where I prepared to become a fighter. Mika squeezes my hand, and then we walk together towards the glass doors. There's a set of short, hard stairs that only have about 5 steps to them. They lead to the front door, which Mika so kindly holds for me. As we step through the doors, my excitement instantly plummets. In the Vale, everything was white, perfectly kept, and shiny. I swear the place was so immaculate that you could lick the ground, and it would taste like clean air. Of course, I don't know why you'd do that, but you could. This place would be the polar opposite to that. First of all, nothing is white in this place, not even the walls. Actually, now that I think on it, not much on earth is white except for those lines down the middle of the street. The floor matches the doors, which matches the hues of the place, black and dark gray with some glass to bring the light in. Other than the darkness, the place is extreme. Everything looks intense and intimidating. There are things I've never seen before in gyms. Like these little ropes that hang from the ceiling, and the bikes you sit on with pedals. It's a known fact that angels have weak legs. We don't need them much because we fly, so it's surprising to see these leg machines. I want to try one out right now. I got you a membership. Mitch's voice breaks through my admiration as I stand still in shock, still rooted in the entryway. Oh, thank you, thank you. I jump up and yell. I wrap my arms around his neck and squeeze as hard as I can. He chuckles into my hair. When I release him, he actually looks like he's having fun. This is Carla, Mika says as he walks me over to a dark brown desk. A pale woman sits behind it, clicking on a television and typing furiously. At Mitch's voice, her head darts up and she smiles. She stands up to greet us. Mike, she yells, reaching across the counter. It's been way too long since you visited us. How's it going? She asks while chomping on something in her mouth. It's not an attractive look. It's going well, he answers. This is Annie. I got her a membership. She just moved here and doesn't know anyone. Mika reaches back towards me and grabs my shoulder. He pushes me forward a little bit, and I stand in front of this girl awkwardly, swaying on my heels. Hey, Annie. I'm Carla, she drawls, popping whatever is in her mouth. It's a weird noise. I try to hide the disgust on my face since it makes her look even worse than before. You can hang here whenever. Do you need a trainer? She asks, looking from my face to Mitch's, as if he speaks for me. The way she looks at him bothers me. I can't place why, but it's like she's admiring him, which is completely understandable, yet annoying to me. I try to hide the scorn on my face as I watch them converse. She's a good fighter. I think she'll be okay working out alone. Mika stands up for me. That sounds good. Here's a key tag for you, she says as she reaches into a drawer under the television. She pulls out a little square piece of thick paper and hands it to me. I take it with trembling hands. Most people just attach it to their keys. She winks at me like I'm unintelligent. Oh, okay, I say, searching my pocket for my house key. I pull out the key and look between it and the piece of paper with confusion. Mika takes both from me and fixes it, sliding a ring into the key and the tag. Thanks, I tell him as I take the key with the dangly paper back and shove it into my pocket again. I'm going to show her back really quick, Mika says and smiles at Carla. I smile at her, too, but it's very much forced and completely just to be polite. I follow behind Mika as we make our way through the maze of machines. Mika steps through an arched entryway and inside is a ring surrounded by different bags hanging from the high ceiling. You can still train to be a fighter. I know that's your dream, and even though you won't get to fight demons, you can still train. My heart warms, because he's thinking of me. This is amazing, I say as I walk up to one of the hanging bags. I punch it lightly and the thing barely moves. I do it harder and it swings left and right. I love it. I turn and face Mika, my eyes wide with happiness. I'm glad, he says, stepping towards me. Thank you for all of this. I look around the room and decide that this will be where I spend most of my time. Just like Mika said, I can still be a fighter in my own way. Although, he doesn't know that I know about halflings. If I can find them, maybe I can still fight demons like Perry said. I just want you to be happy here, he says, looking down at the ground. You ready to head back? He asks, his face a little tense. Sure, I answer, despite the fact that I don't want to go back to my house. I know that once I'm settled, Mika is going to leave me, and I don't think that I'm ready for it yet. I'm not ready to be alone. But there's no point in prolonging the inevitable. We say goodbye to Carla on our way out, and she promises to give me a full tour next time I come in. We pass most of the same places on the walk home, and it's starting to feel familiar. The bottom level of the apartment building is vacant, and we move through it fast. Once we get into the stairwell, Mika stops and stares at me with a wicked gleam in his sky-blue eyes. Want to fly? He asks. Sure. I answer, not knowing what he's going to do. He swoops me into his arms and takes off. I wrap my arms around his thick body, afraid of falling to the ground. I giggle as my stomach lags behind us, waiting on the bottom floor. The sensation is amazing. It's much faster that way, he says as he places me back down on solid ground. Thanks, I reply, suddenly shyer than before. I unwrinkle my jacket and fix my clothes, which were rumpled during flight. I step in front of the door to my house and jiggle the handle, only to remember that it's locked. I grab my key from my back pocket and unlock the house so we can get in. I hold the door for Mika, and he follows behind me, shutting the door behind us and locking the bolt. I awkwardly roam from room to room, unsure of how to behave. I know there's only a short amount of time before he has to leave, but I'm just not ready. He's the last thing I can cling to from the veil. I'm scared. So, what are they telling the others about me? I ask him. I lean against the counter in the kitchen, resting my head on my palm and my elbow on the counter. I think the truth to those who ask. They're not telling anyone out of our community, though. It's not exactly a secret, but it's not being broadcasted. That makes sense, I muse, playing with my fingernails to keep busy. You'll have to tell people you're 18, since you're not in school. What's the difference? I ask him, questioning what difference 2 human years makes. I know technically I'd be way older than 16, but still. I like being 16. At 16, girls are still considered children. They go to school all day long, they don't have responsibilities. You're more mature than that, above it. You're 18 to the humans. That's the oldest you can pass off as, since you look young. Got it, I tell him, nodding back in understanding. A tense-filled moment passes, and I decide to just come out with it. You're leaving now, aren't you? I think it's time for me to go, he says regretfully. Okay, I say back, because what else am I to do? I can't force him to stay. I don't want to need him, but at the same time, I do. He comes over to me and stops right in front of me, just a foot of air between us. He reaches forward and pulls me towards him, hugging me tight against his body. I'm sorry, he murmurs into my neck as I squeeze him. His voice is hoarse and strained. I don't think I'm ready, I confess while clutching him, feeling more comfortable in his arms. You're ready, he states, leaning back. He places his hands on my shoulders and stares down at me. His hand comes up to my face and traces my jawline, sending shivers down my back with each prickle of a touch. You will be perfectly fine here. I wouldn't go if I didn't believe it. I don't believe you. I promise, he tells me, wrapping a strand of my hair around his pointer finger. He lets it fall into my face, and I have to blow to move it out of my eyes. Will you come back? I ask him, praying to Remington. Next time I'm on Earth, I swear I will come check on you, he vows, and I believe him. I trust him. Before I know it, I'm walking him to the window. It's now fully dark out. There's a white moon in the sky and a white little sprinkle of stars. We don't have them in the Vale, and it's truly mesmerizing to see them for the first time in real life. Thank you, I tell him as he hovers just outside the window. His black wings wrap around his body, flaring out to suspend him in the air. Thank you for everything. My emotions threaten to spill out of me. He leans in and just barely kisses my cheek. His lips are soft, gentle. I shut my eyes, trying to memorize the feel of him against my cheek. I'll watch over you. When I open my eyes, he's gone, along with his words. Chapter 11. Alone at last. I turn and face my empty apartment. Everything is shiny and new, beautiful in its own way, yet it doesn't feel right. It's dead silent, not a peep in the place. I look around the main room, contemplating what to do, but I come up blank. Tears threaten to spill over my eyes, and I try my hardest not to let them. I have no reason to be sad. I have to stop being so emotional. But with nothing to do, my brain is stuck on the emptiness. We didn't have much free time in the Vale. We'd go to our classes in the early morning, have brief break in the middle of the day to socialize, and work on our specialties during the afternoon. We each had to take up extracurricular activities, so I trained in the early evening. Guardian time was crucial and everyone had to commit to his or her families. So every night at exactly 7, I was forced to go home and sit at a table with my parents and discuss the things going on in each of our lives. It was dreadful. My parents mostly spoke of their jobs and what was going on in our community, while I tried to sit there in silence and listen to their words. It was painfully boring. But I'm glad I had that time now, since it is going to have to last me a year without them. Those conversations are the only thing I have left of them. I turn and gaze out the window that Mika left through. My eyes search for him, despite the fact that I know he's long gone by now. It's stupid of me, but I just wish he were closer. I wish I knew when he'd be back so that I have something to look forward to. Lights line all of the buildings in perfectly straight rows up and down and side to side. I want to reach out and touch them, but Mitch's warning of fragility goes off in the back of my mind. I look up at the stars and see pictures in them. But my stargazing only lasts so long. I think I'm experiencing true boredom for the first time ever. I'm tired of sitting around, pacing the room, looking out the window, and staring out into the darkness. I actually miss the fact that the Vale was never dark. I get up and grab my leather jacket off the back of the kitchen chair and throw it over my shoulders. It's time to explore on my own. I remember to lock the apartment door and shove the little key in my back pocket so it doesn't get lost. Perry told me the people I'm looking for are half human, half angels that aren't allowed in the Vale. She said they're my best chance to fit in here. I have to find some halflings. The only problem is, I have no idea where to go. By night 3, I'm in the same exact place I started with finding the halflings. I've searched everywhere I could think of. While my search for help has proven a failure, I've learned a lot about Earth as a whole. I never set out during the day with a mission. So far, I've gone every which way from my apartment. I've found cute little markets where the nicest people try to sell trinkets and food to me for inexpensive prices. I've spent more money on food than anything else because it's so addicting. Today is no different, other than the fact that I'm going to the gym for the first time. To be honest, in all my adventuring, I forgot about the training center. So today, I wrote myself a note so that I don't forget. I'm excited to check out the gym, and I can feel the adrenaline rush through my veins. My closet is stocked with every piece of clothing I could imagine, so I grab a pair of sneakers, black pants, and a loose workout shirt and head out. I try to retrace Mitch's footsteps, but it's harder to remember than I thought. It was only 3 days ago, yet I can barely remember where the large building is. Mika should be here right now helping me, but no. He had to run back to the safety of the Vale where his perfect girlfriend Archer awaits him. It makes me sick to think that I adored those angels. They're cowards. They won't stand up against what is expected of them. They reject what's different or maybe new. Change is supposed to be a good thing. But I don't have to ever think of them again. I finally find the gym after wandering up and down side streets and walk in. The same girl stands behind the counter, and I walk up to her. "Hi," I say, waving my hand like I've practiced 100 times. "Hi, Annie. I'm glad you're here. Swipe your card, and I'll show you around." Carla flashes me a genuine smile, and the jealousy I experienced before with Mika fades. I pull my key out, with the little tag, and wave it under a red beam that blinks when it reads my card. "Perfect," she says as she steps out from behind her desk. "Thanks for this," I say, following behind her. "Of course. Mike's an old friend." "How do you know him?" she asks, stopping to face me as we round a corner. "He knows my guardians and helped me move here." "Your guardians?" she questions, a weird look on her face. Her nose scrunches up, and her forehead creases. "My parents," I say, feigning confidence. "I've been slipping like that since I got here. Most people just wave me off like an unintelligent little girl." Mika was right. People think I'm younger than 18. It's annoying to say the least. I hate being treated like a child. Right, well, this is the main gym. The treadmills, ellipticals, stairmasters, are all that is against this wall. We have functional training equipment against the far wall. What do you like to do? I like to hit things, I say with a shrug of my shoulders, thinking back on the room that Mika showed me. I only got a brief glimpse, but I crave seeing it again. You'll love this room then. She grabs my hand and pulls me back the way we came. I giggle as I run behind her. But instead of moving into the front room, she leads us through the archway, which reveals a large room with punching bags and a ring in the middle. This is fantastic. I step forward and touch one of the bags. It's chilly against my skin, but I love it. I can't wait to get started and get some of the anger out of my system. Here's a towel and the locker room is right through the black door. Holler if you need anything. Holler? I nod at Carla as I take the towel, and then look back at this magnificent room. I notice that there are 2 men working out in the corner as I step deeper into the long room. They pay no attention to me, so I pretend like they're not there, too. I place my towel on a bench against the closest wall, and then stand in front of the bag. I let out a nervous breath and then start punching, kicking, and going through what I've been taught. I only worked with Mika for a month, but our time together was well spent. He taught me everything I know about fighting and, for that, I'm thankful. It's probably the only thing I'm thankful for right now. An hour and a half later, I finish my workout. Sweat pours down my face, my body gleaming with moisture. I feel much worse than when I exercised in the Vale, but Mika said that food would do that to me. And the earth air is heavier, so it's tougher on the lungs. Add the fact that I'm dirty and wet, and I just feel disgusting. "You're pretty good for a little girl," one of the guys says to me, his voice coming from behind me. I look over my shoulder, wiping the sweat from my brow. He's tall, a few inches over my head with short, spiky black hair. He's not attractive in the way angels are, but he's the prettiest human that I've seen thus far. "I'm not a little girl," I tell him, smiling to be polite. I try to hide the annoyance with his comment. Well, you're still good. I'm Hare. He holds his hand out to me in greeting, and I take it after wiping my sweaty palm on my black pants. Annie, I tell him. I'm here most days. We should spar if you feel up to the challenge. His eyes narrow in on me as if he's daring me, challenging me. I never say no to a challenge, but I don't want to hurt the kid. I should be stronger than most humans. I wouldn't want to hurt you, I tell him, shooting my confidence his way. Please, I'm practicing for the big leagues. You can't hold a candle to me, he says. His words confuse me, but I just nod in response. Whatever you say. See ya, little fighter, Hare says in leaving. I wave, but his back is turned to me, so I know he doesn't see it. The door slams behind him and I turn back to my things. I wipe my face and body down with the towel Carla gave me and then leave. Where should I put this? I ask Carla when I get back to the front room. There's a basket right in the corner, she says. See you soon. Bye. I say and then walk through the big, black doors in front. I can't wait to get back to my apartment, so I jog the short way there. I climb the stairs, my legs really feeling the burn with each lift upwards. I can tell my muscles are going to be sore tomorrow. I can't wait for it, though. I head right to the bathroom. This human invention is my favorite thing. I love the shower. I love the way the water feels when it's really warm and it sprays over me. I have a feeling that after my hard workout, it's going to feel phenomenal against my sore muscles. I turn it on and quickly undress, leaving a pile of dirty clothes on the ground. Then I jump in and let the water pour over me. After a luxurious shower, I get dressed. By the time I'm ready to search for halflings, it's already dark outside. Days go by way too fast here on Earth. I know there's only 24 hours, but it feels like there's less. I can never get what I wanted done in that short time. The stars twinkle, but they're barely visible with all of the lights. I step out onto the sidewalk and it's surprisingly busy for nighttime. The past few nights, I've gone out and tried to find halflings, like Perry told me, but it's been oddly quiet. Tonight, the streets are filled with people bustling about, talking, and running around. Some speak on the phone while they talk. But all of them are busy, too busy to even notice me. I take a left out of my building and walk. When I turn the next corner, somebody runs into me and pushes me back. I frown up at the person, but they just push by and continue moving. There are packs of people, too. They walk together, laughing and talking. I want to be a part of a group. Yet nobody speaks to me, ignoring me completely. I decide to talk to a passerby. Hi there, I say as I stop in front of a young man. He pulls two strings out of his ears and turns towards me. Do you know where I could find people like me? I ask him. Like teenagers, he questions. How old are you, he asks me, looking down over his pointed nose like he's much better, wiser than me. His dark eyebrows pinch together as if he's examining me, and an unwelcome feeling emerges in the gut of me, reminding me of the testing center in the Vale. I'm 18, I tell him, trying to keep a straight face. I know it's what Mika told me to say, but it's hard to lie. I've honestly never really lied to someone. Of course, my relationship with Tab was never true, but that was to save his feelings and I did like him, just as a friend. Oh. The man doesn't look convinced as he eyes me skeptically. Well, you look like a youngin'. There's an 18 and up club down the block, I think. My daughter attends frequently. I think it's called the Kingdom. Thank you. I tell the guy, smiling from ear to ear. He frowns at me one last time, and then turns to go. You shouldn't be out walking alone like this. What would your parents say? He asks back over his shoulder without looking. He takes the two strings and shoves them around his ears and retreats down the street without a second more of thought. I growl at him for judging me. I walk down the sidewalks, looking at the signs on the side of the buildings for the Kingdom. Finally, a big, red sign blinks, creating a red casting of shadows in front of me. A man stands in front of the place wearing a black t-shirt. His muscles bulge from the confines of the shirt. As I get closer, he watches my movements like a thriver, constantly watching and judging like the angels of judgment. Can I help you? He asks when I stop dead in my tracks. His voice is husky and low, but angry, almost like I'm an inconvenience to him. I shake it off and continue forward. Is this a club? I ask him, feeling out of place. Yeah. You 18, he asks me, his eyes spending way too much time looking me up and down. Yes, I am, I tell him, my chest puffed out, my chin nice and high. I try to make myself seem older, but the fact of the matter is, I've always looked younger than I am. Hopefully my outfit drives the point home. $10 entry free and I.D, he demands, holding his hand out, palm face up. $10? I ask back. A pang of panic resonates within me as I wonder if I remembered to bring my wallet. I quickly check my pants pockets and luckily, there's a little lump, and I know I'm alright. I hand the guy a wrinkled bill and flash my ID. Step inside, miss, he says, acting much nicer than before. He hands me a 10 back and then gestures for me to move inside. I push past him into the place, not bothering to look back. Of course I don't get a chance, because the door shuts behind me, leaving me in a dark hallway. As I walk, I look around me, taking in my surroundings. The walls are a dark blue, nearly black, but just not quite there. The ground is hard and feels wooden beneath me. Other than the dimmed down sconces on the wall, the hall is barren. With each step, the floor vibrates a little more and more. As I get near the end of the hallway, music starts pumping through the walls. At first, it's just a distant beat, but it gets louder and more intense, with each step I take. A man waits near the final doorway to the club. He looks similar to the angry guy at the front door, but he doesn't interrogate me. He just opens the door and fans his arm out to show me into the club. I step in, and it's immediately a lot hotter than outside or the hallway. The air feels wet and sticky. It's like nothing I've experienced before, since the Vale's air is always mild, the perfect temperature. Not only is the air hot, but steaming bodies keep slamming into me as I try to navigate my way around the place. It's hard to tell where to go, because all I can see in every which way is people. More and more people, all piled together, touching and rubbing against each other. I smile as I watch everyone having fun. But then I'm jostled to the left, and I stumble over my boots, not used to their weight on my feet. Whoa, some guy says from behind me. He grabs onto my elbow and rights me so I'm standing on both feet. I turn to thank him, but he's already right in my face, staring down at me with intensity. Thanks, I say. His dark green eyes bore into me. I frown a little, because I don't understand why he's inspecting me so much. What's the matter? I ask him when he's been staring far too long. You're just so pretty, he says, letting his tongue trace his crooked teeth. Would you like to dance with me? Sure. I mean, why not? This makes him happy, because a smile erupts on his face, only it doesn't have the same effect as Mitch's. Plus, this guy's teeth are all over the place. But I still let him take my hand and lead me into the throng of humans. I'm not really sure what to do when we're face to face in the middle of the bustling floor. I saw this movie once in class about students who refused to stop dancing. Their guardians hated it and tried to ban dancing, but it didn't work. Other than that one little movie which barely taught me much, I have no experience dancing. The guy smiles at me and places his hands on my hips in an inappropriate way. I lean into it like I think I'm supposed to and he grabs me harder, clutching near my butt. I try to shy away from him, because I don't like how forward he's being. I'm not stupid, though. I get that it's just dancing, and I can see the other people in the room paired off having fun. But this guy rubs me the wrong way. He's kind of slimy. I have to go to the bathroom, I blurt out before I can think of another excuse. I wish I'd said I was hungry or thirsty because having to go to the bathroom is stupid, especially since I don't have to, ever. Let me take you, he murmurs in my ear, sending his hot breath down my spine. I nod. He can't go into the bathroom with me, right? He grabs my hand, and his palm is covered in sweat. I have to hide my cringe as I can feel the wetness touching me and sliding around my hand. I'll be right back, I tell him once we're in front of the door. It has a little girl on it. Next to it is the boys' room. I'll be waiting, he says and leans in towards my face. No, it's okay. I step back and push open the door. I try to get him to go away. I'll meet you back out there. I point towards the dance floor. I quickly shut the door behind me and lean against it so he can't get in. The room is mostly empty except for two girls in the far stall, giggling at each other. I look into the mirror at my face and my new self. I love the darkness and black accents. Next, I want to change my hairstyle. The two girls in the stall start grunting, and then giggle again. It makes me uncomfortable and I can only last another minute before I have to get out of there. I tentatively peek out the door and look from left to right. Luckily, there's no sign of the weird guy, so I turn the opposite way from the club in search of an exit. I think it's pretty clear that this is not the place for me. I haven't seen anyone that looks out of place or angel-like, so my search for halflings is pretty much over for the night. I come across the back door and sigh, thanking Rem that I found it fast. I step outside the door when I'm pulled backwards by my hair. I cry out in pain and try to fight back, swinging my arms around blindly to try to find the source of my pain. I reach towards whoever's grabbing me and try to get them to release, but they're perfectly in my blind spot behind me. Stop! I yell out, kicking and grabbing and wiggling around to be freed. My scalp cries out as I can feel hairs being tugged from my head. You thought you were going to walk out on me, a raspy, male voice growls so close to my ear that I think his teeth actually graze it. I just needed air, I tell him, hoping that he'll buy my story. I've never felt this way before. I'm completely captured, vulnerable, and useless. I hate this feeling. I should just give in. I was stupid for trying to mingle with humans before I truly understand their nature. Well, you're going to get a lot more than air now. He laughs wildly in my ear like he's enjoying my torture. Come. Let's go now. I'm not going, I tell him, my voice hard and unforgiving. What are you going to do about it? I hate that he's so confident in attacking me. I hate that he's taking advantage of me. But I'm not going down without a fight. According to the angels, I should be stronger than humans. So I muster my inner strength and grab his arm from across my waist. I pull it upwards and slam it down over my knee. He cries out in pain as I push down on his arm, bending it over my kneecap. He pulls away and snarls at me. I'm not sure if it's the noise that comes out of his mouth or the look on his face, but all I can think is demon. Oh no. I mutter, backing up until I'm flush against a brick wall. I don't know how to fight a demon. I mean, sure, I've gone through some training, but not nearly enough to take on a real demon. This can't be happening to me. This is all Mitch's fault. He should have warned me, stayed with me. That's right, little angel. Be scared. He narrows his gaze on me and actually smiles. His smile is wide, and evil, and crazy. His teeth are pointed, different than before in the club. He transforms before my eyes, taking on a red hint, his face morphing slowly. A part of me wants to watch as he transforms from human to demon. But the smart part of me wins out. I turn and run as fast as my short legs will take me. One foot in front of the other. I start to run towards my apartment, but then I think better of it. I don't want the demon to know where I live. Before I even make it a block, the demon is above me, swooping down over my head. I catch sight of his red wings and know I'm in serious trouble. Help! I scream at the top of my lungs, but it's pointless. Nobody is around to hear me. I'm going to die at the hands of a demon. Chapter 12. Nephilim. My head aches and my chest burns, my feet and legs and arms feel as if they've been dislocated, numb, and lifeless. My mind is hazy and black, but as I try to move around, I feel my back press against something hard and unrelenting. With each small movement of my body, stones dig into my bones. My eyes finally spring open, but I can't see much. The darkness isn't only in my mind, it's literally nighttime. I sit up straight, trying to push the pain from my mind, when I remember the demon that attacked me. He has to be around here somewhere. He wouldn't just leave me alone and alive. Demons are killers to the core, and I was about as vulnerable as you can get. Be careful, a soft voice captivates my attention. Don't move too much, angel. I'm not an angel, I mutter, testing my eyes as I use my peripheral vision. Left and right, all I see are blurry shapes and shades from gray to black. I try to focus on the figure above me, but her face is shadowed in too far away from me. Then what are you? A different voice asks. For some reason, this boy's voice is familiar, despite the fact that it's impossible to be so. The boy's face pokes over the back of the girl's head, just a dark oval in the darkness to me. What are you? I ask back, wondering how these people even know about angels, let alone feel the need to call me one. It's not like we have a distinct smell. I don't look any different than humans. I'm thoroughly confused, although I attribute that to the demon attack and the ache in the back of my skull. I think we should get Luke, the boy says. I don't know what to do. He sounds nervous and scared, unsure of himself. You guys should get out of here. It's dangerous, I tell them as I sit up against what feels like more rocks. I groan as I rest my full weight on my elbow to give my back a break. It aches with even the slightest of movements, but I push through it so that I can see these people better. I'm curious to see if they have wings. We're not going anywhere. Hare, call Luke, the girl says with a stern voice. Hare. The name is familiar, Jim Guy. I know you, I tell him, squinting my eyes so I can get a better look. I want to confirm my suspicion. I inch closer. I know you, too, he says back, almost teasingly. But there's a bad guy, I start to say, but the girl cuts me off. She steps forward, right into the beam of a yellow, fluorescent street lamp. Her face is illuminated, her features on full display. Her cheekbones rest high on her face, casting a shadow to her pointed chin. Her light blonde hair frames her face and curves right along her chin. The chopped, short bangs drastically dangle to her eyes. Her brown eyes focus solely on me with intensity. We killed the demon. Just sit tight, Angel, the girl says again, glaring at me. Hair moves away, into the shadows and out of my vision. I said I'm not an angel. So, stop calling me that. I look up at her from the ground, feeling small and hating that she continues to call me an angel. My blood starts to boil, my heart rate picking up. The angels deserted me. The title was ripped from me, and now, I don't even want it. Luke's coming. Hare yells as he returns to us. Oh, she's fully awake now? He pauses in front of me, looking down through his light lashes. Nothing bad is going to happen to you, he tells me, nodding his head. Why would I believe you? I question back. I thought we really bonded at the gym, he says, laughing to himself. The girl next to him punches his arm, and he snarls at her. Just believe me, okay? Luke's a god among men. Do you mind sitting here for a minute? The girl asks from behind Hare. I don't think I have a choice. I narrow my eyes on her, quirking my head to the side. Who are you guys? I ask as I try to adjust myself against the wall so I'm more comfortable. The duo stare down at me, both standing similarly with their arms crossed over their chest, leaning into their right hip with a little curious smirk on their face. I don't understand what she is, Hare whispers to the girl. I know I wasn't meant to hear his words, but he underestimated my hearing. I want to continue eavesdropping, so I pretend like I didn't hear a thing and turn my head away from them. Come here. She grabs Hare by the arm and drags him a few feet away from me. I'm praying I can still hear their conversation. Luckily, her voice finds me easily. She's definitely an angel. Can't you feel it? I thought I could, but now I don't know. She keeps saying she's not an angel. Archers always own up to it like, it's a privilege, Hare says. He sways on his heels and fixes his sleeves so they're rolled up to his elbows. He runs his hand along his chiseled jawline and then drops it, as if he's frustrated. She's definitely not an archer. The girl pauses and darts her eyes to me like she has an idea. I glare back at her. Let's check her wings. The two rush towards me. I tense up, because I know they're going to touch me. But at least it will prove that I'm not an angel. Hare grabs my left shoulder, and the girl grabs my right. They pull me forward a little and start to move my jacket off of me. I let them, despite the fact that little daggers jab into my shoulder blades with their every probe. They maneuver me around. I can tell they're at least trying to be gentle, but it doesn't take the pain away and pull the jacket off of me. I'm left cold, hunched over my knees on the ground with just a black tank top on. But, I hold my head high, proud. The girl reaches back and feels around for my wings. When she realizes they're missing, she jumps back away from me like I bit her. You're human, she asks, her voice filled with astonishment. But I felt her at the gym and here, Hare mutters, gasping at his human discovery. His hand comes up to his face and covers his mouth. I told you, I tell them, not hiding my snark. I'm no angel. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Hare chants over and over, his head in his hands. He bends over and slams his fist on the ground. Luke is going to murder us for this. We told a human about killing a demon. We're so dead, Hannah, he yelps. She reaches over and punches Hare on the arm. Shut it, Hare. Hare doesn't let it go this time. He punches her near the elbow, and she stumbles backwards. She yells something inaudible and then lunges for Hare, catching him around the neck. She drags him to the ground and starts wrestling him. I roll my eyes at their interaction, but it's entertaining, so I watch. Enough. A new voice rises up high above the others. It's deep and commanding, booming as it vibrates through the alley. Immediately, I turn towards the sound and stare at its source. What is going on here? The man asks the two on the ground. The man is in complete opposition to a regular angel's physical appearance. He's tall, standing at least 2 heads higher than me. A series of muscles protrude from his body, his clothing stretching to its limit. His arms look like they're about to break through his black t-shirt. His hair is darker than mine. Black, if I had to put a color to it. His thick eyebrows turn up when he faces me, and his dark brown eyes clash with mine. He only looks at me for a second before he turns back to Hare and Hannah. I follow his gaze to the two. They're both standing almost in a perfect line, like they're soldiers. Hannah reaches down and dusts off her knee, and Hare reaches up to fix his spiky hair. Well, a demon attacked that girl, Hannah says, pointing over at me even though it's painfully clear I'm the girl. She sounds nothing like before. Her voice is soft, scared, and shaky. All the fire is gone from her. And we swooped in to help. Hare continues the story. But she kind of held her own until the demon grabbed her. At first we thought she was fallen, but she feels like an angel. Hannah uses her hands to talk along with her words. It's very amusing to me. I sit back, watching the pair explain their actions to what clearly appears to be their authority figure. But we checked her back, and she doesn't have wings. She swears she's not an angel. So now we're confused, Hare says, finishing the story. So, basically what you're telling me is that you saved a human from a demon, yet told this human about us, the man, I'm guessing to be Luke, drawls. He has this way of talking that I've only seen in very high angels. It's like he knows that he's the boss, and that people have to listen to him. It's intoxicating. But we thought she was an angel. She was running so fast. Hannah yells. Go back to the sanctuary, and I'll deal with you later, Luke demands. Hare and Hannah look at me briefly, their eyes only staying for a second, before running away down the alley. It's only a moment before they're gone. For some reason, and I really have no idea why, this guy doesn't scare me. He has all of the qualities in someone who should, though. He's large, dark, and domineering. He comes off brash and harsh and mean. But, at the same time, he's soft. Who are you? Luke asks me, staring me down. It bothers me for some reason. I don't like being on two levels. I brace my back against the wall and use the leverage to stand up. My legs wobble beneath me. A weird thump from inside my head bangs against my skull, and I know it's from whatever the demon did to me. But despite being uncomfortable, I stand on my own 2 feet and show Luke how strong I am. My name is Annie, I tell him, averting my gaze to the floor. He steps towards me like a threat. That's not what I asked. I asked you what you are. I'm human. Liar, he immediately retorts, not giving me a chance to go on. I am human, I reiterate. I don't think you understand. He pauses, visibly angry at my answers. I just press my back harder against the brick wall to put as much space between us as possible. I can feel what's inside of you. I know you're not human. So, either I can take you and experiment on you, or you confess up. I've been experimented on enough, I yell at him without thinking. The last thing I'll do is sit through more force tests. I'd rather die. I'm human, trust me. I make strong eye contact with him to show him the truth in my words. I don't trust anyone, he declares. Well, join the club. Can I go now? I ask him, wanting to go back to my apartment so I can hide. My body needs to meditate, and I can't do that in an alley where demons lurk around. You could, but I think you're going to want to come with me. And why's that, Dot? Because you seem different. He pauses, running his hand through his thick head of black hair. You're different. You're not human, I can tell you that much. There's a place for people like you. A place I own. We can help you. Just what exactly do you think I am? I ask him, my tone hard. Well, you feel angelic, but you're apparently not. So you must be Nephilim, since I know you're not a demon. I can't tell for sure, but I can feel it. Nephilim? I question the word. Half angel, half human. That's what you are? A halfling? I question, my heart banging against my ribs. It all makes sense. I did what Perry told me to do. I found halflings. Halfling? He laughs, spiteful and angry. Let me guess, an angel taught you that word. Be careful what you say. Fallen or Nephilim are appropriate names. You shouldn't put yourself down like that, he says. He turns to leave me, but I don't want the conversation to end on his terms. Plus, I just found my halfling, and I don't want to lose my chance of fitting in. I'm not a Nephilim. I give in and tell him the truth just so I don't have to have this conversation anymore. I'm just a worthless angel without wings. What? He turns to face me, his eyes alight with wonder. Yup, I answer, rolling my eyes. Aren't you interesting, he says, grinning from ear to ear. I'm not an experiment. I'm a person. And I'm sick and tired of people treating me like I'm weird or interesting. I step towards him like I might fight him, which is far from the truth. I'm not stupid. Relax, okay? I can help you, he says, holding up his hands in front of him. I'm not sure what that means, but it seems apologetic. How? By being around people similar to you. It's a safe place for non-humans. I'm not saying you have to live there. But you should come check it out. Do I have to? I ask back. Of course not. Here's the address, he says, handing me a business card from his back pocket. I turn over the card in my hand, reading it. Come by during the day. We hunt at night. His eyes glimmer with glee. Hunt? Demon hunting. I'm serious about you coming by. Just ask for me, Luke. I'll show you around, he says, and then not a second later, he's gone. I'm left alone in the silent, dark alleyway. I let out a single breath, and then hurry home. Chapter 13. Sanctuary. I feel driven the next morning to visit the sanctuary that Luke spoke of. I wake up with a plan. I quickly dress in a new outfit that's equally as badass, a new word I've learned from wandering the streets at night, as last night's. I switch out the leather pants for jeans with little rips on the knees and pair it with greenish-brown combat boots. I throw on a t-shirt and the same leather jacket. Before I leave, I make a stop in my kitchen and grab a glass of chocolate milk. It's my favorite thing. The taste, the feel, it's amazing. The only problem is the sluggishness I feel afterwards. But I found my Nephilim, and that deserves some celebration. I down the drink, savoring the sweet taste, and then put it in my kitchen sink. The address on the card leads me to an upscale part of town. I can tell, because the alleys are clean and there's not as much traffic or stores. I walk the entire way and pause outside of the front doors. It doesn't look any different than a regular building. I guess when I thought of a sanctuary, I thought of some underground building with green pastures and open land that Nephilim hide in to get away from humans. I keep walking though, because I'm not ready to go inside. I try to give myself a pep talk and prepare to enter the well-lit building. The outside has a little canopy over the walkway. It's green and black, and there's a man waiting underneath it. He looks at me like I'm a crazy person as I circle the place for the third time. But I just can't do it. If I walk in there, I'm stepping into new territory. It feels like a trap, and I don't know whether the risk is worth the reward. Luke seemed way too welcoming and nice to me despite the scared reaction he got from Hannah and Hare. I need to just go in, check the place out, and then get out of there. Before I can completely run away, I remember Perry's advice to befriend them. I should just do it. I want to fit in more than anything, and if the Nephilim give me that ticket in, then so be it. Are you ready, miss? The man at the door asks me. I guess so, I sigh, but nod my head. Right ahead, he says as he grabs the door for me. He pulls it open and swings his arm out for me to go in. I nod again, in thanks, and basically run into the place. I'm completely lost on where to go. The entry room looks almost identical to the one in my apartment building. There are a few chairs and tables, but it's mostly vacant. It's alarmingly white, and I hate it for reminding me of where I come from. I walk forward, past the chairs and tables, towards what looks like the only way out, a single red door. I push it open and it reveals an elevator, something I have learned to love more than stairs. It looks much smaller than what I've seen in the movies and places around the city, but I go in anyway. The doors shut behind me, and I'm locked into what feels like a tiny box. Where are you going? A strange-sounding voice asks me from somewhere. I look around, up, and down to try to figure out who's with me. But the elevator is silent. Who are you seeing? The same voice asks again. I'm here to see Luke, I stutter out. Very well, the voice says, and then the elevator jumps to life. I'm jostled around and have to cling to the walls to stabilize myself. After a few seconds, I'm used to the movement and relax against the back wall. The elevator suddenly stops with a shake, and the doors open into another entry-looking room. There are more chairs and tables, and I wonder if people actually sit in them. Why do humans need so many places to sit? It's still a mystery to me. I tentatively walk forward, and with each step, my palms get damper with nerves. There's a woman sitting in front of me behind a large circle-shaped table. She's looking down at a television and tapping on a keyboard faster than I've ever seen fingers move. I pause in front of her and place my hands on the table. One moment, she says to me, and I nod, acknowledging her. I'm able to look around and am thankful that this room isn't like the downstairs and devoid of any color. The walls are a deep gray, nearly black, but there are little lights on the walls that illuminate the place. It's very spacious. Its large picture windows and lack of much furniture make the room look larger. There are two doors, one on either side of the woman's table. One is green, while the other is painted black. I have a feeling those are the colors of this place, since the banner outside over the sidewalk was the same. Sorry to keep you waiting, the woman says, smiling wide at me. I focus back at her. What can I help you with? I'm here to see Luke, I tell the lady. Is he expecting you? The woman asks while she taps on her board some more. Before she can answer, Luke emerges from the black door. He looks completely different than last night. In the light of day, his features are much sharper. He's still large, and his presence is electric and thick. But, now I can clearly make out his face. He has strong cheekbones, high and defined. His jaw is square with a shadow underneath of hair. His dark eyes focus solely on me, and it's nerve-wracking. "Miss Annie. I honestly wasn't expecting you," he remarks. "I can put her down for an appointment," the woman at the table suggests. She turns to face Luke, but he barely notices her. "No, I can make time for her." Luke smiles at me. "Come," he commands, and I willingly follow. He turns back to the black door and holds it open for me. I pass by him and his hand brushes against my arm by accident, and it makes my heart leap from my chest. "Wow," I say as I look around his room. There are no chairs in here, which strangely gives me comfort. The walls are deep cranberry with darker accents along the windows and door. It feels like a den, all dark and dangerous. "What made you come today?" Luke asks as he shuts the door behind us. Truthfully, I'm not sure. "I guess just to check it out," I offer, shrugging my shoulders. "It's quite the place, isn't it?" he asks but doesn't wait for my answer. "How long have you been here?" he asks me. "A few days." "That's it?" "Yeah." "Well, would you like to walk and talk? I can show you around and explain what we do here and why." "I'd love it." He leads me around the room to a stairwell. Luckily, we only go down one set of stairs and then we move into the room he chooses to show me first. There are tons of people, or I guess, Nephilim, here. They're moving around, conversing with each other. I own the entire building. Each floor serves a purpose. This is a social floor. This is a safe place that Nephilim can go to and converse and talk to each other without feeling threatened. I don't understand. What's threatening them? Many things. To start, there are demons out there that make it hard to live a peaceful life. We try to protect the Nephilim from human threats, as well. Earth is dangerous. Can demons be good? I counter, frowning my face. I like to think so, he chuckles under his breath. Anyway, there's a food court around the back. There's a lounge, movie theater, and cafe. Pretty much anything you want to do for fun, you can do here. Wow, I mutter as I follow Luke. We go back into the stairwell and down one more set of stairs. He shows me where the living quarters are. Apparently most Nephilim live here, but they don't have to. It's just an option for those who want it. An announcement rings out over the loudspeaker, level 7 on 5th Street. 7 on 5th. Teen C report. The noise reverberates through the place, and it becomes deafeningly silent. I have to go. Stay put, I'll have Hannah come show you the rest. Where are you going? I ask him, looking around paranoid. We keep track of various demons in the area. Some we have to kill off. This is one we've been tracking for a while. I have to go. Can I come? No, he answers sternly. Please, I beg, rushing after him. He pushes through the door and runs down the stairwell in rapid pace. But, I meet his steps and follow right behind. Have you ever fought a demon? He asks, stopping at the bottom of the stairwell. He turns and faces me. Well, yesterday, I start to say, but he cuts me off. No, you haven't. You could be a risk. What's that even mean? Please, let me come with you. I'll just follow you if I want. Why? This is what I want to do. I was going to be a fighter, I whisper. Please. Fine, let's go. He gives in to me and I trudge behind him. Chapter 14. Demon Hunt. What exactly did they teach you in the Veil? Luke asks as we strut out of the building. 4 other Nephilim meet up with us, marching beside Luke and I. Their strides are long, their legs even longer, but I keep up. I know what to do, I say with confidence. How? He asks me, glancing at me for just a moment with his steely glare. Because I was taught a little from the archers. I know that they only die if they're decapitated. I know to break their neck. Trust me. Being a fighter was my dream, it's all I wanted. Well, I guess it's time to prove yourself, he says, and before I can dwell on his words, the demon comes into view. He looks human, way too human for comfort. He's got very light brown hair and thick eyebrows that are furrowed in anger. That's a demon? I ask aloud. The guy behind me answers with a yes and then runs forward, sprinting. He has a decent amount of speed, but I know I'm faster. So I lunge forward, matching him step for step. As I thought, I pass the Nephilim and reach the demon first. I grab him around the shoulders and tug him backwards, using all of my strength and pent-up aggression. A Nephilim is close behind. He grabs the demon's legs and swipes them out from under him. The demon falls to the ground, but drags me with him. Our limbs tangle in a mess. I glare at the Nephilim that threw me off, but don't have time to get mad. I jump back into the fight, pull out my right arm, and punch the demon square in his sharp jaw. Black blood gushes from his mouth in a volcano-like eruption. It coats my jeans, my stomach, and my hand. Pull it, I say when I have the demon in a vice-like grip. I'm locked around his neck, both arms joined together, clenching tightly. He's struggling beneath me, bucking his hips and kicking his legs to get free. The Nephilim from before comes up behind me and twists the demon's neck to the side. It barely affects the demon. He bounces back quickly from the attempted murder and grabs me around the waist, tugging us both against a brick wall. I hit it hard, my head slamming against the brick. I swear, I can feel my brain bounce around. It's unnerving and disorienting. I can't focus on the pain. I have to push through it. I use my back as leverage against the wall and bend forward so that the demon rolls off me and falls back. I look around for backup, but there's another demon a few feet down the wall that the other guys are taking care of. I panic thinking I'm alone, but not even a second later, Luke comes to my rescue. He grabs the demon from behind and throws him against the brick beside me. The demon topples over and lands on his tailbone, little pieces of wall falling down beside him. He groans in pain. Instead of feeling bad, like I assumed I would, it makes my stomach roll with victory. Luke takes the demon around the neck and looks over at me with waiting eyes. He's holding the demon still. For a second, before my brain kicks in, I think that the demon has died. Finish the job, Luke says, his eyes unwavering from mine, their intensity searing into me. Rem allows this? I ask, surprised. Angels aren't allowed to kill demons or humans without Rem's permission. It's kind of lame, because if there was a real threat, we wouldn't be able to kill in the Veil. But here, I guess anything goes. We don't let someone as controlling as Rem rule us. He doesn't allow Nephilim in his world, I don't let him in mine. I nod in understanding, weighing my options. I'm scared to kill someone, demon or not. On the other hand, this is what I've been waiting for, training for. Do you have what it takes? He sneers my way, and his silent dare is all it takes to solidify my decision. Yes. I step forward, closing the space between the demon, Luke, and I. I place one hand on the demon's head and another under his chin. I can do this. I can kill a demon. In one swift motion, I snap his neck, twisting it to the left and pulling upwards. I'm not sure I've done it correctly until his body falls lifelessly in a heap to the ground. Luke wrings his hands, dusting his pants off as he composes himself. He has no care for the demon on the ground. He nearly kicks the dead demon in the head as he steps over the body towards me. I don't know what I'd call what I'm feeling. I should be scared and traumatized or guilty. But oddly, I'm not. I feel fulfilled and strong and confident. I kind of love it. It's liberating. I've killed my first demon, and I crave more. You were surprisingly good, Luke says as he stops in front of me. My chest heaves, and I'm not sure if it's from the adrenaline spike or his close proximity to my body. I can't hide my glee. It feels amazing. A smile rises from my lips to my eyes out of my control. He raises his hand and I high-five it, laughing out loud. I think we have a new hunter in our midst, he proclaims, and the other guys all clap for me. I think I just found my new purpose on Earth. Chapter 15. Victory. Despite the fact that the other hunters are in the midst of decapitating demons, Luke whisks me into his arms with a wide smile on his face. I can't help but giggle as I'm lifted high into the air like I weigh nothing at all. Now what? I ask as I'm placed back on solid ground. I try to straighten out my shirt and compose myself, but I'm beyond flustered. What do you want to do? He asks me back. Show me your world. Instead of answering, he nods and wraps his hand around mine, our fingers interlacing. My body ignites from his touch. We leave the hunters behind, and when I turn to say goodbye, I notice a large fire spiraling up from where the demon's body was on the ground. Luke must see the question in my eyes because he says, to cover our tracks. I guess that makes sense. I let him lead me around the city. He points out various landmarks along the way, which I guess I missed the first time when I followed Luke around. He never drops my hand, even when I try to pull away, because I'm scared my hand is sweaty. In fact, when I try to enjoin our hands, he squeezes it harder, as if promising not to let go. I look up into his eyes, and they smile down at me. He's beautiful. He's the only person who I feel comfortable with down here, and I kind of like him. Too soon, we make it back to the sanctuary. Luke drops my hand as we step up to the purple and green archway. He reaches forward and grabs the door handle, tugging it open for me to step through. I go first, and wait in the front room for him to follow. He leads me to the elevator, and we step in side by side. It's shockingly silent between us, and I feel the need to break it. So do you like it? I ask him. Like what, Angel? I roll my eyes at the word angel, but let it slide. You know. Killing, I try to explain. I think it's necessary. I didn't ask that. I frown at him since it feels like he's dodging my question. Do you like it? Do you like the thrill, the killing? He pauses, looking down at me with an oddly vacant stare. I love it, he answers just as the red doors slide open. He holds out his hand to me, palm face up, and I take it. Then he steps onto the recreational floor we visited briefly before. The fact that he loves killing should scare me and shoot off red flags, but it almost has the opposite effect on me. I'm bombarded by my senses as we walk farther and farther into the floor. There's a mixture of different scents from various food, and they're jumbled into one big mix of an aroma bomb. There are tons of people walking and sitting around the room. I feel very out of place in this smelly, crowded room. I'm guessing since you've only been here a short period of time, you haven't experienced much food. Luke glances around the room as if making sure that everyone is doing what they're supposed to. Wrong, I tell him, smiling at his falsity. You've experimented, he asks back, stopping us and facing me. A little. I love food. Especially, milk. Milk? I nod. Stay here. I'm going to take your true food virginity, he mutters, a sly grin on his face. My face immediately freezes. I hate the way I can't hide my blatant embarrassment. He brushes his finger along my chin, and then retreats into the sea of people. I lose sight of him fairly fast. Instead of standing awkwardly near the door, I walk deeper into the throng of Nephilim. Nobody really notices me, or pays me much attention. Instead I'm like a ghost, a silent bystander, observing everything. It's the angel, a deep voice interrupts my blissful silence. Hare comes over to me and smiles widely, like we're old friends. Hey there, he says, striding up next to me. Hi, I tentatively say back. Are you going to hang around here now? He asks, leaning against a stone pillar. Before I can answer, I look up, and his sister is waltzing towards us. Oh. Hare mutters under his breath, suddenly amused. Hare, what are you doing? Hannah asks as she stops right in front of me. I'm talking to the angel, Hare says back, rolling his eyes at his sister. I start to object to the title, but his sister speaks over me. Why? There's toughness to her tone, similar to what I heard yesterday when they saved me. Hannah, why don't you leave me alone? Go hang out with your friends or something. You don't always have to be near me. Hare lashes out at his sister, and I feel more awkward standing here than before. I don't think I should be hearing their argument. That's private. Geez, Hare. Try relaxing a little. She looks over at me. Her eyes trail up and down my body and then stop at my nose. I'm Hannah, Hare's better half. You're siblings, right? I ask. I guess I just assumed, since they're very similar looking, but I want to confirm it now. Both have dark hair and light eyes. Both are tall and thin. I guess their snark and the way they talk to each other made me think that, too. Twins, Hare answers, hip-checking her. Oh, cool. I answer, unsure of what to say. I guess I'll see you around, she says in leaving, as her brother has made it painfully clear that she's not welcome here. Sure, I answer, shrugging my shoulders. Sorry about her. She's a jerk sometimes. Hare sways from side to side uncertainly. I heard you guys took down a demon. That's awesome. My first time. How old are you? He asks. I'm 18, I tell him. I'm not sure why I feel the need to lie. I keep replaying Mitch's words in my head. Despite the fact that I trust the Nephilim, I want to be safe at all costs. So I guess I'm 18 to everyone now. Me too. They just let me start hunting a few months ago. I've already taken down 5 demons, though, he claims, proud. His chest puffs out a little and he stands a little taller, more confident. That's pretty impressive. Luckily, Luke comes over to us and breaks the awkwardness between Hare and I. Don't get me wrong, he's super nice and the first person to talk to me, but I don't know what to say to him. You met Hare? Luke asks, looking between the two of us. Re-met him. I clarify. Come, I've made you a surprise, Luke says, taking me by the elbow and steering me around. I look over my shoulder at Hare and smile at him. He waves and then goes in the other direction, towards where I'm guessing his sister is. As Luke and I walk around the room, I try to take it all in. I idly wonder how everyone who's hanging around can afford to just relax out all day. Mika said most people work. But I decide to save the question for another day. So, I spoke with the chef in the cafeteria and asked to make me a sampling of all the best foods, he tells me as he pushes open a set of doors. Immediately, a smell wafts into my nose. I actually have this weird urge to sneeze. And here they are. He lets me walk in first, and I just look between all of the full plates. Where do we even start? I ask him. He smiles down at me. Not we. You. I'm eating all of this? I ask him again. Yes, and I'm going to watch. Luke walks over to the table and sits in the black chair. He scoots in and rests his arms on the tabletop. I take a spot across from him, where at least 5 overfilled plates sit, begging to be eaten. Which first? I ask him as my mouth starts to salivate involuntarily. Since being on Earth, I've tried a few things, but nothing on the table looks familiar, so I'm at a loss as to what I'm about to eat. Why don't you try that? He leans across the table and points to a weird yellow and red and orange looking triangle. I lift it up with one hand and a trickle of something wet, like water, only orange tinted and slippery, slides down my arm. I frown, but continue to move the thing towards my mouth. The first bite is euphoric. It's not sweet at all, purely the opposite. It's salty and hard, yet chewy. After the first bite is all in my mouth, I put the slice down and really savor everything I taste. I shut my eyes and attempt to differentiate the smells and tastes. With just one bite, my stomach feels full, bloated. Wow, that was really good, I say to Luke as I finish chewing. I moan and shut my eyes as I continue to taste more and more with each bite. I can't stop, and I don't ever want to. I just hope my stomach can keep up with me. Keep making that noise and you're in big trouble, Luke says, grinning across the table at me. I smile, but really I can hardly focus on his words. The amazing taste in my mouth is too much to handle. But I'm nowhere close to done. Now this, Luke says, pushing a plate of something green towards me. I try food after food after food and luckily my stomach lets me. I eat salad and chocolate and pie and banana pie. I drink soda and orange juice and a milkshake, which is my favorite of the night. Luke constantly feeds me until I've tried at least a bite of everything in the room. You're quite impressive, he tells me, his eyes smoldering. He looks behind me and snaps his fingers twice. My eyes droop with tiredness, my body exhausted. A man in an apron comes out from the kitchen and starts to clear the table of my mess. I smile at the man for helping us, but his eyes never leave the table. He's like a slave, domineer. Now what are we going to do? I ask Luke, feeling sleepier than ever before. I have work to do for the night, and I can't entertain you. Unfortunately. He pauses and looks around the room. But, you're welcome to stay. I'm sure you can show yourself around. I'm not sure I'm comfortable staying yet. Maybe I'll go home. I shrug my shoulders. I'll only let you leave if you promise to come back, Luke says, suddenly serious. What are you going to do? Force me here? I laugh, trying to joke with him. Of course not, Angel. He jokes back, that stupid name coming up again. But I like you, and I'd hate to never see you again because I have to do work. I'll be back tomorrow, I promise, smiling at the fact that he wants to see me again. We both stand up from the table at the same time. My legs wobble beneath me from sitting for so long, and I feel like I'm gained a lot of weight. Luke takes my hand in his and leads me back towards the elevator. It's now very dark on the recreational floor, the lights dim. Most of the people who were hanging out before are now gone. Some of the rooms have a little stream of light coming from under the doors, but they're shut so I can't see much. I prefer it like this. We stop just outside of the red elevator doors. Luke drops my hand. I suddenly feel cold, instantly feeling the loss. I stand, unable to move, because it oddly is like a goodbye. A more permanent one, I mean. So, you'll come back? Luke asks me, turning so we're face to face. He touches my shoulders and holds me in front of him. The heat comes back, and I love it. Yes, I breathlessly say. My voice is almost foreign to me. I don't want to be forward, but I really would like to kiss you. My heart springs to life in my chest, like it's been zapped. It pumps extra blood through my veins, making my body hot. I don't know what to say to that. I've only been kissed by Tab before. It's not like we're still dating, so I don't see the harm. Instead of answering, I nod my approval and step towards him, closing the space between us. It's like time freezes, because I swear everything moves in slow motion. At first his hands touch me, lightly. One rests on my shoulder while the other comes around behind my neck. His fingers travel into my hair and goosebumps rise across my body in a swarm. He looks down at me with hooded eyes that show his want for me. My stomach flutters. I'm scared that all the food in my stomach will come back up. I look up from under my lashes and silently beg him to kiss me already. My nerves jump on high alert. My brain starts freaking out. I don't know if I'm a good kisser. I don't know if he really likes me. Finally, he leans down and presses his lips over mine, silencing my thoughts. At first, it's just a barely there touch. A quick peck on the lips. After a second passes, it intensifies. His hand tangles in my hair, and he pulls me so close to him that his chest presses against mine. I can feel our hearts sync, matching each other's rapid paces. I shut my eyes, living in the moment, loving the moment. I wrap my arms around his torso and cling to him, like this could all be some sick dream I've fantasized. I feel the muscles ripple in his back as we sway together, kissing and touching. It's something I've never experienced before, this attraction. But just as it gets intense, Luke pauses and pulls back from me. I open my eyes to see what's wrong, but his are still shut. He rests his forehead on mine and breathes with me. His hands loosen in my hair, but they refuse to let me go. "You're amazing," Luke says between bated breaths. "You are too," I awkwardly answer back, smiling. "I'll see you tomorrow." He steps back and when I look up, he's gone. I quickly press the button and the red doors open to let me in. I stand alone in the elevator with the biggest smile on my face. I can't stop replaying the most amazing kiss in my mind. Chapter 16. Hair Fight. My apartment is only a few blocks from the sanctuary. My brain runs a mile a minute as I recap my day with Luke. I try to focus on other things, such as the cool air or the light breeze or the way the stars sparkle in the sky. I watch people walk by me and hardly notice that I even exist. But my mind keeps trying to conjure up Luke. I take the steps up to my apartment as fast as I can, my feet pounding against the pavement. I still have yet to find an elevator in this building, but it doesn't bother me too much. I quickly unlock the door and relock it behind me like I'm supposed to. I lean against the back of the door and sink down to my butt. To say my day was a whirlwind would be an understatement. I can barely recollect everything that's happened to me thus far, from the demon hunting to exploring the sanctuary to that kiss. It's just too much to take in. Suddenly, my stomach rolls around unpleasantly. I press my hand to my abdomen, and it feels like little bubbles are floating around in there. My head spins, and I can't really focus on anything at all. My head pounds against my skull, and I don't know what to do with these pains. I've never been sick before, but suddenly I feel like my stomach beats me down. Before I can do anything, I turn to the side and every single thing I ate comes out the wrong way. I knew I would have to relieve myself in the bathroom, but this feeling is like nothing I've experienced. Nobody warned me about this. I can't move now, so I just lean to the side while my stomach has a mind of its own, beating me down and hating me. My throat burns and aches as more and more comes out of my mouth. I can't control it. I hate not controlling anything. When I think I'm done, I quickly run to the bathroom, but with each pounding step, my head throbs like it's being punched. I lean against the wall in the bathroom and sit across from the toilet. I throw up one more time, but I make it in the toilet and flush it down before I can see the revolting image. It's disgusting, a smell I've never experienced before and never want to again. You'd think it would come up smelling the same as it went down. But that's not true. My stomach hurts after it's gone through that torture and my throat aches. When I conjure up enough energy, I walk to the kitchen. I drink a quick glass of water and lean against the counter. I'm never eating food again. I swear to myself that I will never touch that much food for the rest of my long life. I lie on the couch and meditate, so I can regain some of the energy I lost from getting sick. I wake in the same position as I started on the couch. I feel a lot better than before. My stomach and throat are back to normal. I don't feel sick anymore. When I sit up, I realize that it's light out. I must have slept through the entire night without meaning to. My body must have craved the rest. My stomach rolls, except in a good way. This is a blessing, because I can go back to the sanctuary and hang out with Luke all day. I jump up from the couch and plan to just run over there, but I feel icky. There's digested food still on the floor that I need to clean up, and I think I actually smell, which is a first for me. I grab the cleaning supplies that Mika stocked the kitchen with and get on the ground to clean up my mess. My mind travels to Mika while I mop up the puddles of vomit. I wonder if he really will check up on me or if that was just something he said to make me feel better. Mitch is probably up in the Vale, flying around and living the angel life. He's probably forgotten about me down here, struggling with life on Earth, struggling to fit in. He's lucky that I found Luke, or else I'd probably hate him more than the low simmer of hate I harbor now. So much for checking up on me. It's been almost a week, and he has yet to show his face. When I finish cleaning, I throw it all in the trash can and then go into the bathroom. I turn the water on in the shower to really hot and then hop in once I rid myself of my dirty clothes. The hot water feels amazing on my tight muscles and sweat-covered body. I should do this more often. I guess I'm just used to the clean air in the Vale still. I shut my eyes and let the water cascade down my body. I use some supplies Mika got me and lather up my hair and wash my body in an explosion of white suds. Earth is a very dirty place. I hate walking on the street, because there's dust everywhere and when a car drives by the dirt flies right in your face. The water below me turns brown as I use a bar of soap to clean my arms and legs. It's disgusting. I definitely need to shower more. When I'm done, I grab the black towel off of the rod and wrap it around me. It's warm and snuggly, and I moan into it, savoring the cleanness. I walk into the bedroom and sift through the closet to find an appropriate outfit. I want to look attractive for Luke, but I also want to be prepared if we're going to hunt a demon. So I pick a pair of black leggings that are comfortable, form-fitting, yet durable, and a clean tank top. Since it's cold, I grab the leather jacket again and throw it over my shoulders. Lastly, I grab a pair of black boots and slip my sock-covered feet into them. They're my favorite fashion accessories since coming to Earth. Plus, they're comfortable. I look around the apartment and when everything looks to be in place and neat, I head out. I remember to lock the door behind me, and then I jog down the metal stairs. The walk to the sanctuary is swift, and I say hello to the doorman when I get there. I push the button for the red doors to open and step through and hit the recreational floor. I don't know where Luke is, but I feel like that's as good as any spot to start. When the doors open, I step out as someone else steps in, causing us to collide. Luckily, it's a familiar face. "Hey there, Angel," Hare says with a smug grin on his face. "Hey, Hare," I say as I try to maneuver out of his way. I want to find Luke as fast as possible. I kind of miss him, as strange as that sounds. "Want to come train with me?" he asks, raising his dark eyebrows. I was going to meet Luke. But before I can finish my thought, Hare grabs my arm and tugs me into the elevator with him. I laugh at his friendly forwardness. Hare clicks a button for level 30 when the red doors close in on us. Thankfully, the elevator moves fast, because we're in the training center in no time. The doors open to a foyer, and I step into it hesitantly. Hare rushes past me. "You gotta keep up," he yells back, sticking out his tongue and laughing. I jog after him. After going trough a long hallway, we're dumped into a huge training center. It's not like a regular gym. It's more similar to the Vale Training Center, but with more colors. It feels a bit like home. There's a hanging track around the room in an oval, and I can see 3 people racing from here. It's the only thing that stands out. The floor is wooden, at least it looks to be, and it's a deep brown. I push up onto my tiptoes and the ground pushes back against me, hard. It's still hard to get used to the heavy air. "Who's ready to spar next?" A man in a ring in the center of the room asks. He looks to be older than most of the people here. His head is bare and he's got a stocky build instead of a long and lean body like most of the Nephilim I've seen. He's smiling next to the ring as if he enjoying seeing people beat each other up. "Want to fight?" I ask Hare, a mischievous gleam in my eyes. "Seriously," he asks back as he starts to tape up his hands. I don't understand why he's taping, but I watch with curiosity. "Sure," I answer back, shrugging back. I don't see the big deal. "Well, get ready to get beaten up," he says, smiling ear to ear. I walk over to the bald man and tell him that Hare and I will be fighting next. He looks at me like I'm crazy, but I don't care. I'm used to the looks from the Vale. I stand on one side of the box and take off my jacket. I take off my shoes, too, when I see Hare do the same. "Come on, guys. We don't have all day," Baldy says from the middle of the ring. I throw my hair into a tight ponytail, and then bend to get into the arena. I grab onto the rope and use it to swing myself onto the raised platform. Hare does the same from his side. I never stop watching him. We both step into the middle of the ring where Baldy is waiting for us. He looks between the two of us and shakes his head disapprovingly. "You sure you want to do this, girl?" he asks me as a last-ditch effort. Of course, I answer back, my eyes never leaving Hare. "You ready?" Baldy asks. Yes, both of us answer in union. "Go to your sides," Baldy instructs us, pointing behind me. I walk to the left and Hare turns and walks to the opposite side. I lean in the corner and try to talk myself up. I know how to fight. Granted, in the Vale we could only fight dummies and not real people, but still. I'm confident in my skills, despite the heavy air and tough ground. A whistle is blown, and Hare steps towards me. I match his movements and step back towards him. His hands are raised, as if he's covering his face. My hands mirror his, but instead of holding them high, I like to fight a little lower, since I'm short. I lean from side to side, watching his body, not his feet. He tries to get me to move left by playing with some fancy footwork, but I'm too skilled to fall for that cheap trick. I jab my right hand towards him, but he dodges it easily. I just wanted to test him, see his skills. He's good, but I know I can take him. I spin and whip my leg around in a high arch, landing a nice roundhouse to his ribs. But instead of knocking him down like I wanted, he just takes the blow and steps to the side. This is going to be harder than I thought. My breathing starts to pick up when I think that I can't win this. Hare seems so weak and childlike that I thought it would be obvious I'd take the win, but now it's not. I have to focus more. Just as I'm about to move to the side and grab him from behind, my eyes travel from the ring to the side, where I see Luke step into the room. His face is blank, but interested. His eyes widen, yet do not show any worry. Having him in the room makes my adrenaline rocket into the air. I don't like him watching me fight. This is exactly what I didn't want. I can hardly focus on Hare, knowing that Luke is focusing on me. Hare takes the golden opportunity awarded to him from my distraction and punches me square in the nose. I can feel the bone break, hear it crack, and blood shoots out from my nostrils. I grunt and almost fall backwards, but I compose myself, the pain nothing to me right now. I block out everything around me and go on the offensive. I step towards Hare and grab him around the neck and use all of my weight to pull him down with me. I'm better on the ground anyway. He falls on his back and I roll to my side to maintain the hold I have on him. He uses his feet to pry me off him, and with each kick, my thigh throbs out, but I never let go. You thought you'd win. Huh, Angel? Hare goads me on, his words chopped up with his heavy breaths. I still can, I grunt out as I try to wriggle my way out from underneath him. I try to grab hold on his shoulder, but the sheen of sweat on him makes it slippery. I grunt again when I can feel myself start to lose the fight. Stop! Luke calls out, making everyone stop and stare. The room stills as everyone obeys his command. Don't move, he says, as I'm about to crawl out from under Hare. Do you see how he has you behind the back with your legs pinned down? Luke asks me. Yes, I whisper out, still holding on a Hare. Instead of panicking, use your left leg as leverage and push your pelvis up. I do as he says and push as hard as I can. The position works, because Hare's arms aren't long enough to hold onto me. I get out of his grasp and spring up while Hare is still lying on the ground, vulnerable. You do this every day and you'll be a hunter in no time, Luke tells me approvingly. I vow to do just that. Chapter 17. Watching Eyes. Damn. The demon slips behind me and grabs me hard around the waist. I try to wriggle free, but the thing has its claws digging into my sides. I can feel blood start to drip from me. I reach back and try to punch it in the face, but just as I move it nails me right in my unblocked face, right under my lip. Luke strips the demon from my body and flings it against a nearby tree, saving me. The wood shatters and splinters, and a limb falls down from the top of the tree. Thanks. I nod at Luke. You can thank me when we're done, Luke says, smiling at me. I nod again, and we both spring into action towards the demon. He's starting to move on the floor, lifting his head to face us since he found his second wind of strength. Luke and I both know it's useless, since we're about to take him down. We become the ultimate hunter team in just a little over a month. We've taken down demon after demon and in record speeds. We're pretty awesome, if I do say so myself. I wipe a little trickle of blood off my face and follow Luke to the demon. Luke grabs him off the ground, but it makes the demon spring to life again. I swear these guys are like cats, 9 lives and all. The demon bends at the waist and ducks out of Luke's grasp, twirling to the side to dodge him. Luckily, I'm right behind him and can stop the demon before he gets too far away from us. I whip my arm out and clothesline the demon so that his neck gets right in the crook of my elbow. He grunts and falls to the ground, clutching his neck like it's about to break off. If I had anything to do with it, it would. Nice one, Angel, Luke says, FHGH5ing me over the demon's body. Luke grabs the demon's neck and right before he's about to finish him off, the demon speaks to us. The voice takes me off guard. Please, don't kill me, he begs. This is the first time a demon has actually begged for its life. Its voice is dark, hollow, and raspy. I'm sorry. I'll go back to the lower veil and serve you the right way. No, Luke says sternly, and then snaps his neck so hard that he's able to decapitate him in the single motion. I turn away, hating this part of hunting every time. I'm not sure if it's the blood or the pure torturous nature of it, but I've come to hate the ending. Luke makes quick work of calling in another crew and getting them to clean up our mess. I stay with my back turned until Luke comes over to me. Sorry. You know I just hate that. My voice trails off. Hey, he coos, wrapping his big arms around me. I lean into his chest, seeking comfort, and let him hold me. He bends down and rests his chin on my head, rocking us side to side. A few seconds later, the cleaning crew comes and starts to move behind us, taking the body away and removing the blood. I'm okay, I tell Luke, mustering up enough strength as I can. I push him back and look up at him. He smiles at me and then bends and presses his lips against mine. After a month of being together, I'm still not used to his kisses. My mind fuzzes, and all I can think about is his soft lips massaging mine and the burn deep in my gut that only seems to intensify the longer we're together. Want to get some food? He asks me. Like a date? I ask back, wiggling my eyebrows. Yes, a date. Like we've been doing almost every single night, Miss Sarcasm. He plants a wet kiss on my cheek, smacking his lips together. We walk together hand in hand to a restaurant a few blocks away. It's a pizza place, since it's my favorite food that I've tried thus far. So, how's everything in the sanctuary? I ask him as we settle into our booth. I grab the menu and peruse it quickly, debating whether to try something new or get my usual cheese slice. Busy. More and more unruly demons and Nephilim are springing up left and right. Luke drags his hand through his hair and sighs like he's overworked. Why is that? I ask him. I mean, of course, we don't really know. But do you have any ideas as to why more are escaping? Unrest, he answers, shrugging his shoulders. Before I can question him further, a waitress comes over and takes our orders. I decide on something new and get a Hawaiian slice and a large Pepsi. Luke grins across the table at me. What? I ask back, embarrassed. You're just so beautiful. My little angel. You know, I hate it when you all call me that. I'm as much an angel as you are, I counter back. Please, Annie. You're as pure as they come. Explain my killing demons then. You and I both know that they deserve it, he says back. Luke pretends to be a bad guy, but he's far from it. He's as good as they come. It's why we're good together, a perfect fit. Sometimes, Luke calls us matching puzzle pieces. Of course, he says he's the black piece and I'm the white. Whatever that means. Our food comes, and the table falls into complete, comfortable silence. The pizza is to die for. It's sweet and salty and filling. The perfect match. It's my new favorite type of pizza for sure. After we're done, Luke pays, since I still have yet to come into any money. I have a secret stash at my apartment that Mika gifted to me, but I refuse to touch it. I don't want his help just as much as he didn't want to help me. Luke takes my hand and helps me stand from the table. He brushes his finger along my chin and it hurts a little when he moves up to my lip. I must have a lingering bruise from the fight with the demon. We step out from the diner, Luke's hand lingering on the small of my back. Surprisingly, he lifts me up into his arms and twirls me around. I gasp at first, but it soon turns into a giggle that we share. He places me on the ground, but doesn't waste any time. He kisses my lips with a random burst of passion. I'm completely taken off guard. I giggle into his mouth as he assaults me and lashes me with his tongue in a way that only he can. It's thrilling, the effect he has on me. I completely lose myself in his kiss and revel in the comfort he brings. I wrap my arms around his neck and give myself fully to him. Someone clears his throat beside us, and we separate like we've just gotten in trouble. When I look up, I honestly think I'm seeing a ghost or am dreaming. I have to blink to make sure my eyes are seeing straight. Luke just looks between myself and the man before us, confused. Hello, Luke breaks the silence first. Can we help you? He asks, grabbing my hand possessively. I need to talk to you, Annie, Mika says with a stern voice. The fact that he's trying to command me right now infuriates me. He left me here to rot. Why is he even checking on me now? It's been a month. No, I answer back. His face instantly falls like I've just told him his guardian has passed. Please, Annie. It's important, he pleads with me, clutching his hands to his chest. It's okay, Luke tells me, nodding his head. I look up into his chocolate eyes and try to convey that I really don't want to go. I'll meet you back at the sanctuary later. He bends down and kisses me. I'm not sure why, but I wrap my arms around his neck and deepen the kiss. I shut my eyes and moan and revel in Luke. Have fun with the archer, he whispers in my ear before retreating down the block. The frigid air follows him. What are you thinking? Mika steps close to me. His voice is angry, harsh, and vindictive. Why are you here? I ask him back, frowning at him. I grab onto his forearm and tug him down the sidewalk with me. People from within the pizza shop watch us with expectant eyes, so I stop in the alley, where we can speak in private. Talk, I tell him, crossing my arms over my chest. I've been watching you. Despite the fact that I'm not allowed to intervene, you gave me no choice. You're out of control. He throws his hands up and starts pacing around the alleyway. His words ring in my head when he says that he's been watching me. That first week, I was miserable. Alone. I needed him. He had to have seen that. I don't need you. Let's go. He grabs me around the waist and lifts me into his arms. I yelp as I'm taken off guard from his aggressiveness. Despite the sun being up, he lifts into the sky and flies us 2 blocks down to my apartment. He lands in the alley besides the stone building and drops me onto the ground. He doesn't even wait for me as he slams the door against the wall and storms into the foyer. I mumble under my breath at how asinine he is, but follow. I envy him as he flies up the stairs and I'm left stomping up each step, huffing and puffing. I kind of forgot how much the angels hurt me over time. In just a month, I've moved on to bigger and better things. Mika being here only reminds me of how much hurt they've caused me. He raises his hand and the door opens in front of him, despite the fact that I locked it just this morning. I walk in and slam it behind me. I'm now livid at the way he's acting. Not very angelic, if you ask me. What do you want, Mika? I ask him, stopping in the entryway. I don't want to get any closer to him than I am now. You're killing demons, Annie, he yells at me. What is wrong with you, he asks, keeping his voice angry, yet softer. I found the Nephilim, and they're helping me on Earth. Something you can't say. I stare at him, trying to drive the point home. It's not like I'm killing humans. They're demons, Mika. It's what I wanted to do in the Veil anyway. You're tipping the balance. You're starting a war that you can't finish. What are you talking about? I wave my hands around, a trait I've picked up from spending too much time with humans. That guy you're seeing. He's bad. Don't you feel it? What are you talking about? If you'd open your naive eyes, you'd see that he's no good for you. You're supposed to be blending in and instead you're killing people. Not people, demons. They deserve it. How do you know that? Luke told me. Does he tell you what the demon did? Does he tell you why they deserve to die? Or do you just blindly kill demons for no reason? His questions make me think. I don't really know why we're killing them. But the fact that they're a demon is reason enough. I don't want Mika filling my head with his questions, making me doubt my actions. I don't care. He loves me and he's there for me. I stand tall. He loves you? Mika chuckles from his spot in the living room. God, Annie. What happened to you? Like you ever even knew me, I growl back. I thought I did. I thought we were friends. This person in front of me is not the Annie I liked. Shut up. Shut up. I cry out. You're a murderer, and yet you defend yourself. Leave. I yell at him. No. Fine, then I will. I walk right past Mika and slam my bedroom door shut behind me. I collapse on the bed and try to hold in my anger and frustration and sadness. I hate Mika. I hate the angels. I'm not a killer. Luke sends me a text that wakes me up the next day. It reads that there's a new demon they're trying to track. He wants me by his side. Immediately, I spring up in bed and throw on what I deem to be appropriate fighting clothes. I twist my hair up into a ponytail and wash my face, so I'm out of my meditative slump. I tiptoe out of my bedroom into the living room. I'm praying to Rem that Mika has left me alone. I just want to forget about everything he said and move on. He doesn't know what he's talking about. How could he? He's an archer from the Veil. Earth is different. Unfortunately, as I try to be as quiet as possible and move around, he catches me. You've forgotten that I don't sleep. He grabs me around the waist and spins me around so we're face to face. I didn't forget. I narrow my eyes on him. I simply wished you left. I push past him into the kitchen and run the sink. I reach up above the sink and grab a glass. I fill it with some water and quickly gulp it down. Despite the fact that I don't need water, I love it. It gives me energy, or, at least, I convince myself that it does. Why do you hate me? Mika asks. He actually sounds hurt, and the pain in his voice surprises me. I turn away from the sink and look at him. His blue eyes captivate me. Why do you think? I ask back, with less snark in my voice than before. I did what I could. I had to obey rules. Exactly. I yell at him. That's all you do. You don't think for yourself. Really? I'm here, Annie. It's out of protocol and against the rules, but I'm here because I care what happens to you. Why? I just do. Well, I have to go. I push past him again and reach for the door. But his hand on my elbow stops me. I turn and glare at him for stopping me. Let me go, I tell him. No, you can't leave. I can do whatever I want. You have no control over me anymore. Let me go. And he does. Chapter 18. Double Trouble. I run as fast as my legs will take me down the stairs. I don't bother looking behind me. I just pray that he'll let me go. I don't want to see him anymore. I don't want to feel sorry for him. I hate him, and I want it to stay that way. I have to keep reminding myself that a month went by before he checked up on me. He abandoned me, and this visit doesn't make up for it. I push open the foyer doors and a whoosh of warm air blows my hair around. I keep running through. I make it around the corner of the first block before I stop. I turn and lean against the side of the building, trying to catch my breath. I wait to see if Mika will follow, but after a few moments, he still hasn't come by. When I'm positive that the coast is clear, I walk and dial Luke so I know where to meet him. Hello? I'm on my way. Where are you? I ask him. Demon last spotted at Meadow and 8th. Meet me there, he says and then hangs up the phone. I'm farther away than I thought, so I run. It's dark, so not many people pay attention to me. I make it to the intersection in record time, but Luke is nowhere to be seen. I walk up and down the street twice to double check, but he's not here yet. Maybe I made it faster than I thought. Boo. I jump back, scared, and clutch my heart. Luke laughs wholeheartedly from beside me, and I slap him on the arm. You scared me. I yell at him. I couldn't resist, he jokes with me. Let's go. He takes my hand in his, and we run together down the road. I ask questions, but as we run, he stays silent, focused. Finally, at the second street down, we spot two demons. They're larger than the average demon, and just the sight of them makes my adrenaline spike. One each? Luke shrugs his shoulders at me. I nod, and we both spring into action. I leap towards the smaller of the two, although only about a hair separates their heights. He grins, and it looks simply evil. The demon lunges for me while I lunge for him, so we collide together mid-step. He grabs me lower than I expect, and I'm thrown backwards, off balance. My head hits the ground hard. Dots erupt behind my eyes and blackness emerges on the edges of my vision. But the demon doesn't wait around for me to toughen up. He attacks while I'm vulnerable. He kicks my stomach hard with his right leg. My ribs cry out in pain. He lifts me up, grabbing me around the neck and tugging it upwards. I struggle to breath, my breath catching in my throat. He slams my head on the concrete so hard, I can hear it crack. He's about to strangle me to death when he's suddenly ripped off of my body. I gasp for air as I try to comprehend the angel before me. Mika clutches the demon to his chest and squeezes him so hard that he collapses against the pavement. Mika looks me square in the eyes. Tension and adrenaline ripple out from Mika towards me. While maintaining eye contact with me, he bends down and rips the demon's head from his body. I don't dare look away from him. I just stare at him as he tosses the head to the side like a rotten apple. Mika comes to me, bends down, and lifts me behind my legs and neck. I groan out as my brain pounds against my skull, and my stomach vibrates with pain. It's excruciating. I clutch Mika and whimper into his chest. Where are you taking her? Luke asks, his deep voice commanding. I immediately look to him. To be honest, I forgot that he was here. He wipes his blood-stained hands on his pants and steps towards us. Home, Mika says, not even looking at Luke. To the Vale? Luke asks him. No. Her home. Let me take her. We have better resources in the sanctuary. She needs medical help. She's fine. It feels an awful lot like they're about to fight, and I don't want that. Put me down, I tell Mika. No, he answers me without even looking down. She said to put her down, Luke says. I don't listen to you. I don't know what you're hiding, but we'll find out. Just leave her be, Mika says, taking a step away from Luke. She's mine, Luke growls, closing the space between them. Hey! I yell, mustering every ounce of strength I have left. What? They both ask me. Don't I have a say as to where I go? I ask them. I want to go to the sanctuary, I tell them sternly. I don't look at Mika because I'm sure he's livid with me. I reach for Luke and he pulls me into his arms without even caring about my broken body. My ribs cry out and my head slams against his chest. She belongs with me, Luke tells Mika boastfully. You're risking her life, Mika yells as Luke turns to take me back to the sanctuary. Just go, I say over Luke's shoulder, pleading with my eyes. Mitch's shoulders slump in defeat. I'm taking her where she belongs, my home, Luke says, smiling through his face. I thought we were going to the sanctuary. I ask Luke, but he brings his hands over my face and shushes me. I frown because his actions annoy me. I look over Luke's shoulder at Mika, confused. Luke smiles at Mika angrily. As he steps, a rumble erupts from below our feet. I hold on to him for dear life. Luke turns around so that we're facing Mika. My head hurts, and I'm having trouble not falling into meditation to heal myself. But, before I can think anymore, the pavement falls in on itself. It's like a giant sinkhole in front of Luke and Luke places me on the ground beside him, but I hold his hand so I don't fall in. I can barely stand on my wobbly legs. Luke uses his other hand to rid himself of his jacket. What I see underneath stuns me to the core. Giant, red wings spring out from behind Luke's shirt and widen, the feathers unfurling to a wingspan so vast, I've never seen the likes of it before. It's magnificent, but I'm confused. He's an angel? Immediately I answer my own question. He can't be an angel, so he must be a demon. I try to run once it all clicks in my head. I try to get away from him on pure instinct, but Luke grabs me around the waist and hoists me into his arms. Mika! I cry out for him to save me. But he's on the other side of the hole. I reach for him, but when I move forward, rubble falls into the seemingly never-ending pit. I'll find you. Mika yells back to me. Before I can beg him to save me, Luke jumps in and flies down the black tunnel with me in his arms. Part 2. Mika. Chapter 19. Army. Her dark head of hair disappears into the black hole that sinks deeper and deeper into what I know is a portal into the lower veil. I crumble to my knees as I reach for her. I lean into the pit, but each time I try to dive in or grab her, electrical jolts spark from my hand through my body by the wall that the demon erected. I don't understand how she couldn't feel his evil presence, its basic angel instinct. Despite my better judgment, I unfurl my massive wings and try to push my way past the invisible force field and follow Annie. I bang against the air again and again. But even with the use of my stronger than normal wings, I'm too weak. For the first time in my life, I'm stumped. I have to go back to the archers and plead with them to help me get her back. I can't just leave her down there to rot in the lower veil with the demons. I don't know how the archers will handle knowing that I went out of my way to check on her when our direct orders stated that we were supposed to leave her alone for the rest of her life. She's just a human, they said. She doesn't matter to us, it's not our job anymore, they said to me. If only they knew how wrong they were. Annie has always been something more to me. I don't know why or how or even if it's right or wrong for me to feel this way, but I'm done caring. My anger with Rem hasn't faltered over choosing her to mate with that Tab kid. Sure, he has a promising future, and he's definitely determined, but come on, she's perfect for me. I pleaded with the higher powers to mate us, but to no avail. And now she's gone. It will be impossible for me to get her out of the lower veil without help. The angels won't help unless there's probable cause, and I don't even know why he took her or what's going on in the first place. I don't know why this is happening. I slam my fist against the ground, and the pavement shatters beneath my trembling fist, creating long stream-like divots of the asphalt. How could I let her pick him over me? I just stood there, my ego wounded despite the fact that it had no right to be. What would Sarah do if she saw how pathetic I am now? I have to go to the place they kept speaking of at the sanctuary and figure out what's going on. I shut my eyes and try to feel out where power lies. I search for a ping of power in this large world. My own emotions are too strong to feel past them, so I lean back on my heels and attempt to breathe through my anger, worry, and uneasiness. I search for the power angels, even Nephilim, hold. When I feel it, I open my eyes and sniff around like a dog. The hole is still in front of me, only now there are people congregating around it. Humans have no understanding of privacy, and their curiosity constantly rules them. They stare at my wings like I'm a monster. But I don't let them stare long, especially once I see people with cameras start to emerge towards me. I fly straight up and dart behind buildings, out of sight. I follow the feeling of power and let it take me all the way to a large building in the residential area of the city. There's a man standing at the front door, and he holds up his hand as I approach him with fast steps. He stands there in front of me as if he's waiting for me to explain my purpose. I roll my eyes at the way these humans are. I hate being on Earth with a burning passion. Unfortunately, it's my job to ensure their well-being, so I'm required to visit every once in a while. I try to clip those visits short, though. Until now, of course. I'm here to see Luke, I tell the man, and he nods and drops his arm to let me pass by him. I let myself into the skyscraper, and instead of opting for the elevator, I barge into the left side stairwell and fly up to the top. Nobody takes stairs anymore, so I know I'm safe in here from prying human eyes. I let myself out on the most top floor. It's eerily quiet, too quiet for my liking, but I have to save Annie, so I push my way in and ignore my sinking suspicions that something is wrong. There's a desk in the foyer. Usually humans have a woman sit there and answer phones, but here, it's left vacant. I step behind the desk and rifle through her papers to see if anything looks odd. It seems like most of it is just schedules for Luke, so I keep moving. I let myself into what I'm guessing is his office and, oddly, nobody stops me. I keep walking around the room, exploring, searching for a clue as to why he's taken Annie. I look on his bookshelves, in his drawers, and then I go to his desk. It's actually very neat, which annoys me to my core. Suddenly, there's whimpering from behind a door next to his desk. I debate what to do. The person behind the door sounds injured and upset, but I shouldn't care. I need to keep my mind on one track, finding answers to save Annie. But, in the end, the noise worries me so much that I walk over and open the door with my hand, stopping a few paces back in case the person is a threat to my safety. There's a young boy sitting on the floor, his mouth covered with silver tape, and his arms and legs tied together behind him way too tightly. His eyes widen at the sight of me, and he squirms away like he's afraid. I hold up my hands to the side, so he knows that I'm not a threat. I'm an angel. I point to my black wings behind me to show him the truth in my words. I'm here to help, I tell him, nodding very slowly. I reach down to him and start to rip the tape from him. He cries, as it sticks to him like a second skin. Unfortunately, it's on there good, so I pull as fast as I can and it comes off, but looks very painful. I just want to go home. I won't interfere, the boy says over and over between ragged sobs. Something has happened to him, and the fact that he's in Luke's office closet tied up is suspect. I don't understand what you're talking about. I'm an archer. I can help you, I tell him, stepping back so that he has some space to breathe. I don't want this boy to be afraid of me. I want his trust. He rubs his arms up and down and massages his chin, thinking hard. They're gone, aren't they? The boy asks, looking up at me. There's nobody here. Is that what you're talking about? She's gone? Who? I question back, my voice hard. I step towards him as his eyes narrow in on me. Annie. What do you know about her? I yell out, unable to contain myself. I reach for the boy and pull him up by his shirt collar so he's as close as he gets. He knows her name, so this all must have something to do with her. Sorry. I put him down on the desk chair and step back so I don't hurt him by accident. Anger boils from under my wings at just the mention of Annie. It's starting, the boy says, shaking his head sullenly. What's starting? I ask back, wanting this child to just tell me what he knows. I'm sick of his strange words. I need answers, and I need them fast. The war, he says. He's assembling the army, and soon they'll take over Earth. What are you speaking about? I ask with harshness I didn't know my voice was capable of. Luke. The demons want more land. There's too many to hold in the lower veil. They're taking over Earth. Oh Rem, I mutter under my breath. I walk away from the desk and the boy, needing to sort through my thousands of thoughts. I pace up and down the annoyingly red carpet and try to come up with a plan as fast as I can. If this child is right, then that gives the angels reason to intervene. This could be all I need to save Annie. Come with me. We need to warn the angels. We need to fight back. I fly to the boy's side and grab his shoulder. It's useless, the boy says, trying to get free from my grasp. He rolls his shoulder back and my hand unclasps from him. He gets up from his chair and runs his hand through his sweaty hair, muttering something under his breath like a crazy person. He has millions of demons and Nephilim who will fight beside him. We're all going to die, he yells, shaking from fear. Come, I command. I don't wait for his reply. I grab him under the arms and lift into the air. I fly so that the boy can't touch the ground and bring him with me out through the foyer and into the stairwell. He screams about the end of the earth. Heavy, loud sobs take over his body, and it feels as if he's laughing, he's shaking so much. But I can feel the fear radiate off him. Since nobody is around, I pay him no attention and let him get it out of his system. I climb to the roof and take the boy in both of my arms. I cradle him, his head on one arm, his knees across the other, and fling off the side of the building. What the hell? The boy screams as we free fall towards the black pavement. I have to admit, I let my wings stay tucked for longer than necessary just to shut the kid up and scare him into silence. But finally, my wings spring out and pump one time to get us moving back up. After another moment, the boy passes out in my arms, and I fly in peace and quiet. Chapter 20. Act of Persuasion. I'm able to make it to the Vale in record time. To say that 2 trips in such a short period of time didn't take a toll on my body would be an understatement. Luckily, the boy remains asleep for most of the ride. As I start to maneuver my way down the aisle of the Archer's castle, he starts to stir in my arms. It's okay, I tell him, so he doesn't get upset right when he awakens. I've memorized the aisles of our communities, so I watch as the boy's eyes flutter open and then widen in alarm. You're not going to kill me, right? The boy says, frowning up at me. Although it's clear he's scared, he's able to put on a pretty brave face. He squirms a little, and when he looks down and sees that there is no floor, he clings to my shoulder. No, I tell him honestly. What's your name? Hare, he answers hesitantly, his voice a bit shaky. Well, Hare, I need you. Me, he asks, his eyes showing just how confused he is. I need you to tell my fellow angels what's happening on Earth. I need your help, because I need to get Annie back. I have to save her. He pauses, as if he needs time to mull over my proposition. I'll help you, he finally says. But I want to help you save Annie, too. You have to promise that I can come. My sister is down there, too. Fine, I answer, because I need him. He'll just hold me back and be slow, and I'll have to pick up the slack, but one more body helping me get to Annie is better than none. So, you don't have ground or anything? Hare asks as he looks over my shoulder at the landscape of the Vale. Not in this area. When we get to the castle, you can walk. I laugh because the castle is really the only area that has floors, which is only because we fight there and it sucks falls straight into the air. I guess we're kind of lazy. What am I going to have to say to them? Hare asks as we get closer and closer. Just tell them what you told me, I tell him. Don't be nervous. Easy coming from you, Hare says back to me, a smirk on his face. He goes quiet as the castle comes into view from behind the white air. It's really not all that special, but the first time someone comes to visit, he or she always displays the same shock and awe. Unlike castles on Earth, the Archer's castle is triple the size. This might be because the 7 of us live in it, though not by choice. It's awfully constricting, and despite its large stature, it's too cramped for my liking. The walls are stark white with little lines to accent doors and windows. Why is everything white? Hare asks as I hover above the ground. Rem likes the Vale to be clean. We have perfectly clean air and perfectly white, well, everything, I explain as I place him on the ground. I'm not sure what day it is, but I pray that there are no visitors around. Hare wobbles a bit on his legs as he gets acclimated to the ground. I have to admit that the air and feel of the ground beneath your feet is different than Earth, but it's still funny to see. Like a deer on newborn legs. Sometimes I'll look out from my window in the castle and watch the even-some angels struggle to get used to our little plot of land. Although, I almost quit when a child fell off the side of the ground. Angels always think that they're invincible, like Annie did when I brought her to Earth the first time. The kid walked right over to the side and slipped and plunged into the air. I've never seen anything like this, Hare mutters in awe, his eyes darting from floor to roof of the castle. You've never been to the Vale, right? I ask him back, using my hand to direct him towards the towering castle doors. Hare wordlessly shakes his head no. There's no moat, unless of course you consider the white air as its own protection. There's no drawbridge or anything like that. Just a simple white door in the front. I raise my arm and open the door for Hare. He steps inside, and I follow behind him, my nerves on high alert as anticipation runs through me. The front room is all for looks. Most of the bottom floor is, since the tours are all down here and not where the living quarters are. Luckily, to get upstairs you need to be able to fly, as there are no stairs or anything human like that. Archers are all adults, so we don't have to worry about the portable stairs that children use until their birthdays. I watch from inside the front door as Hare walks in circles around the room. He pauses to admire the dangling chandelier that's never been used before. We have no need for the artificial light. Actually, I don't even think we have electricity up here. Sometimes, the Domineers get a little carried away with human influences. Personally, I think it's useless, but that's just my own prejudice. Hare stops at a display case near the back exit and stares at the artifacts found in it. I fly to his side to see what has caught his attention. This case has one of my favorite objects still encased in its original sheath, Rem's golden sword that he used to take over the veil, complete with sparkling yellow jewels embedded in the handle. After staring at the thing for hours, I've been able to notice something quite spectacular. Do you see right above where the blade meets the handle? I ask Hare, pointing to the spot through the glass. By the diamonds, he asks back. Yes. If you look carefully to right above that little diamond in the middle, you can see some blood from Rem's battle, I tell him, proud of my observation. No way, Hare says, bending down so his forehead is pressed firmly against the glass. I watch him squint and turn to try to get a good look. Wow, he mutters when he finally sees it, his eyes glued to the case. Pretty awesome, huh? Definitely. Come. We have to talk to the archers. I'm sure they know we're here by now, I tell Hare, pushing his shoulder so he turns in the right direction. What are they going to think of me? Hare turns and asks me with fear coating his face. Who cares? I answer back, nudging him to keep going. Before he can get to the door, I open it for him, and he steps through reluctantly. There's really only one way to the court, so I don't bother directing him. We walk, much too slow for my liking, through the snake-like hallways until it dumps us in the court. This is my least favorite room in the castle, even more so than the foyer. The only thing I can sort of compare it to is an amphitheater on Earth. There's seating for thousands, which start at the floor and move up near the high-scoop ceiling. There's a small, or at least it appears small from where we come in, stage on the ground that has 2 tables with chairs set up. That's where the weekly delegations happen. I have to talk down there? Hare squeals. Nobody will be here, don't worry. It's just the 7 of us. They're big on traditions. I grab his arm and pull him down the steps with me. When it's taking too long, I lift him and fly us down. Within a snap of a wing, we're there. I can't stand the slowness of walking, especially when I'm nervously anticipating this meeting. Someone's impatient, Hare grumbles as I put him down on the ground next to the stage. I laugh under my breath. I like that he doesn't know who I am. Most people don't speak to me that way. Ever. Nika? Saraquel yells right before I feel her enter. Where were you? She asks as she flies onto the stage. Everyone says she's perfect, and I used to believe that. She's the perfect creation with waist-long, blonde hair and golden eyes, but she's cold and hard. She acts like she owns me, and it makes me resent her. But we're mated and that's final. I have news, I tell her, flying up beside her. I realize as I land that I left Hare down below, and when I glance back, he has his leg on the stage and is trying to hoist himself up. I stifle my smile as I reach down to lift him up. What is that? Sarah sneers at Hare with disgust laced in her voice and on her face. The name's Hare, he says, stepping towards her. He holds out his hand like humans do in greeting, and Sarah just glares down at him. Or not, he says as he steps back beside me, shoving his hand into his jean pocket. What is the news? Sarah asks, returning her curious gaze to me. I need all the archers. Where are they? I ask her, looking left and right to decipher where they are. Before I can call for them, Sarah whistles with her fingers in her mouth, and I can hear the archers scrambling from the floors above us. I'm here. Gabriel comes into the room and sits in his usual spot. Did I miss anything? He asks as he kicks his feet up on the wooden table and leans back, his hands clasped behind his head. Just the fact that he brought a halfling here, Sarah basically growls. What? Gabe shoots up in his seat and looks over at Hare and I. Hare raises his hand as if showing that he's the halfling, and Gabe smiles. Well, this should be interesting, friend. Where are the others? I ask them, annoyed that they're taking this long to get here. Finally, a heartbeat later, the other 4 fly into the room and sit beside Gabe at the table. It's always the same order. The 3 brothers, Raphael, Raguel and Remiel, all sit at the left end together, in that order. Sometimes, I still have trouble telling them apart. If it weren't for the fact that Remy cut all his hair off, he'd look like the others, but he's different now. Uriel sits on Gabe's right side. I have to admit that, at times, I'm jealous of their relationship. They're not brothers, but they act like it in more ways than one. Gabe's my best friend, loyal to the core, and I just have to remind myself of that. I sit at the far right end, next to Sarah, my mate. I like to mix it up from time to time and switch seats with her so that I can be next to Gabe, but she hates that. She gets so mad at us that she'll go mute for a week at a time to teach me a lesson. She's cold-hearted. Sarah moves over to the table and sits beside Gabe, my spot at the end vacant. I step towards them, mentally preparing myself for what's about to happen. I motion behind me for Hare to step next to me and he just barely moves. I'm sure he's nervous, but now isn't the time for that. We have to get this done fast so we can save sweet Annie from the lower veil. I went to Earth to check on Annie, I reveal to them. Sarah widens her eyes and leans back in her chair, crossing her arms over her chest in defense. Gabe side glances at her and then looks back up at me, his eyes wide but in a completely different way, he's amused. I had a bad feeling about what was going on, so I went to check on her. My thoughts were justified. She got involved with demon hunting and discovered a place called the Sanctuary, where halflings were hunting escaped demons. I tried to get her to stop, but she changed from when we left her. She hates the angels now and refused to trust me or listen to reason. I followed her on a hunt, and she was with Luke. Uriel gasps and covers his mouth with his hands, but I continue on. He created a portal to the lower veil right in the center of the city and took Annie with him down. I went to the sanctuary to figure out anything and found Hare tied up in the closet. I look back and nod for Hare to begin his part of the story. Hi, Hare says, waving his hand to the archers in front of him. I step aside so that he has the floor and pray that he explains himself well. I need him to convince them to help on Earth. I'm a Nephilim, or what you call a halfling. I grew up in the sanctuary and... Just tell us what you know of Luke, Remy says. Sure, He pauses and takes a deep, audible breath. A few weeks ago, I was rummaging through Luke's things. He had this fascination with Annie from the second my sister and I found her getting attacked by a demon. I wanted to know why since I liked Annie. My heart picks up on hearing that Annie was attacked. It must have been shortly after I left her on Earth. This is my fault. I knew this other angel from the veil that was banished when I was a child. She came to the sanctuary and then a week later, we never saw her again. I was afraid that was going to happen again, so I snooped. I found this elaborate plan to take over Earth. I discovered that our leader, we knew him as Luke, was a demon. Well, he's the king of demons. I went to confront him. I thought the sanctuary was safe. It's all I ever knew, so when I found out that he was just using us to tame his demons and become a part of his army, I became livid. I waited in his office yesterday after I finally conjured up the courage to confront him. I was hoping it was just a plan or a joke or something he dreamed of but wasn't going to follow through on. But when I told Luke that I knew, he admitted it all. He said that this was just the beginning and now that I knew, he had to act fast before the others caught on. He had a demon tie me up, beat me, and then shoved me in the closet. I thought I was going to die in there. He said the only reason I was alive was so that he'd have fun finding me when they came to Earth. Wait a second, Gabe says, holding up his hand and stopping Hare. Lucifer, ruler of the lower veil, is creating an army filled with halflings and demons to take over Earth? Yes, I answer for Hare. This is absurd. Raquel shouts from his seat. He bangs his hand on the table to drive his point home. We have to act. Otherwise Earth will fall. This is our job. I yell when I can see that the archers aren't convinced. I can see the hesitation in their angry eyes. You want us to act so you can get your little play toy back, Sarah snarls, her words venomous. That's not true. I yell back at them. Guys, relax. Just be quiet so I can think. Gabe shuts everyone up. The room falls to silence as I eagerly wait for someone to defend me. My only shot is Gabe, but despite the fact that he's loyal, he's also smart, so I don't know what he'll say. Listen, Mika. I understand that you like the girl, but we can't let that alter our decisions, Raquel says, meeting my gaze. I don't want it to. This isn't even about her. This is about the fact that our job is to protect Earth. We know Luke is creating an army to take it over. We have to act before he does. We can't let it tip the balance. As long as there's no threat to the veil, I don't think we can act, Uriel says. He rummages through his bag on the floor and pulls out a thick book. He starts flipping through it, but I can't wait for him to find the rules. How do you know he'll stop at Earth? Once he's claimed it, he'll move right up here, I say. Impossible, Sarah states, her eyes hard on mine. So, you all refuse to help me? I ask them all, pleading to get at least someone on my side. But everyone nods his or her refusal, except Gabe, who just sits there stone-faced, refusing to make eye contact with me like a coward. Chapter 21. Preparations. I fly Hare out of that room as fast as possible. They're not going to change their mind. I fly us up into my chambers so I can prepare. I guess it's just Hare and I against the world, and right now, I don't even care. Those archers are supposed to be my family, but right now, they're nothing. I would support any one of them, and the fact that my allegiance is one-sided makes me sick. I place Hare next to the door and he stumbles with the rough drop. I move from cabinet to cabinet, gathering all of my belongings. I've never been to the Lower Vale, but I'm sure I'll need this stuff. I grab my swords, my knives, and any weapon I can find, ancient or not. I know Hare doesn't have anything, so I try to grab things he can use also. It's difficult because the tools are heavy, but I do my best. He'll need it. Are you okay? Hare asks from where he still stands, leaning against the frame. I'm fine, I mutter back, waving him off. Are we still going to save her? He asks, stepping closer now. Yes. As I throw the last of my things into a bag, a thought occurs to me. Do you eat? I ask him. Yeah, I do. We'll have to find you food to pack. I don't know how long this will be, I tell him, frantic. I zip my bag up and throw it over my left shoulder. I look around to make sure that I didn't miss anything when my chamber door opens, revealing Gabriel. I'm sorry, he says, stepping in and shutting the door behind him. Listen, we really have to go. I don't even look at him. I can't. I don't want to see what he's feeling because I don't care. I never ask for anything from the archers. I've always done exactly what I'm told. The one time I ask, I'm shot down. Gabe comes to me and puts both of his hands on my shoulders, squaring us so we're facing each other. I look down at my feet, because I don't want to see him. But he forces my gaze up so we're staring at each other, just white air separating us. I'm coming, he says, a small smile hiding on his lips. You're lying, I tell him, not believing his words. I quirk my head to the side and roll my eyes because if this is his idea of a joke, he's way off base. I trust you. If you want to do this, then I'll be beside you. I just couldn't say it in front of the others. They don't need to know your plan. But all I needed to hear was that he'd be beside me. I hug him, thanking him. Thanks. Hare yells from the doorway, waving his arm around. He's coming? Gabe asks, widening his eyes at the halfling. Yup, I answer back, smiling at Hare. I hate to admit it, but he's kind of growing on me. Give me 5 minutes to prepare, and then we can go. You're holding the kid, though. He chuckles and then exits the same way he came. We did it. Hare exclaims excitedly, clapping his hands and jumping up and down. We may not have gotten 7, but we got 1. Not too bad if you ask me, I say and then lift my bag and Hare. I'd rather have a piece of pie than the whole thing anyway. That doesn't make sense, I tell Hare, trying to understand his bizarre humor. Yeah, it does. You know if you eat the whole pie, you get sick. 1 piece is just enough, he says as I hoist him onto my shoulder. Whatever you say, halfling, I laugh under my breath. I fly us down the stairs and search the kitchen on the bottom floor. It's only stocked when tours come around. They try to make it as authentic as possible. The food ends up going bad most of the time anyway. You know, we don't like to be called halflings, Hare says as I chuck random foods into the bag. I find things in cans so that the weapons don't hurt the food. Why not? I ask him, not realizing that. It has a bad connotation. We like Nephilim. Or you can just call me Hare. I like my name, he says, now going into the cabinet and getting his own things. Sorry, I apologize. No problem, he answers. Just warning you in case you meet another one of us. I know Annie doesn't like to be called it. That and Angel really tick her off. She hates being called Angel? I question. I stop what I'm doing and face Hare. The expression on my face must be intense, because Hare looks a bit taken aback. Well, sort of. Luke calls her it all the time and she says she hates angels and all that. I look down and realize how much has changed. Annie must hate me. And I just walked into her life, turning it upside down. Can you blame her? Hare asks. I suppose not, I answer him, depressed. We did banish her, Gabe yells from the hallway. Not us personally, I retort, rolling my eyes. Same thing. I'm sure she just associates us all together. Once you save her, I'm sure she'll forgive you, Hare says, trying to lighten my mood. You're right, I say under my breath. We ready? Gabe asks, opening the door so I can see his own black bag on his back. Yes, I answer, dropping my bad mood and focusing solely on the task at hand. Save Annie, worry about how she feels about me later. As long as she's safe, she can hate me forever. Chapter 22. Into the Hold. Annie's apartment is exactly as we left it, almost eerily so. But the penthouse suite gives us a perfect vantage point to watch the portal. It's grown in diameter since I left it. Or maybe it just seems that way because hordes of people congregate around it. The police must have lined it in yellow tape, because all the people are stuck outside of the circle. Reporters talk in front of cameras excitedly, while photographers click away at the strange hole in the ground. As I watch from the high perch, I see some new people in black cars roll up to the hole. They exit their car with bags in their gloved hands. Their outfits and demeanors make them look like police, but they're examining the torn-up gravel and inspecting the portal. Gabe and I should be able to break through the wall. Despite Luke's power being unheard of and stronger than any other angel, fallen or not, it's been over a day. The shield should drop, especially if he's planning to bring all his demons to Earth. I climb back into the apartment and watch Hare pace around Annie's apartment. His fingers jitter around, grabbing his pants and then clasping together. I feel bad for the poor kid. I think it might be good for you to stay here and take watch. I decide to give him a way out. He doesn't need to come with us. He'll only get hurt down there or get in the way. No way, I'm coming, he answers immediately. You don't have to. It's okay for you to stay. We could use someone watching Earth for us. I said, I'm coming, he states, looking up from the floor to connect with me. His eyes are hard, serious, and stubborn. My sister is down there. I have to make sure that she's okay. How did she get in the lower veil? I ask him, turning and staring out the window. She chose to follow, he reveals. I'm sorry, I tell him. I'm not sure if I should be sorry, but it seems as if Hare needed to hear it. I don't think his sister following a demon was expected. I just want to make sure she's okay and then I can let her go, he answers, nodding his head to himself. I understand, I tell him. Why don't you rest? I'll wake you when it's clear. Promise, he asks as he stands from the couch. Promise. Aren't you two just the cutest things ever? I roll my eyes at Gabe as he steps into the living area. He paces the room, stopping and touching everything. I can tell his nerves are on full alert. Hare retreats into Annie's room. When it's just Gabe and I in the room, I have a feeling he's going to question me. I sit on her sofa and as Gabe sits down across from me, I know he's going to. What does she mean to you? He asks me, skipping right over pleasantries. I don't even know. She hates me, so it doesn't matter, but I just can't sit back and let her die. She's special, I tell him. You love her? I could. What about Saraquel? Gabe asks, placing his hand on my shoulder. He squeezes it comfortingly, and I think he's the only person who can actually make me feel better. Probably because I trust him. What about her? I ask back. She's your mate. You can't throw that away. Rem chose you too. I don't think that can change. You don't think I know that? I ask, his words cutting me deep. I stand and move towards the kitchen, pacing to get rid of some of my frustration. Relax, Mika. I'm just saying, once you save her, don't expect to ride off into the sunset. Gabe turns so his body is facing me but doesn't bother to come to my side. If we save her. Right. He pauses, running his hand through his hair. There's no happily ever after. She's a human, you're an archer. She'll stay on Earth and you'll go back to the Veil. There's nothing you can do. I know that. I do. I rest my elbows on the kitchen counter and stare at Gabe. I do know that we'd never be anything. It's impossible for us to have anything, even friendship, but for some reason, I still want it. I'd fight for it. What's that face for? Gabe asks, narrowing his eyes on me. You'd give it all up, wouldn't you, Mika? You'd give up your powers and wings for a girl? I pause, because I don't know if I would. I could never live on Earth. I could never be powerless. I don't think. You paused. That says enough. Gabe, I say as he stands from the sofa, visibly upset. You know, you aren't the only one who would be affected, he yells at me, waving his arms. You'd be leaving me, too. And if you did, I'd hate you. You'd give up everything you love for one human girl. I could never forgive you. He rests his arms on the windowsill and stares down at the portal, his back turned to me. I'm sorry, I tell him, but I know he doesn't want to hear it. If it comes down to it, I give up my wings to get her back. You and I both know that Luke has no powers on Earth. It's the only thing I can offer him for Annie. You've planned it all out, huh? He snarls. It's not planned. But I know that's what it will come down to. And I'm prepared to give it all up for her. Time to go, he says and steps away from the window. He retreats behind me without another word, and I step forward, dropping the subject. I don't want to upset him more by talking about it again, so I walk to the window and see that the portal is clear. There's nobody surrounding it. It's the perfect time, and with the sun nearly set, the darkness will conceal us. Let's go, I tell him, stepping out onto Annie's balcony. What about the kid? He asks, glancing behind us. He won't come out alive. Leave him. You promised him you'd take him, Gabe says, frowning at me. I'm not taking him to his deathbed. He's a good kid. I said leave him, I tell Gabe with authority in my voice. Gabe and I join hands at the edge of the balcony. During our descent, I don't want to split up or lose on another. My wings unfurl. I look to my left, and Gabe does the same. Mine are taller, but not by much. Ready? I ask him. Go, he says, and flings us both off the edge. We fly so we're just above the portal and dive down. The wall is barely a speed bump, and we free fall into the blackness. I refuse to drop Gabe's hand as we silently drop. Chapter 23. Holding on. The veil is white. Everything is colorless, odorless, and plain. I like it that way. There are no complications. Smells don't compete to see what is the most prominent. Colors aren't flashy or bold, they're white. Angels don't even know the difference between sweet and salty. It's simple there. You know what's expected of you. My guardians, along with all of the guardians, push children to their limits. You have to act and dress a certain way. Gabe squeezes my hand hard, drawing me away from my thoughts. I look towards him, but in every direction, I can only see black. I reach my empty hand up to my face to make sure that my eyes are open, because the darkness disorients me. Before I have a chance to brace myself, my body lands hard against the ground. My legs give out beneath me, and my wings don't have time to catch up and save me. I crumble to the ground and fall forward. I have to let go of Gabe to catch myself before I faceplant into the hard ground. Gabe groans beside me, his voice seemingly farther away than I anticipated. I crawl over and try to find him, but I can barely see my own hands a foot in front of me. Is that you? I ask as I touch something hard. I think it's a leg. Yeah, he answers, his voice light. How are we supposed to get around in this? I have no idea. I can't see a thing, I tell him, hoping that my eyes will adjust. They always seem to do that on Earth when all the colors start to focus. Same, Gabe answers back. Don't let go of me. Let's try to find a door or something. Gabe grabs me and takes my elbow as we both stand up from the floor. We start walking around wherever we are, flailing our arms to try and find a way out. Here! I yell when I feel something like a doorknob on the wall. I pull on it, but nothing happens. I push it and all at once, red light floods into the room, like I hit a magic switch. Gabe and I both jump backwards, away from the wall, and cover our eyes to shield us from the electric red light. My eyes burn at the heat and intensity of the light. I cradle my head in my hands, shielding myself from the redness. What is that? I ask Gabe, yelling because it feels like we're far away. I have no idea, Gabe answers, his voice close by. After a moment, I slowly start to open my eyes and let them adjust. Despite the fact that the room is coated in red light, that addition of color gives me hope that we can find a way out of this place. When my eyes have adjusted, I peek through my fingers to get a good look at where we are. Gabe is already standing up, turning as he looks around the circular room we are in. It's much like a cage, but without the bars. The walls are deep brown stone, seemingly never ending as they rise high and fade into blackness. The red light seems to be coming out of thin air, which confuses me. What is this place? Gabe asks me. It's like a jail cell, I think out loud. There has to be a way out, Gabe says as he steps forward and presses his hands against the wall. I turn and walk to the other side of the room, which is only a few feet, and try to find a switch or door. The walls are hard and bumpy, cracked in some parts. I let my hands scour up and down the ridges, searching for any weak spot. But I can't find a single thing. Gabe and I meet after we both circle around the room and shake our heads in defeat. In anger, I slam my fist against the wall. It barely cracks under my strength. I punch it again and again, hoping to break through, but my strength is useless. I crumble to the ground, feeling defeated. We're stuck here, I mutter. There has to be a way out, Gabe says, his voice hard. There's nothing here. It's a plain room with nothing in it. I look up when Gabe moves, and he flies upwards. He barely gets far before he hits an invisible wall and is violently thrown to the ground. His body falls right beside me, and I lean over and turn him so he's face up. His eyes are open, but they're filled with anger. Meditate, then we can figure out how to get out of here, I tell him, knowing that to move forward, he needs to be fully rested and healed. Me too. My hand throbs out in pain from hitting the wall over and over. I lean back on the uncomfortable ground and floor and shut my eyes, allowing myself to fall into meditation, despite the fact that my body is alert with danger. Chapter 24. Let the tests begin. Welcome to your tests. Lucifer's voice booms out from somewhere above me. I startle from my restless meditation and jump to my feet, preparing for a fight. I look to my side to see Gabe awaken similarly to the way I did, and then come to my side. We stand back to back, rested but at the same time disoriented, or at least I am. As I'm about to speak to Luke, the lights drop completely and we're left blind. I think it's about time you boys threw out your orders. Luke laughs, deep and hearty. His voice echoes as it comes to us against the hard walls. Enjoy, he yells, and then something clicks. The lights flash on, 3 times in quick succession. I'm left feeling stunned. I look beside me, and Gabe is staring straight past me. I turn to see what it is. Demons come out from the walls, bleeding through, as if the walls are made of thin air. There's at least 20, maybe more. All of them poke their heads out first, their huge bodies following. What are we going to do, Mika? Gabe asks me, stepping back to create space between the enemy and us. I don't think we have a choice, I tell him, reaching behind me and pulling Rem's sword from my back where I hid it. I grab my bag of weapons from the floor where I left it when I mediated and start looking for weapons to use. Gabe watches ahead of us as the demons emerge while I grab as many weapons as I can. Gabe takes 2 long swords and a knife from me, which he shoves into his pocket. I grab some, too, but I trust Rem's sword to help me through this trial. This will be fun, Gabe chuckles as we ready ourselves for a fight. Once you do this with me, we're going to be in major trouble. Are you ready to take the heat? I ask him to make sure that he knows the consequences. We're locked in with the demons, so it's not like he has a choice, but I could try to kill them all for him. I'd do anything for Gabe. But before Gabe has a chance to answer me, a demon charges us. I lift up into the air with my wings, and the demon just barely grazes my foot as I rise. Just as I think I've made it to the clear, the demon snarls, its yellow, canine teeth looking extremely sharp and slimy. The demon uses its pointed fingernail to run a trail down the front of him, ripping his shirt right off. With the shirt gone, its red wings are fully visible and my heart plummets. I wasn't sure if they had wings. The demons we see on Earth are more like Nephilim, so they don't. But it's clear now that this is going to be harder than I thought. Its blood red, veiny, and rigid wings furl out to a wingspan similar to mine. I'm afraid of this demon, but I have to tell myself I can handle it. Before I can panic, the demon flies up and tries to attack me, but I counter him perfectly. I lunge backwards, and when the demon is leaning forward, I bring my sword down on his back. Black fluid spurts from where I hit him, but it doesn't deter him at all. He pushes forward as if my swipe was barely a scratch. Watch your back! Gabe shouts as he battles his own demon on the ground. I use my sword to swing around blindly. The head of the demon behind me falls to the ground. For a second, it's silent. But only 1 second. The beheading only infuriates the other demons and 3 come towards me quickly. I look over and Gabe has his shirt off and is coming towards me, his own black wings doing all the work. We're back to back, and we're completely surrounded. For the first time in my life, I feel truly threatened. Gabe feels strong, his energy ricocheting against mine. We got this, Gabe chants, shaking his body in a confident way. When you hit to kill. I've never heard you sound so merciless, I tell him. Kill or be killed, Mika. And we're not dying here. Just as he finishes his sentence, the demons attack, all at once. My heart sputters at the suddenness of their movement, but I push every single emotion aside and get into the right mode to fight. I block out everything except my senses, trying to anticipate their movements and counter them. Gabe grunts behind me, but I ignore it. I have to focus on the 5 or so demons in front of me. My wing vibrates in pain as I'm struck from the side. I don't turn that way, though. I slash my sword forward and nail a perfect hit on the demon in front of me. He screams and retreats back a bit. I then swipe left and hit the demon focused on my wing. But when I'm pulling my arm back, he claws my arm, and I drop my sword to the ground. I don't have time to think about it. I lunge forward with both of my arms out and grab him around the neck. I pull him, using all of my wing's strength to guide me past the others. Mid-air, I thrust the demon's head onto my knee and turn him around so that he's facing outward. I yank his head backwards while kicking his body forwards, hoping that I have enough strength to decapitate him with just my bare hands. I hear his spine and neck crack, but my strength isn't enough. But it is enough to bring him to the ground and leave him there while I focus on the others. Before I can fly back up to the main fight, I'm tackled from behind and thrown forward into the ground. My head bashes against the rock-hard floor, and I can feel wetness drip down my eyebrow. I flip over so I'm face up, but I can't see anything because a demon gets right over me and lands a hard punch to my cheek. I roll twice to get out of the way, and then jump to my feet. It's then that I see the sparkle from my sword, and I don't hesitate. I sprint to it and lift it into my hand. I have just 1 second before the demon comes to me, but again, I don't hesitate. I slice him right across the neck, and then punch him in the face hard enough so that his head falls right off and lands on the floor next to my feet. I kick it to the side in anger. My brain switches into kill mode. It's like an out-of-body experience. I've never had one before, so it's the strangest feeling. I know I'm moving around and fighting, but it's like my brain doesn't recognize itself. I kill demon after demon, with my hands, with my feet, with my sword. I get creative, and Gabe and I work together, one pulling one way, the other pulling the other. Black blood coats everything, including my clothes and body. It's thick and goopy, but I don't even care. All I want is to kill more and more demons. When the last demon has fallen, I return to my body. It's almost as if the light switch turns on in my brain, and I'm back to my normal self. Though, I think this experience has forever changed me. We did it, I mutter, looking at all bodies lifelessly lying around us in a large circle. They fill up the small room, and the wretched smell turns my stomach. You were awesome, Gabe says between pants. I look over and he has his hands on his bent knees as he takes in large gasps of air. I don't know what is going to happen next. It's painfully obvious that Luke is putting us through some sort of testing before he lets us into his kingdom. But it doesn't scare me anymore. Not after defeating somewhere around 20 demons. I can take on Luke. I can take on anyone to get to Annie. I figure since it's deafeningly quiet, the fight is over. No more demons emerge from the walls, and I use this as my chance to regroup. I grab my sword and walk over to the black bag against the wall. There's a towel inside of it, and I use that to clean off the black substance the demons bled all over me and my sword. When I'm satisfied, I resheath the sword on my back and gather the rest of the weapons. Gabe comes over after he's caught his breath, and he does the same with his 3 swords and knife. He places them back in the bag and throws it over his shoulder. We stand, side by side, in the middle of the room and anticipate what comes next. We don't talk since there's nothing to say. We just await our next instruction. Suddenly, a black door appears in the wall. It's small, just about an inch taller than I am. It's simple and looks out of place in cavernous room. There's a silver knob on the door with no lock on it. The door has a design engraved on the front that I've never seen it before. I look over at Gabe to determine what he wants to do. He nods, so we walk to the door together and open it. Gabe lets me step through first. The room is pretty dark, and when a faint white light flickers on, the first thing I see is Annie. I run to her. Chapter 25. A secret. My Annie is so close to me. But as I run closer and closer to her, I notice the glass box she's trapped in. Then, when I look up into her eyes, I can see the pain in her, the tears that threaten to spill out of her. When she finally distinguishes that it's me, she begins to bang against the thick glass. Her fists are balled up so much that her knuckles are sheer white. The tears fall, and she cries and yells for me to save her. I get to the box and try to break it. I slam my fist against it and then punch it, using all of the strength that I can muster. The glass doesn't crack. It doesn't even budge. When I know it's useless to keep expending my energy, I stop and look at Annie, trapped and broken inside her cage. Are you okay? Annie, talk to me. I yell as I look at her in there. I try to search her body to see if she's been hurt, but I can't tell from out here. She looks weak, but she's alive. You have to leave. He'll kill you, she yells at me, urging me with her eyes to run. No. I yell back, shaking my head from side to side. He's going to kill you, Mika. I don't care, I say back honestly. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry I didn't listen to you. I'm so sorry, she chants, resting her hand on the glass, palm out. I stand in front of her. Despite the thick glass between us, I rest my palm against hers and try to feel her heat through the glass. I rest my head against the glass and she bends forward. I can almost feel her forehead against mine. Well, isn't this the most adorable thing I've ever seen? Luke's voice comes into the room again. Let her go. I yell, looking up, but he's nowhere to be found. I start walking in circles, as I have no idea where he is. Since I'm not focused on Annie any longer, I take a second to look the room we're now in. It's similar to the last, small and circular with no windows or exit. I can't seem to find him anywhere, and it frustrates me that he won't show his face. He's a coward. Another test to save the girl you love? Luke asks, humor in his voice. Anything, I answer back sternly. Just don't hurt her. You mean don't do this? Luke plays back. Before I can object, Annie screams. I run to the box. She falls to the ground, clutching her head between both hands. She screams again, the most agonizing noise I think I've ever heard. Stop. Gabe yells at Luke, dropping the weapons bag and coming towards me. What do you want us to do? He asks Luke. Okay. You've got me, Luke says. As he speaks, Annie stops screaming. She remains on the ground, curled into a small ball. Though she's not screaming anymore, she's crying, small tears falling against her skin as she cradles herself. Read the note, do what it says, and she'll live, Luke says as if he's bored with the conversation. Gabe and I both rush over to a small, black table where a white piece of paper is folded in half. Gabe reaches it first and reads the note aloud. What can 1 not keep, 2 hold, and 3 destroy? Air. I yell as loud as I can. It's the first thing I can think of, and I want to get this test over with so that I can save Annie. Wrong-o, Luke drawls. A loud buzzing rings off in the room and Annie screams again. She leans against the glass walls and cries as Luke tortures her. Stop hurting her. Gabe yells, his body rigid. I forgot to mention that for every wrong answer, she'll pay with pain, Luke says. Happy riddling. Hurry, Mika. We have to think this through, Gabe says, clutching onto the note. What can't 1 keep, hold, or destroy? He reads again, trying to fit a clue. It's not going to be obvious, I tell him. I look back at Annie as my brain repeats the riddle over and over. She's lying against the side of the glass box, cradling her head. But she's trying to be strong. Annie, look at me, I try to coax her to turn her head. She does. Are you okay? I ask her, making eye contact and showing her that I'm confident and strong for us both. It hurts so much, Mika, she answers me. Her voice is soft, ragged, and whimpering. My heart clenches in my chest. Gabe, help me out here. I yell at him. I don't know the answer, he admits, turning over the note in his hand. We bounce ideas off of each other, but with each wrong guess, Annie is zapped. She pants so loud I can hear her breath through the glass. I leave Gabe at the table with the note and run to the box. I bang my fists against it again, praying there's a weak spot, but it's useless again. I'll be right back. Please, hang on. I move from Annie's box to Gabe's side. He's writing with his finger on a piece of paper his different ideas since he refuses to say it aloud and possibly hurt Annie more. He looks up at me with wide eyes, and then points his eyes to the paper. He traces letters very slowly and large so that I can put them together and see what he's thinking. After all the letters are done, he taps his finger against the paper, insinuating that this is his final answer. I repeat the letters in my head, and when I piece it together, I try to see if it works for all 3. Can't keep, hold, or destroy. I chant that in my head as I think about his answer. Can you hold it? Gabe asks me, his face pinched together. I've never seen Gabe so torn up before. I've never seen him worried or tremble before. Now he's a bundle of it. I don't know, I say as I drop my head in my hands. Just say it. It's the only one that's even possible. Are you sure? Gabe asks. I don't want to hurt her more. I don't know if she can handle it. She's strong, I state. A secret. I yell out for Luke to hear. A moment of silence passes where nothing happens. I look around for a sign, but the room stills along with all of us in it. Annie lies on the bottom of the box, passed out. She's not writhing in pain, so that must be a good sign, but I worry that something's wrong. I have to admit, I'm impressed. Luke's voice returns to the room, very unwelcome. Let her go. I yell to him, begging to save Annie. Not just yet, he says. I look over at Annie and just then, the floor to her box opens and she's swallowed into the earth. I rush to it, thinking that I can save her, but just as fast as she appeared, she's gone. I slam my fist against the glass in one last bout of anger, but, of course, nothing happens. Are we done yet? Gabe asks, his voice much calmer and clearer than mine. He's very persuasive, but even his best efforts are wasted on the king of demons. Not quite. Luke laughs, and then a door across the room from us appears and opens. I start to walk forward, but Gabe grabs my elbow and stops me. I look back at him. Whatever is behind the door is going to be worse than this. Can you handle it? Gabe asks me, his eyes probing me. I can handle it, I sternly say and pull my arm back from him. Okay, he relents. He picks up the bag of weapons, and then follows me through another door. Hopefully, it's the last. Chapter 26. Amaze ing. Instead of stumbling into a dark room, we're in a way too bright room filled with fluorescent yellow light. I raise my hand to shield my eyes and step forward when I hear Lucifer start to speak in front of us. While this has been utterly enjoyable, we have to move this alone. I have other things to attend to. Meet me at the end, archers. A loud bang vibrates through the cavernous room, and a black wall springs up in front of us. A maze? Gabe questions as we look at the narrow, black walls. There's only one way to go, forward, and through something that's like a tunnel and very high, double my height. I don't wait for Gabe to inspect the walls. I walk straight ahead into the maze. It's not as easy as I thought. After walking forward for about 20 feet, we're faced with a dead end. We decide to go left and find another dead end, so we turn around and walk back the way we came. There are tons of curses and dead ends and confusing circles. But I just keep walking, Gabe close behind, knowing that if we keep moving, we have to find what we're looking for eventually. I think we've hit yet another dead end when we stop in a square room close by the walls. I start to turn around, but Gabe places his hand on my forearm and stops me. I look back over my shoulder and see a table in the middle of the room. There's a small white note, similar to the riddle, on the table with one letter on it. L. I flip the card over and sideways trying to figure out what it means when Annie walks over to us. She comes through the wall, but that doesn't even register to me. I don't hesitate. I run to her and lift her into my arms. I squeeze her tight, as if to make sure that she's real. I pull back and look into her eyes. I can't tell what she's thinking. Instead of her normal emotion-filled eyes, she's empty. I don't understand what's happened from earlier, but she doesn't seem to care that I have her. I'm sorry, she says. Before I can speak, she plants her lips over mine. At first, I don't move. I don't know how to react to this. I've been kissed before, of course. Never like this, with such passion and fervor. But also filled with regret. I place her down on the ground when she comes up for air and stare down at her. Please, Mika. I need you, she moans, swaying from side to side. She runs her hands up her sides and tilts her head back seductively. Something's off, Mika, Gabe whispers from behind me. I try to listen to his words, but Annie holds my complete attention. She steps towards me and trails her finger from my neck to my stomach. My eyes flutter shut and goosebumps emerge on every inch of my skin. I know that I shouldn't let her kiss me again. I shouldn't kiss her back. I'm mated, despite my feelings towards her, I really can't act on any other feeling. That's against the rules. But as she stares up through her eyelashes, I can't control myself. I'm overcome with need. I reach for her and kiss her. But the very second our lips touch and my decision is made, she runs from me. Annie! I call after her, but she's through the wall in a split second. I run to the wall, but it's hardened. There's no way I can get through it. Follow her, Gabe says and starts to run out the way we came in. I don't see her, but I can hear her steps pounding against the hard, black ground. We fly around every corner and with each turn, hope springs that she'll be there. But she's not. And then we realize that we've been herded into another square portion of the maze. On this table, there is another card. On it, a simple G is printed. As I'm turning over the card in my hands, Gabe taps my shoulder, but I ignore him. What? I ask him, when he refuses to stop. I think we have to eat that, he says, pointing behind us. What? I ask again, but my answer is there when I turn around. Behind us is a table filled with human food piled a foot high. No way, I say as I step towards the table. I've never seen such an immense amount of food in one place. Nor have I witnessed anyone eat this much in all of my time on Earth. Surely that can't be safe. I notice that underneath a round pie, there is a little white note sticking out. I grab it. Enjoy your meal, I read aloud. Just as I finish reading the note, a wall springs up at the opening and we're boxed in the room. I don't even think as I lunge for the food. I just start shoving it all into my mouth so we can get out of this trail and get to Annie. If this is all it takes to get Annie free, then so be it. I hear Gabe sigh next to me and drop the weapons bag on the floor. He starts eating, too. Pie after pie, sandwich after sandwich, drink after drink, we devour the meal. After I take one final bite of cheese and bread, I sit back on the ground and digest. My stomach aches with each breath as I force it to expand and allow the food to stay put. Gabe sits next to me, patting his stomach like he's trying to make room. His face is a bit green, and I'm sure mine is similar, because I feel awful. As we sit on the ground, the walls around us fade away, and we're left with two options, left or right. What do you think? I ask Gabe as I start to stand up. Left, he says, but he doesn't sound so sure. Your guess is as good as mine. We start to fly again. Only this time we aren't sprinting, because there's no reason to. It's clear that Luke has planned this and we'll only get to see Annie when he allows it. I decide to just lay the game, and then we'll be rewarded. Rem always awards good deeds, unless of course you're an archer named Michael. We turn a corner and I audibly groan when I see the familiar black, square room with a table in the middle. I grab the note off the same exact table and it has the same G on it as the room before. I get this weird sense that we're going in circles. But before I can express my concern to Gabe, two screams erupt from behind us. At first I see Sarah, stuck in a similar box to the one Annie was in during the riddle. She's standing, but crying, her body hunched over in defeat. Our eyes meet, and I immediately run to her. I bang and try to get her out, but by now I know I can't. I look to my left and see Annie sitting in the opposite corner. She's also in a box and crying. I'm utterly torn on what to do. I step towards Annie, but Sarah screams from her box. I turn towards Sarah, but then Annie screams. Choose one, choose carefully, Gabe reads from the back of the note. I look at him, and he shrugs. The walls of the boxes fall down, but both girls remain rooted in their spots, neither coming towards me, as if they're frozen. How can I choose? I question out loud. Just do it, Gabe urges me on. I step between the two girls, only a few feet separating them. Without another thought, I reach both arms out and grab both girls around their waists. Annie clings to me and Sarah jumps towards me, as if they knew what I was going to do before I did. But just as I'm about to capture them, they disappear into thin air. I fall forward with their sudden leaving. Wait! I yell as I try to find them. But they're gone, and I have no idea at all where they've been taken. I can't do this anymore, I cry out, dropping my head to the ground. I cover the back of my head with my hands and lie on the ground, trying to work through my mental war. This is too much on me. I can't think anymore. Yes, you can. Gabe says, coming to my side. He lifts me up under my arms and forces me to stand on my own. I can't take it. He's killing me. You're killing me. I yell out, raising my fists. Mika, listen to me. We're almost there. Don't you see? L-G-G. 3 out of 7. These are Rem's 7 sins, Gabe explains, making me quiet down from my manic breakdown. What's left? I ask him, trying to recall the sins. Envy, sloth, wrath, pride. You can handle it. We got through the hard things. We've made it this far. We can't give up, Gabe coaxes me. Thanks, I tell him as I get it together. I have to finish this through. I need to save Annie. I have to make this right. I should have been watching her more closely. I should have seen her downward spiral. I have to fix this, since I screwed it all up. With his hand on my shoulder, Gabe guides me out of the box and into another labyrinth of hallways. I feel like a shell of myself. I'm broken, mentally and physically. I don't know how much more I can handle, but I have to try. Gabe risked everything for me. I have to give him my all. The next room is so close that I can see the opening. Just as we're about to step through, I sink into the ground. Gabe grunts as his feet also start to drop into the ground slowly. This must be Sloth, Gabe says. Don't touch it, just move slow. I follow his commands and slowly move, one foot forward and then the next. It doesn't feel like I'm making any progress at all. Gabe is a good foot or two in front of me and he's moving faster than me. I try to mimic him, my hands raised in the air, my shirt pulled up so that the liquid doesn't get onto me. I start to move a bit faster. Gabe makes his way out of the pit and uses his hands to hoist himself out. I watch as his legs drip with sandy-colored goop. I struggle, my stomach muscles trembling as I pull myself through the molasses-like pit of liquid. You have a minute to finish this. I'm bored, Luke's voice vibrates against me. I start to panic and when I glance up at Gabe, he's panicked also. He drops the weapons bag on the ground and kneels. He leans forward, holding his hand out for me to take it. I try, but we're still too far apart. Our fingertips barely touch, and I know if I lean any more forward, I'll fall in and my entire body will be covered in this slowing liquid. Come on, Mika, Gabe growls, his face tightly knit. Just grab my hand. I'm trying, I grit between clenched teeth. I move, inch by inch, until finally I can grab onto his hand. He strains to lift me, since the pit drags me down. I kick my feet like I'm swimming to get to the surface, and it actually works. Just as I'm getting out of the pit, a buzzer rings from somewhere in the maze that sounds similar to the pain buzzer from before. An electric stream of pain courses through my veins, and I fall forward on top of Gabe. My insides feel like they've been lit on fire. I scream, trying to get whatever is happening inside of me out of me. I claw at my stomach, the churning sensation too intense to bear. My body trembles as I try to breathe through the pain. But all I can think of is the liquid fire coursing through my veins. I know I have to meditate, but I don't want to waste time. I can't help it when my body just completely falls limp and, due to the amount of damage to my body, it shuts down all on itself. I wake up on Gabe's lap. He's shaking me awake. I don't know how long I've been out. I feel disoriented. Vibrations of fire continue to bounce from my bones to my nerves and back again, ricocheting pain throughout me, but it's not as bad as before. Now it's just a dull ache throughout my entire body. Remembering that Annie is close by, I push through the pain and stand up. Gabe steps back so that he's a few feet in front of me. He paces forward, trucking on like the best friend that he is. Are you okay? Gabe asks over his shoulder. I think I am now. I stand and dust myself off from the now dry, sand-like dirt on my legs and stomach. Gabe grabs the bag and starts walking in front of me, checking around each corner to clear it. He turns a corner, and I lose him for a second. His footsteps are silent. A minute later, I walk into the room behind him. What I see stuns me. 2 demons circle Gabe and poke at him as he writhes about, strapped against the table I've grown accustomed to seeing. Each demon has a red, steaming stick, and they jab it under his swollen skin. At the sight of me, he screams. I run to the demons, ignoring my pain altogether, and try to fight them off. When I'm just a foot away, a glass wall springs up, blocking me from getting to Gabe. Let me through! I scream, banging my knuckles against the glass. The note, "Dear Mika," Luke's voice sings, like my actions are amusing to him. I know that he's watching us from somewhere. We're like experiments in his twisted game, and I hate it. I don't care about the note. Just let him go. I yell, looking up for a voice. The note, he says, his tone bored. I need Gabe's eyes. They're glassy, red, and pained. Anyone else wouldn't catch it, but his head bobs up and down, just barely, as if allowing me to stand down. I fly across the room to another replica table. On it is a single letter, W. I flip the card in my hand, and on the back is one single sentence. Watch for 5 minutes. Unlike the other rooms, I finally notice a chair placed underneath the table. Gabe has quieted, and I look over my shoulder at the situation before me. It dawns on me that I'm just supposed to sit back and watch while they torture him. 5 minutes isn't that long. I can handle it. I pull out the chair and sit on it, facing Gabe. Our eyes click again, but this time, I look away, unable to meet them. I don't want him to know what I'm thinking. Your time will start now, Luke's voice says, and then a beep echoes through the place. The thick, glass wall falls from between Gabe and myself. If I wanted to, I could go to him now and save him, but that's not what Luke wants. And we're playing his game after all. Gabe releases an uncurling scream. My heart lurches into my throat, and I panic. I dig my fingers into the wooden chair to stop myself from jumping up. A demon digs the red stick into Gabe's side and blood pours from the incision. I struggle to remain rooted in my spot. A beep goes off, and I assume that I've made it 1 minute. Another yelp comes from Gabe, and my feet involuntarily move towards him. No, no, no. You can look, but you can't touch, Luke snickers at me. I can just imagine him wiggling his finger at me like I'm a child. They're killing him. I yell as I watch the other demons start to jab Gabe. They must get bored of the needles, because they drop them and slam their fists into his face relentlessly, spilling more and more blood by the second. They move at such speeds that my adrenaline spikes from the sight. My inner instincts to fight shoot off, but I ignore them. But, when Gabe's eyes shut and refuse to open, I jump up. I can't just let him take this punishment when I'm the reason that he's here in the first place. I make it to the first demon in about 2 seconds flat. I pull him backwards, and with all the rage I can muster, I snap his neck. The second demon snarls and lunges towards me for interfering. I don't have time to attack, so I pull back and fall to the ground with him. I scramble to get the upper hand, but the demon pins me down with his legs. I throw punch after punch, praying to Rem that I just can knock the demon out. My luck turns up when my leg gets free, and I toss his body to the side. I contemplate going for Gabe, but when I look over at him, his body is completely limp, his eyes sealed shut. It fuels my next move. I jump towards the demon and kick him square in the jaw. Blood and saliva squirts from his mouth as his face is jostled to the side. I don't even stop there, I'm so fueled with fury. I pursue and stalk him as he tries to inch away from me on the ground. He's holding his face as if it might fall apart, shivering with fear. But I'm not done with him. This is what happens when you mess with my best friend. I gently take his head between my trembling, angry hands. And with a smile on my face, I twist his neck so hard that his entire head rips off. I toss it to the side like the garbage that it is. I have to say, I'm impressed. Luke yells, making my head whip around. You've exceeded my expectations, Archer. Just tell me what to do next. I snarl, gasping for air as I try to regain composure. Follow the path to your friend, he says, and then he clicks off. I don't bother looking around or trying to find another way. I leave the room and run through the halls. I'm alone, and I don't want to dwell on it. I fly as fast as I can to find Gabe, praying that he's okay. I'm dumped in another black, closed-in room. A familiar glass box is in the corner of the room, and inside of it is a passed-out Gabe. I rush to him, but the glass box is obvious. I know by now that I won't be able to get in, no matter how angry I am or hard I try. I turn and see the table with a single white note on it. I pick it up and a big E is stamped on the front. I turn it over in my fingers, searching for a hint, but it's empty, no sentence or letter or anything. I turn and inside the box now is Annie. It drives me nuts seeing her, but at the same time, I'm happy, because she looks okay actually, better than ever. She's in a frilly dress. It's black, so I'm sure that she likes it since she hates all things white. Her legs are toned in tan and go on for days. Her dark hair is thrown over her shoulder in an intricate braid that I want to run my hands over. I tap on the glass to get her attention, but she doesn't even look at me. Her attention is only on Gabe, and jealousy blooms in the pit of my stomach. It's unsettling, and I don't like it. I tap harder, hoping that maybe she'll hear me. Annie, it's me, I tell her, thinking that maybe she can't see me. As I look through the glass, I realize that it's a little darker than the other boxes. Maybe this is like a one-sided mirror. I tap on the glass, but yet again neither one even flinches at my intrusion. I sit back, the note in my hand, and try to decipher what this is. E. What does that mean? I start to think about it, but I look up when there's movement in the box. Gabe's arms wrap around Annie so tightly that they clasp behind her back. He pulls her onto him, and she cracks a smile at his playfulness. Gabe's hand dives into Annie's hair. I swear to Rem, I growl at the way he touches her. I step closer to the box and put my hands against it, praying that this ends soon. I know Luke is just trying to make me feel this. It clicks in my head, Gabe's words reminding me of the challenges we're facing. NV. This is supposed to be how I feel. I get it now, but it doesn't hurt any less. My entire body convulses as Annie lifts her head, stands on her tiptoes, and kisses Gabe on the mouth. My heart skips a beat, my breath kicks out of me, my legs tremble beneath me. I've never felt so hateful, jealous, and needful in my life. I step as far back from the box as I can while I turn away. I face the wall, so I don't have to witness Annie and Gabe together. I can't bear watching what's happening between them. It kills me inside to even think that it may be real. Finally, I turn back when I think that the coast is clear. Luckily, they're separated. They both stand, neither injured, and walk towards me. I can't help the growl that sounds from deep in my throat. I lunge for Annie, but just as the tips of my fingers graze her, she vanishes into thin air. Gabe grabs my shoulders and rights me so that I'm standing up. I can't take this torture anymore. But in the next second, a black door opens from behind us, revealing a large, cavernous room. Is this it? Gabe questions me, limping as he steps towards the door. It has to be a trick, I tell him, knowing that there's no way this is ending. I don't believe it. I think Lucifer is going to play with us until we die. I don't think we're ever getting out of here alive. Thank Ram I didn't bring hair. He doesn't deserve this, and neither does Gabe. I should have handled this alone. Might as well go in, Gabe says, shrugging as he looks back towards me. I nod and follow behind him. I grab onto his wrist and we walk together, limping and broken. We did it, I mutter. Chapter 27. Meeting Luke. We step into a black-walled room, and I survey the area. It's different than any of the rooms we've encountered thus far. This one has high-peaked ceilings and light gray walls. It's higher, but not larger by any means. Gabe and I stand side by side, battered and nearly defeated, but we made it to our destination. I can only thank Rem for sparing us. I know I couldn't have done it alone. I have to admit, I'm quite surprised the dear archers have made it this far. Luke's voice rings out. A light illuminates where he's standing at the end of a long hallway like a spotlight. I can just barely make out his figure, but the beam of light shows us the way. We walk with fast steps towards him. I let my wings come out and hover above the ground to move faster. As we get closer and closer, the severity of our situation looms over me and my heart picks up. We're completely at Luke's will. But Annie is somewhere, and I have to save her. Not matter what she thinks of me. I stop before Luke. The throne he sits upon is monstrous, 3 or 4 times the height of me. It's embossed in a multicolored assortment of jewels, shining off of the sparkling gold seat. He looks minuscule in the chair, yet I know he's a little bigger than I am. Where is she? I hiss out, not moving forward. Bring the girl. Luke yells, tilting his head up so that his voice echoes around the room. I look from my left to right, trying to find her, and notice 2 demons start to bring her in. They hold out both of her arms and drag her, her legs limp. Thick, black tears run down her face. When she sees me, they only gets worse. Don't hurt her. I yell, lunging towards the demons. Gabe grabs my arm and stops me from making a mistake and ruining everything that we worked so hard to get. I have to remain calm, cool, and collected, or else Luke will just kill her, or us. What is your fascination with this girl? Luke asks. She doesn't deserve your torture. Who are you to say who does and doesn't? She's killed demons. Surely, Rem would condone this treatment. Rem would never hurt an innocent. You tricked her into it. You can't punish her for being naive. Luke lifts his hand and the female demon to Annie's right presses her hand against Annie's arm and zaps her. Annie's body jolts, like she's having a seizure, and then she stills, her face falling. The female demon looks over at Gabe and I, a wild smirk on her face. For some reason, she looks way too familiar. It's then that I realize that she must be Hare's sister. Their faces are similar, oddly similar. They have the same dark features, but where Hare is soft, she's hard and mean. Hare's worried about you, I say to garner a reaction out of her. What? She asks me back, her face completely changing. Her eyes have lightened up, her wild smirk now drawn down in a frown. She loosens her grip on Annie and leans towards me. Your brother. He asked us to check on you. Clearly, you're doing well, I say, hoping she'll go easy on Annie. I am doing well, she snips. Tell him to move on from me. You know that he won't. I glare at her, wondering how she could judge Hare so wrongly. Hare has a pure soul, he'd never move on from losing his sister, especially when she's chosen to follow Luke. I don't care, she yells at me. Let's just cut to the chase. What do you want for her? Gabe cuts into the conversation, stepping forward into a protective stance. Hare's sister glares at us, but she resumes her position next to Annie and stands still. I'm not giving her to you. I've come to enjoy her company, Luke says, flicking his gaze towards Annie. She's slumped over herself, both arms still held captive by the demons. My chest aches for her. You're obviously gearing up for war. I've seen the blueprints. What if I can tip the scale? I know that this decision is going to kill me. I don't even know for sure if I can handle what I'm about to say. But it's the only bargaining chip I have, and I'd do anything for Annie. Go on. Luke says, twirling his finger at me. You have no powers on Earth. What if I gave you some? Mika, no. Annie shrieks, finally showing life again. She tries to pull free from the demon's grasp, but they cling to her tightly. She glares at me, but I don't look. I turn back to see if Luke is considering my proposition. That's definitely interesting. It's too bad that worthless halfling had to ruin the surprise of my attack. I suppose a punishment is due for Hare in time. Don't hurt my brother, please, Luke. He doesn't deserve it, Hare's sister begs for her brother's life. The demon lurches forward and falls to her knees. She claps her hands in front of her as if praying to Remington. Of course, I know that's not the case, since she's chosen to follow Luke and his demons. How wrong you are, Luke says. He grins from ear to ear, and then lifts his hand and waves it in a perfect circle. 2 new demons descend from behind his golden throne, both with dark faces pinched together at the crease on their eyebrows. I watch silently as they step behind Hare's sister and place their hands on her shoulders. I start to object, but Gabe grabs my hand and forces me to be quiet. We're bargaining for Annie's life, not this girl's. They each press her neck and then twist it, decapitating her. They throw her blonde head across the room, and her body falls lifelessly to the ground in a crumpled mess. Her insides are black, rotten, and spoiled. Annie screams as she watches the horrific scene take place, some of the mess getting on her legs and shoes. I dread having to explain to Hare, but maybe it will put him at peace. At least he doesn't have to worry anymore. Please tell the boy, Luke says. I nod. So, back to your proposition. How would you be able to get me my powers? I give you mine for 1 year. Long enough to have an impact on your war. You'd get the wings and all. I look to my left, and Gabe's eyes are drawn down. He knew my plans, but I'm sure it doesn't hurt any less. I'm giving up my life as an angel. Luke turns away from us, as if conversing with himself. I watch his lips move, but no noise comes out. I start to think he's gone mad. A beautiful woman with long, black hair appears beside him and sits on the throne. It's one of his many wives. This is a bad idea, Gabe whispers to me as we wait for Lucifer to speak. You knew I would do it, I try to explain to him, but I know he doesn't understand my reasoning. You won't be able to come to the Veil. It's only a year, I tell him. How will you convince the Veil of the war, then? You will. Mika. Gabe starts to object, but I shake my head and face forward, not giving him a chance. Okay, archers. Enough. Luke commands, the room falling silent. I accept. Say exactly what you're accepting. I will give you your sweet halfling, for your wings and powers, for 1 year. Say her name, I demand, my eyes hard on Luke. I'll give you Annie. Forever. Listen, Archer. I don't think you should be nitpicking our deal this much, Luke says, but I cut him off. Just say exactly what's happening. I know your tricks, and I'm not going to get screwed over because of a technicality. So say it all, and say it right. Fine. You get Annie forever, and I get your powers and wings for 1 year beginning today. Happy? Luke drawls, rolling his eyes at me. Deal, I answer, smiling at our victory. Annie tries to protest against the demons, but her voice is so weak now that it's barely audible, and I'm sure her tugging and pulling isn't even moving them. Well, come on. Let's seal the deal and be done with it. I have things to attend to. Gabe's hand falls from my shoulder as I walk towards the glistening throne. Luke descends the stairs in front and meets me so that we're on even ground, standing chest to chest. I reach out my hand and he reaches out his. A demon comes towards us with a silver knife and slits both of our palms right down the middle. We press our cut hands together, which solidifies our agreement by blood and promise. It's all done. When our hands release, I can feel the transformation already starting from the bottom of my back. My body feels like it's gained 10 pounds, my feet heavy with each step back towards Gabe. I reach my hand back, and I actually feel my wings shrink into my back, and then fade away completely. Be gone with you, Luke says, running his fingers over my wings, which have replaced his. They're beautifully positioned on his back and as gray as they come. He walks back towards the throne, but instead of going back to sit down, he reaches his hand up and waves for Percy to meet him at the base. His wife kisses him passionately, and then the two leave us alone in the room. I run towards Annie as the two demons holding her up drop her to the ground. She doesn't even brace for the fall, she just drops and crumples into the fetal position. I finally get to her and lift her body into my arms. It's heavier than before, but I know it's just because I have less strength. She whimpers as I try to adjust her so she's more comfortable. I'm not sure it's even possible, since she feels broken. I hate to hurry this along, but I think we should go sooner, rather than later, Gabe says from behind me. Help me get her up, I beg him. Let me hold her. You get the bag, Gabe says as he drops the bag on the floor beside me. He leans forward and effortlessly lifts Annie into his arms. She folds into him, her eyes shut, but her body pressed against him. I can't help but feel a bit jealous, but I'm not worried. I don't even know what's going to happen between us. But she's safe. At the very least, that's all I wanted. She doesn't utter a word as we exit the throne room and retreat into the maze. Chapter 28. Back to Earth. I don't remember the twists and turns from just a little while ago, but Gabe must, because he starts moving at a rapid pace that I have trouble keeping up with. My steps are loud and clunky, and I hate the way I sound. I hate that I'm panting and struggling to even run beside Gabe. Luckily, all of the trials are gone. We move swiftly past the boxed room and through the tests without have to do much other than run. Gabe's wings develop as we step through the room, and he moves faster than before. We end up in the first room, but it has completely transformed. Or maybe we haven't ended up in the first room. I can't tell where we are anymore. I'm sweating, and it's unwelcome and uncomfortable. Windows surround the room, and when I glance out, all I can see is a demon army practicing their techniques. Demon after demon is covered in protective clothing, weapon in hand, looking angry as all get out. We can't do anything about it now, Gabe says, pulling me away from the window by my arm. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of demons ready to go to Earth. A chill runs up my spine in anticipation. I tear my gaze away from the window and follow Gabe out of the lower veil. I notice that he's not flying, and I'm guessing that's more for me than him. I feel bad, but keep my mouth shut. I just follow behind Gabe, praying that I can make it out. But at the end of the path and the far end of the room, there's the portal to Earth. There's a rope ladder, which I'm guessing Luke made for me, and then just blackness. Get her to her apartment and fix her, I tell Gabe, pushing him forward. It's dark, so I know he can get there faster and just fly up instead of having to wait on me to climb these small rungs. I just want Annie fixed. I'll meet you there, I say when he gives me a weird, pained look. He takes off and disappears above me. By the time I make it back to her apartment, I'm drenched in my own sweat. People looked at me as I walked, slowly, down the sidewalks. My breathing is labored, and no matter how many breaks I take, it doesn't return to normal. To make matters worse, the elevator in her apartment building won't work. I don't know if it's Rem sending me a message or what, but I have to take every single step up there. But I finally make it. I push open the door and everyone is in the living room. Annie lies down on the couch while Gabe stands over her, watching her with worried eyes. Hare was sitting down, but now that he sees me, he comes straight for me. He doesn't bother with words, he punches me square in the nose, and then backs up. That's for leaving me behind, he snarls, shaking his hand like the impact hurt him. I reach my swollen and sweaty hand up to my face and rub my nose, since that hurt more now than it would have before. I didn't want you to die, Hare, I tell him honestly. I know, he says, nodding his head. The anger on his face is gone, and I think he's actually forgiven me. But it was still wrong. I have to tell you something, I say, thinking of his sister. I might as well tell him now before he starts asking questions. We can talk later, Hare says, waving me off. No. It's about your sister, I say, hoping that will make him let me speak. What? He asks me back, his voice trembling. She didn't make it. What do you mean? Lucifer killed her down there. She did it to protect you. Luke wanted to find you because you helped us. She sacrificed herself, I tell him, not wanting him to see his sister in a bad light. She wouldn't do that, Hare says. She's too selfish to protect anyone but herself. Even me. She tried to save you in her own way. I swear it, Gabe says from his spot above Annie. I nod when Hare looks up at me for confirmation. I think I need to go lie down, Hare mumbles, backing up and stumbling over himself. He retreats to Annie's bedroom and locks himself in. It's silent. How is she? I ask Gabe as I walk towards him. She's clearly in meditation, sound asleep. I can hear her small intakes of breath. I can't tell, to be perfectly honest. She's been out since I started flying, Gabe says. Why don't you meditate? I'll watch her, I tell him, wanting to have alone time with her. I think you need it more than me, he says, looking me up and down. I don't need him to tell me what I look like. I can feel it. I can feel my aching body. But all I want is for Annie to wake up, so I'm not resting until she does. Please? I ask him. Okay. I'm not too hurt, so I'll only be a little while. Then you can rest, Gabe says. He walks over to me and wraps me in a one-armed hug. It's going to be okay, he says, and then flies to the guest bedroom. Finally alone, I look down at precious Annie and will her to feel better. My lids are heavy with exhaustion. I don't want to leave Annie's side, though. I can't. I have to make sure she's okay. I grab some pillows from the other couch and lay them on the floor in front of Annie. She's deep in meditation and doesn't stir as I move around. I reach up towards her as I lie down on the pillows. I take her hand in mine and fall into meditation holding her, so I'll know the second that she wakes up. Chapter 29. Whole New World. I faintly recall hearing my name. But I'm too comfortable to move. It feels like home, which I never knew had a feeling. Warmth wraps me in its arms and holds me there, bundled up. Mika, seriously, come out. It's Gabe. His voice is dark and husky, angry almost. The severity in it makes me open my lids and both him and Hare are glaring down at me. What? I ask, disoriented from my meditation. I stretch and am about to stand when I realize there's a person laying on me. My heart jumps from my chest when I see Annie's beautiful face nuzzled between my armpit and my bicep. At first, I want to wrap her around me and never let go, but the leering faces bring me back to reality. I start to maneuver my way out from under her. Yeah, you might want to be a bit faster, Hare says, his eyes darting over his shoulder. What's going on? I ask them. The archers are coming. Now, Gabe says. Here? Yes. Great, I mutter, shaking my head. Let me change. I'll be right back. I move past Gabe and Hare, past Annie who's still passed out on the floor, and into her bedroom. I shut the door behind me to give myself some privacy. The bathroom is connected through a narrow door, and I step through, feeling smaller than I've ever felt. When I look in the large mirror above her sink, I'm amazed at myself. I've never looked tired before. I've never looked hurt and worn down. But today, I do. My eyes have bags underneath them, tinted a greenish purple. I unfurl my wings to see how much damage they endured when I remember that I don't have any. I pull the shirt over my head and turn around so I can examine my bare back. It looks weird. Wrong. I run my hand over my shoulder and try to figure out how they could just be gone, but I feel nothing. I'm human and it hurts. I try to fly, levitate just a little bit off the ground, but it's clear that all of my powers are gone. As I go back into the bedroom, I raise my hand and keep walking for the door, but I walk straight into it. I've never had to manually open a door before. I'm pathetic now. In the closet, I'm able to find a few pieces of clothing that fit me. In the corner is a set of clothes, and I'm just praying they weren't left here from Lucifer. It would kill me. Just as I have the pants on and the shirt over my head, the door to the room opens and shuts. Annie steps towards me, her eyes and mouth drawn down. What's wrong? I ask her. I'm sorry, Mika, she says. Her eyes come up and find me and hold me to them. She steps forward and wraps her arms around my shoulders, squeezing me so we're as close as humanly possible. I pull her back so I can see into her eyes. I want her to see what I'm saying. You have nothing to be sorry for. I understand your hatred towards us. I don't hate you, she says, shaking her head and stepping completely away from me. You said you resented us. You said you hated us for taking you out of the veil and leaving you here. I hate the angels for leaving me. I never once hated you. I just thought I did. I thought I had to hate you because you were one of them. I didn't trust you. I should have known you were watching me, she says. A trickle of tears flows from her eyes and it takes every muscle in my body to stop myself from reaching forward and wiping them away. I went against every rule to come down here and save you, I say, my voice just barely a whisper. I know, she answers, nodding her head. Can you forgive me? Of course. Come here. I wave my hand over, and she runs towards me. I hold her tightly, my mind playing out scenarios of Annie and I together. That is until the reality of my life dawns on me. I'm mated. I don't mean to break this up, but they're here, Gabe says, peeking his head in the door. I drop Annie onto the floor, like we've been caught, and my face heats with embarrassment. I don't even know why. It's just Gabe. Annie giggles, and then we step into the living room together. What do you think is going to happen? I ask Gabe as I stop and stand beside him, facing the door so that when the archers come in, they see us. I position Annie a little to my right but behind me, so I can protect her. I know things are going to be said and I need to know she's okay. I'm pretty sure we're in trouble, Gabe says, laughing to himself. As if this is a funny matter. I roll my eyes and face forward, looking over at Hare, who has joined us. He grabs Annie's hand and stands beside her. I'm almost jealous. But before I can dwell on their interlocked hands, the archers fly in the room. Uriel rushes in first and heads straight to Gabe. They hug each other and then talk quietly, just to each other. The triplets are in next. Raphael is first, and he doesn't say hello to any of us. He just stops a few feet in front of us and waits. Raguel and Remiel are next, and they stand beside their brother, stern-faced and emotionless. Lastly is Sarah, the person I've been most nervous to see. Her eyes flutter from Gabe to me, and when she sees me, she actually smiles. I've barely ever gotten a smile out of her. She flies to me and jumps into my arms. The display of affection is abnormal. I put her on the ground after she pecks my cheek, and then she glances at Annie. I can't really tell what transpires between the two, but it's catty, and I don't like it. I lean a little of my right, covering Annie with my body, shielding her from Sarah. Sarah glances at me and then steps into line beside Uriel. The six of them stand in front of the four of us and it's a standoff to see who will speak first. I decide that since we broke the rules, I will talk first and try to break the ice. So, we got Annie from Luke in the lower veil. We made it out okay. But, there is a darker matter on our hands, I say, my throat becoming dry. Luke is creating an army, like we told you before. But we got a glimpse of it down there. And I'm afraid the scales may be a bit tipped. Why do you say that? Remy asks, his voice not giving anything away. I gave away my wings and powers, I tell them. To who? Sarah shrieks. Lucifer. Chapter 30. Balancing act. Between their screams and Gabe trying to mediate the situation, my mind shuts down. I block out everything they're saying. I'm stupid, selfish, going against Remington. I hear it all, but I don't let it get to me. I knew that this would happen when I made the deal. But I had to protect Annie. And I wouldn't change what I did at all. You did it all for what? That weak human? She's not even that pretty. Sarah points right in Annie's face. Enough! I shout. Talking about me is one thing, but bringing Annie into this is just wrong. She didn't do a single thing. Sarah has gone too far. You can talk poorly about me, but don't speak about her like that. Sarah's eyes widen at my defensive attitude, but I don't care. I look over to see that Annie is crying on a hair. His gray t-shirt has a dark stain over his chest as her tears soak him. I look back at the archers. What's done is done. If you angels want to ignore the impending war, then that's your problem. I'm stuck here, and while it's unfortunate, it's permanent for 1 year. Go back to the Vale. All of their eyes are on me. I try to puff up my chest and appear stronger than I feel. We'll have to go speak with the Seraphers. I don't know protocol for losing an archer without actually dying. As of now, I think we can all choose to motion Michael out of the archers, Uriel says, looking to his left and right at the others. Agreed? Agree, all but Gabriel and Seraquel say back. But they expected that to be the outcome. All they need is majority and they definitely got it. What about our mating? Sarah asks, her voice soft and feminine. Her face looks broken, her heart shattered. I know that it's all because of me. Even though she acts tough, and for the most part is, I know that deep inside there's a part of her that cares. You don't want to mate with a human anyway, Remy says with acid in his tone. The anger cuts me, but I don't show it. We can talk to the Seraphers and figure this all out, Uriel says, forever the voice of reason. So, let's go already. I hate being on Earth, Raphael says, turning up his nose. Uriel nods at me, the most I'm going to get I guess, and then leaves the way he came. The triplets are next, and they don't even say a single thing. Sarah looks like she might come over. Her eyes are locked onto mine like missiles. I raise my eyebrows, as if asking her what she wants. But she doesn't move. She shakes her head side to side with a sad expression on her face. And then she turns around and leaves. While I never loved her, it still hurts to know that I don't have her anymore. I'm sure the Seraphers will agree with Remy and give her a new mate. Hopefully it'll be the guy she needs and loves. Hopefully he'll treat her right and love her like she deserves. I love you, brother, Gabe says before pulling me into a tight hug. I'll work on it, but I can't promise anything. I'll try to come see you soon, he whispers in my ear. He pulls back, and I nod my head, urging him to go. Take care of everyone. I'll miss you, I tell him. Before a second passes, he's gone. Chapter 31. Human life. Emotionally drained, I go into Annie's bedroom and shut the door. I dive into her bed and lie on top of it, trying to sort through everything. I'm stuck here, the constricting feeling weighs heavily on my chest. I struggle trying to get air into my lungs. I shut my eyes to block the spinning room. Mika, relax, Annie says, placing her hand over my heart. I can feel her indent on the bed beside me. Her closeness only makes my heart pick up. You're going to kill yourself if you don't stop, she says, rubbing my chest now. I'm stuck here, I mutter. Yup. I'm powerless. Yup. I can't even fly. Yup. What am I going to do? I question. I don't even know how to live like this. While I've been on Earth plenty of times, I've never actually had to live here. I've never been stuck here. I've never been unable to use powers and fly. I'm broken. A broken angel. I don't know. But you've got me in here. We'll help you, she says. I open my eyes and meet her green eyes with mine. She's smiling, happy, and I'm not sure why. You okay? She asks, worried. I will be, I answer, faking a smile for her. She leans forward and hugs me, her brown hair tumbling over me. Smoke from the lower veil still clings to her, but she also smells fresh and fruity. Why did you do it? She asks me. Do what? I ask back. Give it all up. For you, I answer, meeting her gaze with seriousness. But why? I couldn't imagine living in a universe that doesn't have you in it. This time I lean forward and grab her. I pull her into my arms and try to memorize the way she feels against me. I try to memorize her smell and body and everything about this simple girl. I have such a good idea for us today. She pulls back and stares down at me. I know you're all sad, and I feel awful with my bruised body and all, but I've been wanting to do this for a while, and there's no one I'd rather do it with. I think it'll make us both feel better. Okay. I say hesitantly. Be ready in 5, she says, and then jumps up from the bed. She runs through the house, and I hear her talking to Hare, but can't make out what she's saying. I drop my head into my hands, sigh, and then get up. Annie is trying to convince Hare of something when I find them in the kitchen. Are you crazy? He asks her. I'm not doing that. You have officially gone mad. Tons of people do it. It means something to me. Please, she whines. What exactly are we doing? I ask, leaning up against the counter. Secret. Annie says, glaring at Hare to shut up. She puts her finger to her lips and shushes him. He just smiles at her, shaking his head. Let's go. All of us. Annie moves towards the door and starts down the stairs, knowing that we'll follow her. But before we step into the stairwell, I grab Hare's forearm. He looks at me with questioning eyes. I just want you to know I'm really sorry about your sister, I tell him. I know. It's okay, he answers. And I'm sorry I left you here. Now you'll have to work for that apology, he laughs. I must look worried because he pulls me into a one-armed hug. Just kidding. You can buy dinner, though. He laughs again and then starts running down the stairs towards Annie. What's taking you so long, Mika? She yells up. Coming, I answer. Can someone tell me again why she's doing this? I ask as I watch Annie shirtless lie on a black, padded table. She's face down, so there's nothing revealed, but still. Once I do this, I can move on. I'm human, but I still dwell on all this angel drama. When I accept what could have been, I can move on from it and have my own life. Well, when you say it like that, I mutter. Maybe I'll get some, too. Really? She looks up from the table and smiles at me. I realize that I'd do anything to get that smile again. So, I tell the guy that I want something similar to her, but a bit manlier. He chuckles, despite the fact that I'm dead serious. I might as well get something then, Hare says. He steps towards the bookcase and grabs a picture book. He flips through the pages until he sees something he likes. He points to it and talks in hushed whispers to the girl behind the counter. I head into one room, leaving Annie with the guy who's doing hers. I get a dark-haired man, with a nose ring and spiked-up hair. I explain exactly what I want and he nods along while drawing on a sketchpad. I hear Hare doing the same in the room next to me with the woman who's doing his. When the guy shows me the picture, I'm stunned. They're perfectly mine, and I nod 100 times, praying it comes out exactly as he's outlined. Annie was right. This is therapeutic. Once I do this, I can move forward, forget everything that's happened in the past and live in the now. The first prick is shocking. I try not to move, because I don't want the guy to screw up, but the needle digs into my skin and then out, over and over. After the initial alarm, it actually starts to feel good. Well, not good, more like numb. The buzzing is constant, the vibrations up and down my back soothing in a twisted way. As he moves around behind me, I try to feel the outline and what he's doing, but it's hard to keep track. Time goes way too fast and before I know it, the guy is holding up a mirror so I can see the tattoo on my back. It's amazing what this man has done for me. The wings on my back look real, despite the fact that they were drawn on. They take up most of my back, extending to my shoulders and ending just above my pant line. With each stroke, you can see the intricate detailing to each feather. How long was that? I ask the guy. I finally take a look at him, and he's covered in sweat. His face is glistening in red. He put everything he had onto my back and no sum of money can compensate him. About 6 hours, he answers. Are you kidding me? I ask back, wondering where the time went. You were a great canvas. Never budged. I figured you'd want it finished today. Seemed like you needed it, he says, shrugging his shoulders. Thank you. Thank you so much, I tell him, glancing back at the mirror. Your friends are outside, the guy says. I never got your name, I tell him. Sam, he says, and I nod. I reach into my pocket and find a wad of cash. I don't know whose it is. But this man deserves it all. I hand it over to him, but as he counts, he starts to shake his head. I can't take all of this. It's like $1,000. You deserve it. Please, keep it. You've saved me, I tell him. Are you sure, he asks back, looking between the money and me. Positive, I answer. I walk out of the room after he wraps me in plastic. I'm not supposed to take it off for at least 2 hours. When I step into the waiting room, Hare and Annie are there, waiting anxiously from their expressions. Let me see. Annie says, looking at my arms and legs. 2 hours, I tell her, wrinkling my nose as I tease her. Come on, a peek, she asks back. Nope. I stick out my tongue. So, what's next on your quest away from everything, Angel? Dinner? Hare asks, rubbing his stomach like he's hungry. I could eat, she says, shrugging her shoulders. Dinner it is. We drop Hare off on our walk back to Annie's apartment. He wants to stay at the sanctuary, despite the fact that nobody is there. He doesn't have a family anymore. So, there's nowhere else for him to go back to. When Annie offered to let him stay at the apartment, he agreed, but only after he went back to the sanctuary and got his and Hannah's things sorted through. Wait. Annie says as Hare starts to head into the building. Show me your tattoo now, she says. Hare reaches down and pulls his shirt up, revealing his tattoo, which is placed right over his heart on the left side of his chest. In a beautifully masculine, but curly, script is his sister's name, Hannah. There's a heart wrapped up in the 2 H's. It's black, but not hard. It's a perfect way to remember his sister but to also move on. I love it, Annie says. She runs to him and hugs him. Then she leans back and kisses his cheek. He smiles down at her, goofy as always, and then enters the sanctuary alone. Annie and I move together as we head to her apartment. It's chilly as summer starts to end here on Earth. I pick up Annie's hand and lace our fingers together. A spark ignites where our skin meets and takes my body on a wild ride. I look over at Annie, and her smile is so wide, I picture her taking the journey with me. So are you going to stay with me at the apartment? She asks, breaking through the dark, silent night. Do you want me to? I counter. Well, it would give us a chance to rebuild our friendship, she says, wiggling her eyebrows. You've convinced me, I say, squeezing her little hand. We step into her apartment building and make quick work of the steps. I don't know how she does this every day, because it kills me. I hate having to walk. She unlocks the door and steps in, holding it open so I can squeeze through. It's been 2 hours, she says, stepping towards me. You show me yours, I'll show you mine, I say, lifting my shirt up and over my head by the hem. I reach backwards and pull the wrap off of me. There's a jelly liquid that sticks to the plastic in me, but the guy said it would soak into my skin. She faces me in just her bra before I can turn around first. I can't stand looking at her when she's barely dressed and so confident and beautiful. I may be an angel, but right now, I don't feel like one. She gasps from behind me and I can feel her move closer to me. It's beautiful, she whispers. Her fingers lightly graze over the outline and shivers erupt across my skin. Let me see yours, I say, still facing away from her. Okay, she answers. I peek over my shoulder and see her turned around. Then I see the tattoo on her back. The wings are much more delicate than mine. They're shaded, too. Where mine are dark with black lining, hers are more feminine with little bursts of white and blue melted together. Her tattoo is actually a lot bigger than I thought it would be. The tips of her wings go over her shoulder and a little bit down her arm. Then the bottom hits right where she has these 2 dimples at the base of her back. The feathers reach around her ribs, seemingly hugging her. It's perfect, I tell her. I take her shirt and put it over her head before something wrong happens between us. I don't want to force anything or push her to do something she doesn't want. I also don't know my fate, so I don't want to make things more complicated than they already are. I'll take the guest bedroom. Tomorrow we can shop and get everything we need, I tell her. I start to walk back to the bedroom, but before I can get far, she grabs me and spins me around. I never really got a chance to thank you for everything. You saved my life, Mika. You don't have to keep apologizing. I'd do anything to keep you safe, I tell her honestly. Well, thanks, she says. She pushes onto her tiptoes and before I can do a thing, she presses her lips against mine. I'm shocked at her forwardness. I don't move. I don't breathe. This can't be real. I've dreamt of kissing this girl for as long as I've known her. And now it's coming true. At the realization that this is real, I kiss her back. I don't go crazy or anything. I just move with her, letting our lips explore each other. She's shy, yet at the same time, she knows what she wants. When I lean back and break the kiss, I wish that I could have just one more second. See you in the morning, she says and retreats to her bedroom. I'm left standing alone in the hallway, thinking about that kiss. Epilogue. I've waited forever for this moment. I fly alongside my favorite 6 wives, the demons that we've raised trailing just behind us. We ride with their complete and utter devotion. We rule them, and they obey us without a single thought. The portal I've created should only last about 6 hours. Last time I created a portal, I was forced to do it in a city setting where tons of humans could observe and question it. I'm not forced to do that now. I deliver my demons to Earth in a remote area, so that nobody will even know they're here until it's too late. I am the last to leave my kingdom, and I turn back to take it all in. If everything goes smoothly, this will be the last time that I have to live down here. This will be the last time this is called my kingdom. I will soon rule all of Earth and it shall be mine. Humans will cease to exist. Humans will be eradicated from Earth. Soon, they will be just an ancient civilization that was too stupid to survive. My demons outnumber them. My demons overpower them. Rem can't touch me anymore. I'm earthbound. The worst that he can do is send down his little disciples of archers and whatever else they're called. I'll be forced to kill angels, but that's the least of my worries. With powers I can use on Earth, I'm unstoppable, untouchable, invincible. I reach my steady hand over my back and ruffle my dark black feathers. That archer just handed over his wings like they were nothing. He hand-delivered his powers into my body for a girl. A barely Nephilim girl. The angels are more human than they think. If I have to kill them, too, then so be it. My wives will support me. My followers will support me after all. Earth is only the pit stop before I burn down the upper veil and all those who live there. Soon, I will rule it all. Acknowledgements. First of all, I want to thank everyone who has taken the time to read Wingless. This was a book that I could not write fast enough. I loved creating the worlds in Wingless and I hope that you enjoyed them, too. And don't worry. There's more of Annie and Mika in the next installment, Boundless. Please, if you have a space moment, leave a rating or review on Amazon, Goodreads, or wherever you found this book. I love all the feedback and read every single one. I want to give a special thank you to my husband, of course. He was actually a big part of creating this book. We bounced ideas off each other and it was very rewarding seeing the book come together. My beta readers, Christine and Laura, you guys rock. This book moved fast and we hit the ground running once I finished my first draft. You were awesome, rolling with the punches, and your feedback was superb. Thank you, Danielle, from Pros and Cons Editing. Not only did she do a phenomenal job editing this novel, and doing it really fast for me, but she created the cover for me. And lastly, thank you to everyone who has continued to support me in writing. I love creating books, and because you all buy and read them, I can continue. I appreciate my blog followers the most because you're constantly reading, commenting, and participating in all of my posts. You rock! Books by Taylor Lavati. The Curse Books. The 1,000-Year Curse. The Curse of Betrayal. The Broken Curse, late 2014. A Reliant Love. Wingless Series. Wingless. Boundless, early 2015. Thank you for taking the time to read Wingless. Enjoy a free excerpt from my novel, The 1,000-Year Curse. Chapter 1. High School Hell. I pull in a ragged breath, hoping to regain my composure, but it's no use. My heart races and spots blur my vision, making me stumble out of the bathroom. I collapse onto my bed and the chills take over, racking my body in long tremors of terror. With numb hands, I reach towards my nightstand for my cell phone, needing my crutch. I send out a quick SOS text and pray that Junior is awake. Shooting pain travels up my chest, making my short breath even shorter. With a lack of oxygen, I start fearing that I might pass out and the full-on panic starts to bleed through me. What's wrong? A worried voice rings out in the room seconds later. My vision is still spotty, but I'd know that voice anywhere. I start to say, but I don't have enough breath to even complete a damn sentence. I'm frustrated with myself for letting the panic take over me again, so I start banging my fists on the bed, hating this empty person I become. Shoo! I've got you now, Ryder. Junior soothes me, holding me tightly in his arms so I can't break free. I try to fight him for a second but eventually melt into his arms, loving the comfort he continuously brings me. Whenever he comes to my rescue like this, it brings me back to my first panic attack about 2 years ago. I used to be this bubbly, outgoing, typical popular girl in school, but then one day, my life turned upside down. My best friend, Becca, screwed me over. She spread nasty rumors about me to the entire school, turned all of our friends against me, and left me to rot on the gym floor. If it weren't for Junior finding me curled up in the fetal position, I would have stayed there paralyzed all day. I'll never forget the way he stood by me, no matter what people said. He took the heat along with me and has been an outcast ever since. The only difference is that he genuinely doesn't give a shit and moved on, making new friends who also have the same I don't care attitude. He could care less what Becca or Kevin, the school power couple, think. He could care less if they call him an emo kid for his colored mohawk or a band geek for playing the drums. Whereas I let the torture sit inside of me and eat me from the inside out. Is it so bad to want to be included and have friends? I don't think so, but through the past few years, I've learned a lot. Never trust anyone. After I'm quiet and coming down from the panic attack, Junior lets me go. I rub my arms up and down, the chill still present in the background, but no longer a contributor to my pain. I'm sorry, I tell Junior, hating how he has to come to my aid all of the time. I definitely feel like I hold him back, but I have to be selfish. I need him to get through these. Don't apologize. I don't mind, he says, grabbing my desk chair and sitting himself down on the comfortably across from me. He knows the drill by now, and if that attack shows anything, it's that the night is going to be a long one. I hate that they're starting up again, I say, burrowing my head into my hands, hoping that I can just crawl into a dark hole and never come out. It's just because you're nervous about tomorrow, he says. After that, I'm sure they'll fade away again. You just have to know you're okay. I'm here for you, he says, rolling over to me and making me look up at him. Okay, I say, not really convinced. I know when you're bullshitting me, Junior says when I roll my eyes in his direction. He tackles me onto the bed, pulling his hand up my side to tickle me. He starts a war, and a few minutes later, I can barely breathe, but this time for a good reason. We end up watching reruns of The Walking Dead in each other's arms, but it's exactly what I need the night before the start of my senior year. I fall asleep in the crook of his neck, but my sleep is far from sweet. I've been having bizarre dreams night after night that leave me restless. September 1st. Something is wrong with me. Strange things are starting to happen. I don't understand it. I can't tell anyone. I can't tell my dad. He doesn't even know about the bullying at school. He'll make me see a therapist and I can't go there. Yesterday, I shut my laptop and the screen cracked in half. It's not like I slammed it. I just pushed the top down and the corner shattered. That night at dinner I put a plate on the table and it crumbled into pieces. Dad thought I dropped it. I couldn't tell him the truth. What's happening to me? It's Monday morning, the start of my senior year, and I have no idea how I am going to make it. I'm dreading seeing students and teachers. I'm dreading my classes. Everything about today scares me to my core. Anxious butterflies stick in my throat like cotton as I think about the day and what it entails. I'm pretty sure that by the end of the day I may throw them up. High school is supposed to be the best years of my life, yet it has become the polar opposite. I'm not sure why I'm freaking out, because I don't think I can drop any lower in the social hierarchy of high school even if I tried. Plus, I should be used to this kind of treatment by now. Grabbing my backpack off of my neat bedroom floor and my keys off of my desk, I glance at my cracked laptop screen, hating whatever has been going on with me. I stop at the door to give myself a last glance in my full-length mirror. Today I am going for invisible, my usual ensemble. My brown hair hangs at my waist. I don't even bother to style it anymore, since the long locks are straight all by themselves. I have the barest amount of makeup on, just some eyeliner and mascara, since my eyes are my best feature. People are constantly telling me how cool they are. To be honest, my eyes annoy the crap out of me. Sometimes they're green, sometimes they're blue. They change with the weather, or my mood. Sometimes even my outfit affects them. It's stupid. Why can't they just pick a color and stick with it? My eyes makes me different, which I don't like. I fix my button-up shirt so it lays flat against my stomach. I'm not fat, but I'm not skinny either by any means. I'm pretty average. A little short, but a normal weight, normal me. I'm wearing my favorite pair of skinny jeans. They have a little bit of yellow paint on them from when I painted my room over the summer. The paint makes them seem cool, or so I think. I'll go for the artistic effect, which is pathetic because I don't have an artistic bone in my body. In fact, I'm not good at anything. Not sports, instruments, or anything that requires a skill. I used to run a lot to clear my head. I never ran track or anything. I did it mostly for myself. The past couple of months, running has been the last thing on my mind. I just don't feel motivated anymore. Clearing my head, I scurry down the stairs, jumping over the last two. I smile when I make a perfect, yet noisy, landing at the bottom. Nobody's home, so I can act like a 10-year-old if I want to. I grab an apple along with the bag lunch my dad left me from the kitchen and hurry out the front door. I spot my little Honda Accord sitting in the driveway looking all old and decrepit. I've beat this baby up, but the car gets me from point A to point B, so I can't complain. The exterior is purple with a little bit of rust lining the edges. I change the oil every 4,000 miles, though, so it runs like it's brand new. Since I am running a little late, I assume Junior caught the bus. He didn't show up here for breakfast, which is a good sign he's gone. He's more or less my neighbor, which is how we originally met. My dad was alone with me when they first moved here. I think he felt bad when I never had playdates, so we went over to welcome them. Junior's dad and mine actually hit it off. It ended up that Junior and I became best friends, too. We've all been a second family to each other ever since. As I pass his house, I spot his mom, Janie, sitting on the stoop with her morning coffee. It gives me confidence to see her in the exact same place she is every morning. It almost makes it feel like summer isn't over, that it's just another day. I wave out my window in greeting. "Hi, Janie." I call out as I slow the car to a stop in front of her mailbox. "Hey, honey. How you feeling?" she asks, her eyes skeptical yet proud as they roam my face. Janie's always thought of me as her own. Since I met her, she's had a big influence on my life since she's the only woman in it. Junior catch a ride?" I ask, her raising my voice over the hum of my car. "He jumped on the bus. I told him to give you a break today," she says, giving me a knowing smile and a slight wink. "Thanks, Janie. See you later." I start rolling up the window. "Have a good day," she adds, waving with the morning paper in her hand. I love this woman as if she was my own mother. At times, she is. School is only about an 8-minute drive, depending on traffic. Today is a perfect day, so there aren't many cars around. I hit almost every single light, though, making me frustrated. So much for being invisible today. I can't hide when I'm running into class late, causing a scene. I curse myself for running late. Then I curse the lights. Stupid traffic lights are messing with me today. I bang my hands on the steering wheel and the light actually changes. Wow, that's lucky. I was about to break my steering wheel in half if that thing had stayed red another second. I park my car in a decent spot, which is surprising since the first bell already rang. If there's one thing I can count on, it's that time doesn't stop for anyone. I reach for my iPhone off of the passenger seat and plug in my headphones. Nothing like some secondhand serenade to calm my first day jitters. I blast Fall for You to tune out the world around me before slamming my door shut. I take a deep breath to try and calm myself as I head towards the big brick building. As I start walking, the weather changes. Water starts falling, landing on my face in little droplets. It wasn't supposed to rain today. I bring my backpack up over my shoulders to cover my head from the drizzle. Luckily, the walk-turn-run is short, so I make it through the doors before I'm too drenched. I get into class only seconds after the last bell rings. Perfect timing. I quickly glance around the room, searching for an open seat, and settle into a desk near the windows. The rest of this aisle is nearly empty, so I can chill by myself over here. The teacher introduces himself as Mr. Winters. I've seen him around school before. As I'm half listening to his lecture, I notice his name fits him well. He's an older man, 55 give or take a few years. He has white hair and gray eyes. They remind me of snow and dark clouds, which pretty much equals winter. It's crazy how some people's names end up fitting them. It's like Junior. Last year he put these huge gauges in his ear. At first, I thought they looked awful and told him I would rip them out. Of course, he never did listen to me. Now when I see those huge rings in his ear, they fit. I don't think he'd be Junior without them. Anyway, my name is beyond stupid. My mother named me Eurydice. My dad was furious. I guess he wanted to name me Morgan, which makes sense because it's a completely normal name. My mom agreed to Morgan, but then changed her mind at the last second. Since she gave birth to me, she claimed it was her choice, so my dad was overruled. Whenever I ask my dad why she changed her mind, he just tells me, "Your mom told me it felt right. She said you had to be named that." Well, thanks for ruining my name, Mom. When I first went to school nobody could pronounce Eurydice. Hell, I could barely spell the damn name myself. When I was about 13, I tried to figure out a nickname. I thought of hundreds. D, Di, E, but none fit me right. I wanted something cool. I played with the letters in my name and came up with Ryder. Ryder sounds much stronger than Eurydice and almost badass. Becca liked it too, back when I cared what she thought. She told everyone Ryder was my real name. The name stuck, and when I got to high school, no one knew the difference. Mr. Winters drags on for what seems like days on end. It's the usual first day of the year stuff. Introductions, then syllabus, then homework, then handing out books, and then finally reading assignments. I can tell already this day will be the death of me. The bell finally rings and I jump from my seat, excited to talk to Junior next period. Mr. Winters gave us a monstrous book, though, and if I don't drop it off now, I'll be walking with a hunch for the next week. After 10 steps, my back is already screaming at me to stop. My locker couldn't be farther away from all of my classes. I take mostly math classes, near the science labs. I don't take music or art classes, which are located by the auditorium, where my locker happens to be located. I've applied all 3 years for a new locker, but let's be real, the teachers don't give a crap. I'm jogging to my locker when I run straight into what feels like a wall. The thing just popped up out of nowhere. Letting out a gasp of air, I groan from the pain shooting up my face. After touching my nose, I peek at my fingers, surprised to see that I'm not bleeding. Whatever I hit felt like pure concrete. When I look up, there is no wall at all. Only a tall guy standing right in front of me. I hide my face in embarrassment before I get a good view of him, shuffling towards my locker with my head pointed down. "Are you okay?" he asks me in a deep, sultry voice that sends goosebumps up my arms. I want to get a look at him to match it to his face, but refrain. "I'm good," I dismissively murmur, pushing past him. I'm still in a rush, so I open my locker to quickly drop my book off, wanting this guy to go away. "Are you sure you're okay? You hit me pretty hard." He continues to pursue me, following me to my locker. My invisibility plan has gone down the tubes. "Yes, I'm fine. Just in a rush," I rudely remark. I don't even know who this guy is. From a quick peek, I can tell that he isn't someone I recognize. When I finally look up, I see the most beautiful guy. I use the word guy because he doesn't seem like a boy, but more of a man. He's wearing a backpack, so I assume he's a student, not a teacher. He must be an exchange student, because 17-year-olds don't look like him. The first thing I notice is his amazing height. He's at least 6 feet tall, probably more. I'm only 5'4", so when I stare at him, I literally have to crane my neck up. He's not skinny. He definitely works out a lot. It must be why I mistook him for a wall. I fight back this unwanted urge to run my hands up and down his chest and wrap them around to his tight back muscles. When I look up at his face, I realize that I don't mind the awkward head tilt up at all. He has the most beautiful face that I've ever seen. He has dirty blonde hair that flips at the end. His blue eyes are like baby blue, but more piercing. They remind me of the ocean in Alaska, transparent and icy. He's amazingly handsome and definitely nobody from this school. I mentally confirm my exchange student idea. "Hello," he asks me, while waving his hand in front of my face. Damn it, even his hand is sexy. He has crazy long fingers that I can picture gliding through my hair. I shake my head, trying to get those alarming thoughts out, and my eyes focus again on his smiling face. "Sorry, what?" I ask him, averting my gaze to the floor as I try to busy myself in my locker. "I asked if you needed help to class." The bell just rang. He raises his eyebrows, questioning me. His head does a little quirk to the side, emphasizing the question. His voice is still friendly, but has a weirdly sharp edge to it. I think he is tired of talking to me, and my inability to form a complete sentence. "What? It rang? Dang." I slam my locker shut as I register his words. The sound reverberates off the low ceiling, making me cover my ears. I could swear the noise was way too loud to just be my locker. As I turn to leave, I notice the guy still standing in the same spot, watching me. I run in the direction of class and shout back to him, "Thanks. Sorry for hitting you." I turn to go, but can't tear my eyes away from his. My feet are frozen in place, leaving me confused. He nods in my direction, then turns, walking towards the auditorium. As his silhouette leaves my vision, I start snapping out of it. Who is this guy?